All right, guys, there we go. Look at that. We're all set up right here. Let's go down and see some. Oh my God! Look at these posters.
What's up?
What's going on?
Comic Day, y'all.
Woo!
What's happening? That's what's up.
Look at that.
These are some really cool steelbooks that are coming out. Well, they're out actually. I think they came out last week, but I don't have them yet myself. So I'll just look at these posters and maybe get a hot dog. Yeah, maybe I'll win one today. I don't know.
All right. Let's get down here to this line. Look at that. We already got people lined up. I got to do this real quick. Woo! Yeah, what's going on? Look at that. Ooh, look at little boba there. Cool. All right. I'd keep going down the line, but I actually got to get back to the tent. So, you guys, if you're in the area, if you're close by, whatever it is that you're doing today, drop what you're doing. Come down here to Golden Apple. Get your free comic books. Go to the podcast theater that's in the back. You'll see my face back there. And a bunch of other great podcasts. I actually met one that's a CV. I don't hold that against him, but he's a really cool dude. So, but get out there, get over here, guys, Melrose, and come down to Golden Apple. All right, I'm going to keep walking. And, yeah, I'll get back to the back. There we go. There we go. Look at that. Look at a fake action picture.
Oh, you want action here? Let me get you on the backdrop.
Oh, sweet.
Right. Why we doing,
I know. Got that street.
Wait, hold the shield. Hold the shield.
Oh, I got to hold the shield, too. You know what? Hold on. Let me put this. Is still live. These people, not that they're paying for it, but there we go.
Okay.
Microphone
They
check.
want me to hold the shield, too, guys. Check this out.
All right.
Oh, my God. Look at that.
Come on, dude.
Captain America.
All right. Get a picture of me kissing Bucky. Send it to Daria.
That's cool. Oh, scratch that thing.
You get it?
All right, we're moving. I know you guys don't want to see just all that, but we're getting to the podcast theater and we'll get things rolling.
It's not like sitting in the warehouse all day. We're like,
Golden Apple, if you guys haven't been here, this was the first comic store I took my daughter to. Pushing around in the stroller. We were walking through these aisles. But, they're getting started. I got to get back to my post. For now, guys, we'll be back in a bit.
you can go a little louder.
A little louder. All right, we're good.
Obi-Wan. We got Steelbooks here. Physical media is not dead, folks. It is alive and thriving, and it is here with us here at Golden Apple. Now, for those of little Ric Flair there. Woo! Now, for those of you who are not familiar with the show, I'll do a quick little intro about us. Lee is, again, not here, but Lee is a award-winning writer. He is a championship-winning hockey coach, and he, of course, is also probably one of the biggest Star Wars fans you'll ever meet, but you won't meet him today. Again, he's not here. My geekdom and sportsdom is I worked at ESPN for 3 years. I worked at DC Comics for a year and a half doing some entertainment stuff. I also worked for a place called Electronic Gaming Monthly. If you're a gamer, I did that for 7 years. I was a writer there. So, again, a little bit of geekdom, a little bit of sportsdom, and then we figured there had to be more of us. There had to be more people who liked more than just geek stuff or more than just sports. You can like them all. You can like them both. And so that is what we do. So part of our show is sports stuff. Part of our show is geek stuff. And then at the end, we do a thing called the mashup. And the mashup brings it all together. Now, we are here in Los Angeles, so we are going to kick things off with sports. And it has been a rough week for LA sports folks, because if you are a sports fan here in LA, the Lakers are out. The Clippers are out. The Kings in hockey are out. All first-round exits. Great for traffic, but bad for sports fans, as Crypto.com is not going to have anybody there now going forward. Lots of controversy, of course. The Lakers already firing their head coach after only 2 seasons. The hand of LeBron strikes again. And maybe if he was actually, now it might be fair, he had a great series, but if he had actually been crying less to the refs, maybe been listening more to his coach, maybe they would have gotten past the Nuggets. Probably not, let's be honest. The Nuggets, the defending champs, there's a reason why they're advancing, and that they are now taking on the Timberwolves, the 3 seed. Now, the Clippers, I'm not going to lie, I thought they were going to be the LA team that went farther than the Lakers this year. I thought the Clippers were going to handle the Mavericks, but Luka went off. Kyrie actually, I don't know, was on his meds, I guess, and put together a great series because he got his head out of his butt and just had a fantastic series. It's the Mavericks who are advancing out of the West. So the Clippers are done. The Lakers are done. Did not see that coming. But, of course, if you know who I am from the East Coast originally. I'm a Yankees, Giants, Rangers, Knicks fan. My Knicks are advancing. How about that? Who would have thought? The Knicks won a playoff series. Let's go, Knicks. Go, New York. Go, New York. Monday. So that is exciting to hear, of course, over there. But now we move on to hockey. And let me tell you, Kings fans, I'm shocked. Not only are you out again in the first round, but you're out again against the Oilers. I really thought that this was going to be the year that you guys would at least make it back to the second round. But the Oilers did it again. The Oilers, they're a top-heavy team. Yes, you have a generational talent in Connor McDavid. Yes, you have the best assist man right next to him, Leon Draisaitl. But the Kings, I thought, were a better team, and especially after you took Game 2 in overtime in Edmonton, I thought this was your chance to at least get to the second round and get past them, and you did not. I mean, honestly, the backbreaker was Game 4, right? You change your goal, you pull Cam Talbot, you put in Rittich, and you hold, again, this amazing line, this amazing talent to 13 shots on net in Game 4. That's it. That's it. And Rittich makes 12 of the 13 saves. Anytime your goalie has a higher than 90% save percentage, you are usually going to win that game, especially in the playoffs. But somehow, Stu Skinner, of all people, channeling his inner Nikolai Khabibulin from 20 years ago, because that's what it reminded me of when the Lightning went on a Stanley Cup run. Now, mind you, I'm not saying the Oilers are going to go on a cup run, but they are obviously advancing. Skinner saves 33 of 33. They pitch a 1-0 shutout, and then you guys just kind of unfortunately rolled over in Game 5, and the Kings are going home. Again, no LA sports here in the late spring, early summer, at least in terms of playoffs. Obviously, you still have the Dodgers, and I guess there's 1 or 2 Angel fans out there, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, we got a couple of Angel fans here. Hey, all right. Again, folks, we are here live at Golden Apple Comics doing a special edition of the Geeks Who Like Sports podcast. So you're not just going to be hearing my lovely voice. We're hopefully going to hear some cheers. We're going to hear some folks picking up the Marvel comics over here. Here we go. That's what I'm talking about. All right, everybody. We're going to be doing some trivia later after we wrap up the episode, because we've got a lot of stuff to give away. So if you're listening after the fact, if you are a loyal Geeks Who Like Sports listener, sorry, guys, we don't have anything for you. But if you're here in person, we appreciate it. And again, if you are new, not familiar with the show, we got the QR code here. Please like, share, subscribe, all that other fun stuff. So that's what's going on in LA sports. My New York Rangers, though, also advanced. They sweep the Washington Capitals. absolutely demolished them. I mean, the Caps had no reason to be there, right? The Caps, it's the first time in 30 years you had a team with a minus 37 goal differential make the playoffs, and that's what the Caps were. Alexander Ovechkin, you could tell, was already looking towards the golf courses. He was ready. He was practicing his backswing more than he was his slap shot during that playoff series, and it was not good for the Caps. The Rangers now will take on the Carolina Hurricanes, actually starting tomorrow in game 1 of their second round series. The Hurricanes are going to be a real test for the Rangers, but I believe in New York. I believe in my New York Rangers. I think it's going to be a great series. All right. You've all heard me rambling now about sports. Now, of course, we are here on Free Comic Book Day. We want to talk about some geek stuff. It has been a fun day for geekdom. It is Star Wars Day. I don't know if you guys saw, Star Wars just dropped the new Acolyte trailer, 2.5 minutes of goodness, getting ready. Carrie-Anne Moss as a Jedi. She's looking fantastic. It's kind of got like a true kind of, it's like True Detective meets Star Wars, right? She's on a crime. She's trying to find a trail. And we all know in Star Wars, that's the problem with, you can't really do a detective thing because you always know it always goes back to the Sith. Right, you always know who the bad guys are, right? It's not like you're going to get coming out of left field, or whether it's the Empire, it's the Sith, it's something like that. So, but it should be pretty good. I'm looking forward to it. Star Wars has kind of been on a little bit of a shaky ground for me personally, though. I wasn't huge into Andor, Book of Boba Fett. I know there are a lot of mixed opinions about that out there. I liked Mando season 3 a little bit more, but going to be interesting to see if this helps Star Wars bounce back. I promised the Cyclops is waiting for me, guys, that I would not talk about X-Men 97 because that is really the show that I'm really into on Disney Plus right now. But I will talk about one other X-Men thing that happened this week. I don't know if you guys have heard this. Airbnb desperately trying to get people to stay at their places and use them again. They have started creating special media and geek and property themed properties. Basically, they've got the Up House somewhere in New Mexico with all the balloons on top of it, and in upstate New York they have built an X mansion that you can spend, I think it's like $100 a night. I'm sure that price will go up as demand goes up and people hear about this. People who listen to Geeks Who Like Sports, people are going to be staying there, and they've recreated the X mansion from the cartoon. They've already got a lot of influencers going in and then staying there. And guys, I tell you, if I was still on the East Coast, I would not be here. I'd be on the East Coast, but I would be there at the X mansion, staying there in the danger room, hanging out, having the time of my life. And that's where I would be, honestly. I think this is a great thing for Airbnb to stay relevant. You got to reinvent yourself, and nowadays, constantly looking for new ways to get people's attention. This is a great way, partnering with people like Marvel, as folks here popping up. Feel free to join us here at the live podcast theater here at Golden Apple Comics. Grab your free X-Men comic, Blood Hunt #1. We're also going to be doing trivia after the show. But it's just absolutely, absolutely phenomenal. I think this is a great idea. And I think more companies need to find ways to incorporate the stuff we love. It's an easy way to get customers. If you do anything X-Men, I'm there. You do anything Star Wars, I'm there. It's really easy, folks. I think Airbnb is doing a great job with that. You know who else is doing something similar to that? The WWE. The WWE. Now, if you might not remember, about 8 years ago, they did Ninja Turtle action figures dressed as wrestlers. You had I think it was Leonardo as John Cena. I think you had Donatello as The Undertaker, which made no sense. But now they're doing the inverse, and now they've got WWE action figures dressed as Ninja Turtles. The first line will be coming out in the next few weeks. You have Seth freaking Rollins as Leonardo. Again, makes no sense. Kofi Kingston as Michelangelo. Xavier Woods as Donatello. Rey Mysterio as Raphael. Roman Reigns as Shredder. And Cody Rhodes as Casey Jones. So I got to understand, though, who came up with this, because this makes no sense to me. None of these wrestlers, aside from Kofi and Xavier, and maybe if you want to say that Roman, you don't want to acknowledge the bloodline, maybe Roman is Shredder. But if Cody's the one who knocks him off, then Cody can't be Casey Jones. Casey Jones never beat Shredder. Come on. And Rey Mysterio's older than dirt. Rey Mysterio should be Splinter. Well, he's not Raphael. Let's go. He might be flying off the top rope like Raph, but he's not the main guy anymore. What they should have done is they should have done the LWO, the new incarnation of the Latino World Order. They should have had them as the Ninja Turtles. You could have had Rey as Splinter because he is kind of that old mentorship. And then you could have had Legado del Fantasma. You could have had them as the Foot Clan. Come on, guys. Know your audience. We know this stuff. Nice try, WWE. We appreciate it, though. We appreciate it when people, they're crossing over. They're doing all this other fun stuff. They're trying to obviously expand their audience, as we are here at Golden Apple Comics. Another thing, I don't know if you heard this, Universal Orlando, obviously we have it here in Universal Hollywood. Super Mario Land here in Hollywood. Super Mario World is coming to Universal in Florida and Orlando, and it's going to be bigger and better than it is already here in Universal Hollywood. They got a lot more land and obviously a lot more space than we do out here, but that is a big deal. There's going to be a Donkey Kong Land. There's going to be more rides. You're going to also have some similar stuff that you already have here in Hollywood, but I'll tell you, as somebody who's still yet to get to the Super Nintendo World here in Universal, I'm not going to go to Florida. Let's be honest. I'm not going to go to Florida. No, I'll stay here in my backyard. But if you are heading to Florida, this is supposed to open in 2025. This is really, really exciting for a lot of folks. So yeah, I think that's going to be really, really, really cool and a lot of fun. Now, something we like to do here on the show for Geeks Who Like Sports is we call it the mashup. The mashup, as Lee likes to say. The mashup is where we take geekdom and we take sportsdom, combine them together. We've been talking a lot about Star Wars, talking a lot about Marvel, we're talking about a lot of hockey. So maybe a little audience interaction here, want to put together a Star Wars team of hockey players. Who from Star Wars do you think would make great hockey players? Right? Now, my first thought is, have you guys seen this insurance commercial with the walrus in net that's blocking all the pucks? My thought is Jabba the Hutt in net. Right? Just pucks bouncing off him. Ho, 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 bad da poo-doo, thwack. Right? Just knocking the pucks left and right, not bother him at all. Right? I think that's the way to go. Now, typically also when you look to the forwards, you're looking for leadership. Princess Leia has to be our center, I think. To me, when I think of the leaders of the Rebel Alliance, when I think of the leaders in Star Wars, Leia's the first one that comes to mind for me. You got Han and Luke on her wings, right? She's going to be feeding them the puck, and they're going to be trying to score. Han's always trying to score. We all know that, right? Han's never stopped trying to score. But to me, those are her wingers, excuse me. And now here's where it gets tricky. Who do you put on defense? I don't think Chewie would be great on defense. I don't want to see a Wookiee on skates. I don't think that would work very well, right? But if you're going to go, let's say, beyond the good guys, well, obviously we got Jabba and Net. I think Vader, hard hitter, tons of power, right? Can kind of see everything going on in front of him, can help facilitate the puck, facilitate everything going on. I think Vader on defense. But now I want to leave it up to you guys. Who else do you want to see on the ice on this fictional Star Wars team? Can we have the people come up to, if you want to come up to the mic, if you have a suggestion, who from Star Wars would you want to see playing hockey? Come on up. Don't be shy. It's perfectly fine. If not, I'll fill the hole anyway. It's okay. I'll figure it out. But you all, yeah. Oh, we got somebody coming up here. We got somebody coming up to contribute to the podcast.
Genius idea. I think we have to put Akbar there because he always knows.
Yeah,
if it's a trap.
It's a trap. It's a trap. Of course, the hockey trap. Amazing. Thank you. Admiral Akbar on defense. For those who don't know, the trap, of course, a very famous devil strategy from the late 90s and early 2000s. Admiral Akbar. It's a trap. It's a trap. The 1-3-1. It's a trap. Perfect idea. I love this. I don't think he'd be very great on skates either. But ice is frozen water. Akbar, Mon Calamari is a water planet. Obviously, he's a water species. That could work. Oh, we got somebody else coming up here. Who do you want to see?
It'd be General Grievous.
General Grievous. So what, you want him on defense? What position you want Grievous?
I guess like on offense because he's got all those
Every arm has a stick in it. Every arm would have a stick in it. He could play both sides exactly. Also, a quick shout out to the Geek Saga guys and Eugene over here for running the boards and for setting all this stuff up here. Give them a shout out here in the middle of the episode because they deserve it. They really so I don't have to lug my equipment down to Hollywood is immediately my best friend. So shout out to Eugene and the Geek Saga guys. They're going to be doing a live show later. We've got shows going all day long, folks. So be sure to stick around here at Golden Apple Comics on Free Comic Book Day and Star Wars Day and WWE Backlash Day and Kentucky Derby Day. It's a busy Saturday. In the world. But no, I love the idea of General Grievous because, yeah, he can. You don't know if he's going to shoot it from left. He's going to shoot it from the right. Where's he going to go? He can move around. He's got all those android and cyborg enhancements. I think he'd be a scary forward, absolutely. Not a centerman. I wouldn't put him at center, but on the wing, is he going to go to left circle, right circle? I think it's a great idea for sure. All right. Got a shout from the audience. What would the team name be? I mean, that's a great question. I mean, the Alliance, right? Maybe. I mean, it seems too on the nose. Yes, I mean, well, you got the Empire. I mean, you have the Empire, you have the Alliance. That's a good one. What would the team name be? I didn't think that thought far ahead. And, you know, you might have noticed this is all kind of off the cuff. So you kind of stumped me there, but I appreciate it. I'm going to say the Alliance, though, right? You know, and actually that brings up a very good point. We actually have a new hockey team in the NHL. You guys might have heard the Arizona Coyotes have left Arizona because you might not have heard, but ice doesn't do well in the desert. And so the Coyotes are leaving Arizona. They're going to Utah starting next year. This is officially happening. And supposedly their team name is going to be the Blizzard, the Utah Blizzard, starting in the NHL next year. I want to know, would you guys have a better name? What would you call a Utah hockey team? Some folks have said the Yeti. Some folks have said the Seagulls, because I have no idea why, but that is actually the state bird of Utah. Now, we've got some people have said the Storm and Mormons. I didn't say it. People in the audience did. I'm going to put it there, but it has been recommended. So that is possibly out there, but I think that's a fun thing to think of too.
Are they sponsored by DQ now? Because
Blizzard, honestly, Eugene here mentioning they should be sponsored by Dairy Queen. Every hockey team has a sponsorship. That is the natural fit. If they are called the Blizzard, if that is official, Dairy Queen, DQ, get your marketing people on that. That is a must happen. I have no idea how many Dairy Queens there are in Utah, but I have to imagine there's at least some, and that just seems to be the most natural fit you could possibly have. You've got the slot machines and all that other stuff in Vegas with the Golden Knights. They got those tie-ins. You've got Pike Street in Seattle with the Kraken. You got tie-ins to that. Dairy Queen, you guys, it's sitting there for you. Eugene with the brilliant idea over here on the boards. Yeah, it's a softball. It's right there in the tee for you. It's 100%. So, yeah, no, so very, very interesting goings on. Now, something else we also like to do is, again, with the mashup. So we've done Star Wars. It's also, again, Free Comic Book Day. This is an X-Men comic. We're going to move it over now. What X-Men characters you think would make a good hockey team? What X-Men, or you know, I'll even expand it just all of Marvel. Just all of Marvel, right? So we did Star Wars. We got Jabba in net because he's just fat and slow and he's just sitting there. We've got Admiral Akbar and Darth Vader on defense. We got Leia, Han, and Luke on the forward lines with subs like General Grievous. What would we want to see as an X-Men? I think defense is actually easier here because for me, defense, I would go Colossus and I would go Juggernaut. Because again, we're going good guys and bad guys, right? Colossus and Juggernaut on defense. I mean, Juggernaut is basically your Matt Rempe, right? Where everybody he hits is getting hurt, and it's kind of questionable if it's clean or not, right? Like, he's going to be hitting guys low, he's going to be hitting guys high, and then he's going to look at the refs like, guy, what do you mean it's a dirty hit? What do you mean I'm going to the box? No. So I think that's for sure. I mean, I guess Cyclops is your leader, so he's got to be your centerman. Right? Blob in net. Bingo. Eugene's got it on it. Put the nail on the head right there. Definitely Blob in net. Going with the fat guy in net theme. I like it. We got Jabba for Star Wars. We got Blob for X-Men. So, but now who would be the winner of Cyclops, right? Quicksilver's a good one. Somebody said Angel. Iceman. He's on the left wing. Iceman 100%. Absolutely, Iceman is going on the left wing. I think for sure. He could mess with. Not only I think would be a good scorer, and much like Han, also always trying to score, it seems in the comics. He can manipulate the ice. It makes perfect sense. 100%. Great call. Now who's going to be on the right wing? I don't want Wolverine because Wolverine's not a team player. He's got somebody talking about Gambit. Maybe he's also got the stick skills because he's got his staff. So that's a good point. Gambit might be doing something on the side. We had that controversy in the NBA recently about the player with the Raptors who decided to, I make $2 million a year, but I'm going to risk it all for 20 grand in Vegas and start calling in sick to games. And he got caught and is now banned for life from the NBA. So that's a fun story. Yeah. So gambling is a problem, folks. Be sure to call 1-800-GAMBLER. I know it's a legit thing. I don't know if that's that's the number, but definitely it is a serious issue. I mean, when you're making $2 million a year and you risk it all for 20 grand on a gambling bet, I don't know. I actually feel bad for the guy a little bit. But obviously he made his bed and now he's asleep in it. But I like this team. I like the Cyclops at center. We got Iceman to the left. Oh, we got Gambit on the right. We got Juggernaut and Colossus on defense, and we have the Blob in net. I think this is a very solid team. Anybody want to come up and suggest something else here on the mic? Let us know. Anybody else? Who else would you want on your X-Men hockey team? Beast? Where would you want Beast? I'm still new to hockey. You think he'd be like a backup? So a second line center, because we got Cyclops at the center now, so we'll put Beast on the second line. Oh. Come talking to the mic. So I would
almost switch those two out. I would drop Cyclops.
Uh-huh. Second line center.
Beast, because if you're the guy staring Beast down, because I don't know who we're facing yet.
Right.
If you're the guy staring Beast down, that puck drops, I'm moving out of the way. I'll let him get that free shot.
That's fair point.
I would hand it off to Beast there. That's my only change.
All
Love
right.
the team otherwise.
I like this. Beast as the top centerman. I like that. Kind of like all right. That's a solid pick. Anybody else want to jump in here? And what X-Man character? Doesn't have to necessarily be an X-Men themselves. Again, we got Juggernaut on defense. So it doesn't have to necessarily, although Juggernaut did have a time where he was an X-Men, and it's complicated, it goes back and forth. But anyway, who else would you want on this fictional hockey team from Marvel? Anybody? Nobody else? All right. I like this though. We got Cyclops. Cyclops always getting put on the back burner, always being forced to sit to the side. This is only going to help his many issues. But he's going to get knocked down to the second line. Beast on the top line with Gambit and Iceman, Juggernaut and Colossus on defense, and the Blob is in net. Somebody also mentioned Quicksilver, and that's not bad. I don't know about Quicksilver. Quicksilver would be fast, but I don't know if he'd be able to score. That's the thing. We're not going there. This is a family podcast. We're not going there. That is a whole different situation. And I think that's a good time to wrap up the show here. I think we're at 11:30. So, all right. I really appreciate everybody who tuned out or who turned up today here. Tuned out. I hope you didn't tune out. Tuned in and turned up today for Free Comic Book Day here at Golden Apple Comics. It's also Star Wars Day. Again, we're gonna wrap up the show here, and then we're gonna do some giveaways. I got a little bit of trivia. We're gonna give away some steel books. But I don't want to make the normal audience jealous because I don't want to. So they don't want to hear the trivia. They don't want to hear the trivia. But anyway, again, also don't forget, subscribe, like, share. The QR code is right here on the table. We would love it. We appreciate it. Give us 5 stars on Apple Podcasts. All that stuff helps. You guys know that. We appreciate it. And well, I would normally say for Lee, but Lee is not here. Here, Lee Papyrus, right? He's here in spirit, right? So Lee Elias, but normally for Lee, I am Ray, and this has been a very special edition of the Geeks Who Like Sports podcast. Thank you, everybody, for turning up. I appreciate it. there. Got some new folks. What card game did Han beat Lando at to win the Millennium Falcon? Yay! There we go. Folks start to. We got the folks, the hardcore folks are throwing up a little bit late.
I'm sorry.
No.
Thank you.
It's all good. We got plenty to give away here. I didn't know we were gonna have something to give away. I did not write that many questions. So we're going off the cuff here. You want NFL trivia? It is Geeks Who Like Sports. I feel like some folks would do better with the sports trivia. Okay. Who won Super Bowl 3? What team won Super Bowl 3? Yes! Which one did I give you the first? Captain America? You go have over one. Here we go. All right. All right.
You guys are live.
We're giving some shit away, guys. Woo! Come get some free shit and then come listen to our show, Hollywood Hangover. Free shit first. Let's give some of these discs away. We got who wants come on over. Who wants to win a copy of Andor? All right. What is the name of the forest planet in Return of the Jedi?
Just shout it out.
Come on.
It's the moon of Endor.
The moon or whatever. We got it.
Come on down.
Come on down. Come with your copy.
Thank you.
Check.
Yep, here.
Don't see shit.
Oh yeah, we're live.
Oh, sorry.
In public.
No, I've ruined the children.
PG-13.
Who wants to win some free
Russo.
poop? We got a copy of Obi-Wan, the complete series. I don't know if they're doing another season. It could be the one and only. Who wants it? What do you think, Chris? What question should we ask? What Star Wars question should we ask?
Does it have to be a Star Wars
It's moving the fourth.
My trivia on Star Wars is pathetically bad.
All right, what's the desert planet that Luke Skywalker grew up on? Hey, we got a winner! Hey.
With like 7 more questions.
We got to come up with 7 more. All right.
Like
it's also,
right now.
It's comic book day. It's comic book day.
Yeah, let's cycle through these.
So I'm going to ask a question that's kind of fun. We're giving away a copy of Moon Knight. Moon Knight. So who are the directors of Avengers Endgame? Anybody got?
Just shout it out.
Who? Hey, Chris,
this guy.
You want a copy?
Someone give this guy a
Kurt
prize
won a-
right over here.
Kurt want a copy. All right.
What do we have
let's
next?
do. We got the Falcon and the Winter Soldier, the complete first season. Who wants it? Anybody? Yeah. All right, we got to come up with a question. What do you got? A Marvel question?
I
for them?
almost feel like I have to like bring it
What's
up on my
the name
phone right now
of
so
the
that-
comic books in Marvel that feature mutants? Hey, you got it. There it is. All right. Woo, these are toughies, huh?
If you didn't get that one, we have another one.
That's right. All right, we're going to do one more, and then we're going to start the show. One more Falcon and Winter Soldier, because we've got a lot of them for some reason.
More than the others.
So we'll do another Marvel question, huh? What do you think? Free comic book day. What is the name of the big green angry superhero?
This gentleman here.
Hulk. It's the Hulk.
Yeah.
It's the Hulk. You got it. There it is. All right.
This guy is in character.
All right.
I love
We're
it.
going to give away more stuff when we're done talking about some things, some Hollywood things.
But real quick, everybody give a round of applause for
Yeah, to
those
our
who got
winners.
something.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay, we're going to officially start the show with my little intro I typically do. Hold on. I need to wet the whistle.
Sorry.
Hello and welcome to Hollywood Hangover. We get drunk on movies so you don't have to. We also suffer through the agonizing hangover, but hey, that's literally the name of the show. It's your boy, Chris Price, along with the indelible Joe Russo, live from the May the 4th Be With You comic book celebration here at the historic Golden Apple comic book store located in beautiful Hollywood, California. Go.
We are live, baby.
You
How's
can hear that,
everybody
I hope.
doing? Yeah. And we're gonna talk about the death of Hollywood today.
It's over, folks. If
It's
you came,
over.
If you came here to be an actor or write, just turn around right now because it's done. We read an article that told us all about it, and we're going to tell you more about that.
And
too.
we're gonna tell you why Hollywood is dead.
That's true. But Joe, first of all, what's new with you, man? Any news? I mean, this is a Hollywood Hangover episode. We always have a little catch up with what maybe you've been up to, what I've been up to. Any golden nuggets for those in attendance?
You know, it's been a weird year around Hollywood. You know, because
just the other day, we celebrated the 1-year anniversary of the WGA writer's strike, which was crazy that it's already been a year.
And you were, for those who may not be regular listeners, you were heavily involved with that strike.
Yeah, they duped me into being a strike captain. So
I know. You'll never get those hours back.
No, I will not. I was an indentured servant. But we stood up to the biggest, some of the biggest companies in the world, and we won. But they've been in a weird kind of state since, because the streaming bubble has popped, and
Yes.
and so we don't have a streaming bubble anymore, and we and now there's all this consolidation happening with all these studios are up for sale, and so it's been a weird kind of, I don't know, chilly couple months around Hollywood.
That's not the first time I had heard that similar sentiment, and from a lot of my post friends and others who are in the industry, like, we're all kind of experiencing that contraction right now.
No, contraction is the name of the game, and it also feels weirdly aligned with the writers and the actors and the directors. We had our negotiations last year, but IATSE, the below the line crew members and the Teamsters, they have their negotiations with the studios this year, and it does feel all kind of weirdly timed that they're kind of trying to starve everyone out. So hopefully they'll take a bad deal, but we want them to get the best deal they can, like we did, and we're going to be right by their side if they need us, if it comes to that,
for sure.
But it's created this weird cooling effect, and it's leading to a lot of think pieces about the death of Hollywood.
Right. And you sent me like an ominous article this week that was literally called The Death of Hollywood.
Yes.
And instead of like the Hollywood sign, it was like death or something like that. It was like real
it was
dramatic,
an apocalyptic looking version of the Hollywood sign.
Yes. We might have to change out our logo with that.
Yes,
instead,
that's true. It's true.
And have our faces with like X's over our eyes or something.
That sounds right. That sounds like a good graphic for this episode.
But it kind of brought up, the article did, a lot of interesting things. Like, one of the most depressing things about it for me was like how much more writers got paid like just a few decades ago, or just a decade or so ago. Like, things really have, if you look at it from a pie in the sky view, like the last like 4 or 5 years, the average writer, they've lost a lot of what money they could have been making, and there's a lot of business related reasons why that is, a lot of the way the executives work. But I'll let you tee us up also with your little Russo Twitter snafu that you had, which is somewhat related to all of this.
For those in the audience who don't know, I'm frequently mixed up with the director of the Avengers movies, Joe Russo, and sorry if you're here because of that.
We got
you. We got you. And yeah, he I don't know what they were doing press for. Maybe it was the 5th anniversary of Avengers Endgame. I'm not sure, but they were talking to the press over the last couple days, and they said some things, and every time they say things, people yell at me, and so sometimes we like to talk about those things. And one of the things they were talking about was kind of related to this death of Hollywood. We were talking about the contraction. We were talking about them chilling IATSE and the Teamsters for their negotiations. But they were saying they had a different reason for why they think movie theaters are dying, and it's Gen Z's fault, apparently.
Yeah.
Of course. It was definitely
who else could it be?
No, of course. It definitely felt more like the it's the children's fault, not ours.
Well, he brought up the fact that like attention spans are shrinking, and there's this ADHD kind of wave happening with the TikTok generation and such. But I feel like we've heard this argument like since the 70s or the 50s, like
God.
when television was
every
invented.
Decade, there's been in the 80s, it was MTV was going to ruin our attention spans.
Rap
in the
music.
90s, it was in the 90s it was video games. In the 2000s it was YouTube. In the 2010s it was social media. And I mean, I was literally like this past weekend, I was watching an old episode of Saturday Night Live from 96. And they were like, oh, the children's attention spans because of MTV and video games. And I'm like, it's always happening. So what they're saying doesn't really track as
And-
a good reason for why people have stopped showing up to
And another
cinema.
thing is, like, on the opposite end of that, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's been a huge bump in long form consumptions. I mean, like, podcasts are 2-3 hours. They have YouTube series that you could go on for like 10 hours at a time.
Podcasts are too long. Our podcast is an hour tops.
Yeah, and it's perfect. But there are people who love that stuff, Joe, and it kind of like flies in the face of the argument that, oh, attention spans are going down. It's like, no, I think that there's just been kind of a distribution of tastes and
There's
a
just more
distribution
options.
of attention.
There's more options now. You know, I
Right.
think if you want to watch short form content, you go to TikTok or YouTube. You know, if you want to watch a series, you go to Netflix. You want to watch a movie, you go to the theater. You order it on video on demand. I think you want to play a video game, you pop up you fire up your PlayStation 5. Like,
Yeah.
it's. I think we're in a place where we have so many options that inevitably they're all going to shrink a little bit because so to me it's like, what's the best version of the story or content you're trying to tell?
Sure.
Right? Like, are you trying to do a 90-minute movie? Are you trying to do a long form series? Are you trying to do something that makes sense as a narrative podcast? Like, what is the thing? And then find the medium that fits best.
But I guess
And that has nothing to do with attention spans.
But where the death part comes in, right? Where it's like Hollywood is dying, it's almost like, okay, the field of entertainment has become so crowded that it will never be what it once was. And that's true to an extent, right? Because look at when the motion picture first came out. That was the only game in town, like the only way to watch.
Well, I mean, it literally
motions.
You could go see a train come at you.
Yeah, right. And it was terrifying at the time.
Yes, it literally scared.
But then over time, when television came on the scene, that was another option. And then when home video came on, and so on and so forth, to the point now where the landscape is so populated by so many different genres and medias that, of course, like, it's going to be perceived that, yeah, Hollywood of the 90s, that's probably not going to come back, quote unquote. But it's just changing, is what I'm saying.
No, of course, it's evolving. And once we get through this period of contraction, like literally right now in the last 2 weeks, Paramount's up for sale and there's multiple bidders and nobody knows who's going to grab it. The two potential suitors are Skydance, which seems to be kind of in pole position. At least they were until last night of this recording, and Sony and Apollo. And the big problem is, like, if Skydance consumes Paramount, right, a lot of the infrastructure at Paramount will stay the same because they don't have a lot of overlapping. But if Sony buys Paramount, that's going to be like Disney buying Fox again. And I know some people here are probably excited about Disney buying Fox because, yay, Fantastic Four and X-Men, but like, it also meant a lot of people lost jobs,
right?
There was just so much redundancy within the companies, and that's what'll happen if Sony buys Paramount, and we'll lose another major buyer. So what's happening is, because there's so much in motion right now with 3 major entities in town, it's creating a chilling effect where none of the producers and the agents want to take any material out. And then it kind of just like makes everybody in this like weird funk where
they don't know how to commit to a risk. They don't want to venture out.
Something that you've literally like, if you've invested, I don't know, 6 months, a year, 18 months into writing a screenplay or developing a screenplay with a writer, do you really want to go burn it in a marketplace where execs aren't reading and they're kind of just like, in this state of
they're petrified.
Exactly.
Yeah, like they're paralyzed by the status of things.
So no, you don't want to waste your shot. So it creates just this like stagnation that's completely chilled the town.
But is the sky falling? Is it really the death of Hollywood? Is this a thing that's just scary now? And we've been through this turbulence in decades past of the history of Hollywood and history of the industry, or is this just really going to dive everything into the ground?
Look, it's the death of the streaming model. You know what I mean?
Mm.
It's the death of the streaming wars. Like that era, that bubble, it's over, it's gone, it's not coming back. That contraction has happened. And eventually, like, it's going to level off, and they're gonna need more content again, and things will get back to it. But like, you know, we talked about this earlier this year. There's been this really annoying phrase that's driving my wife insane that everyone keeps saying, which is "survive till 25." And it's just yeah, I know.
I know what a nihilistic and negative way of looking at
it's
things.
horrible. But I have to give whoever came up with that idea, it's super catchy.
Sure, it rhymes. It works.
It's a good rhyme. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely like made. I think it's depressed the entire industry, and we're in a depression right now. That's what it is. It's not the death of Hollywood. We're in a depression.
I'll have one last point I want to make about this because we do have limited time. We don't have our full hour here. But it was hilarious. I asked ChatGPT.
Oh no!
I know anything negative starts with that, right?
Boo. Feel free to boo him.
But I asked him, when has something like this happened in the past? When has there been an industry scare? When has there been an article written where this kind of threat was there? And I saw several examples. I saw something from the 30s. I saw something from the 60s. I saw one from like late 80s. I saw one from the mid 90s when digital technology was first getting adopted. And you know what always saves the industry?
What's that?
Independent film. It always does.
Yeah.
Is that when people flood from the standardized ways and the giant studios, where do they go? Well, people are not going to stop making movies.
No.
Humans will never stop making movies,
and they're not going to want to stop seeing new stories.
Exactly. Interesting ones that take risks, that try to actually say something, that have like teeth in them, not this like defanged version that Hollywood has been sputtering out so readily.
No, I think what happened with the Russo brothers this week, and where they're getting their Gen Z doesn't like to watch movies thing from, is literally they created a movie, whether you liked it or not, called Cherry, that came out on Apple TV a couple years ago. And their whole idea behind how they structured the movie and how they shot the movie was they wanted to try to engage Gen Z TikTok like attention spans. And it backfired. The reviews weren't good. People didn't seem to respond to the movie. And I think they're taking that as a sign that, well, if Gen Z didn't give, like what we gave them, then they must not like movies. And I think that is the wrong lesson to learn from that. I've been working on a project with a pretty big producer. You know about this. We talked about it off mic, with a Gen Z filmmaker. And I've gotten to meet him. I've gotten to meet some of his friends. They like going to the movies. They go to the movies regularly. They take advantage of the AMC A-list 3 movies a week thing. They go to retrospective screens.
But they're also cinephiles, right?
They are. And I guess maybe that is a microcosm. But like, I think the kids still like the movies. I think they just want a reason to go to the movies.
Absolutely.
And when you flood the marketplace with one type of movie for so many years, and sorry, comic book day, but comic book movies, like I think, people get tired of that. You can only feed someone vanilla ice cream so long before they don't ever want to eat vanilla ice cream again.
Well, you know what came out recently, Joe, that did get people to go out to the theaters? It got you and me to go out to the theaters, and it was a Neapolitan, not a vanilla.
Because of three ways.
Yes, and that film is Challengers. Real quick,
that's right,
question.
Children. We're going to
saw
talk about the Challengers movie.
Raise your hand if you saw Challengers.
Yeah,
Scream
this looks
wildly
like a Challengers crowd to me.
if you saw Challengers.
Yeah. Sports.
Yeah, so what's interesting about this film, and we'll have to talk about it, so there'll be some spoilers here,
spoilers, let's keep it. They haven't seen the movie.
Light spoilers, but we have to talk about
there's a tennis match in it.
There are tennis matches, but here's the thing, both of us wanted to go see this movie for a variety of different reasons, but one of them was that there was this promise in the all the advertisements and everything, is that this was going to be a hot threesome movie.
Yeah,
and
sexy movie.
And guess what? It's not in there.
Get the children out of here.
Oh, I know.
Talking about threesomes.
Just 3 people. who love
Yeah,
each other
three
very much.
people who love each other.
But so there's a tease of it, and you know,
Yeah, the whole marketing
it
hinged
doesn't happen.
on a threesome, and there's no threesome in
It
the
doesn't
movie.
happen.
Yeah, I know. I mean, we grew up in the the Wild Things era,
The Basic
you know?
Instinct era.
Yeah.
Yeah, like we're
If
like
you promised me a threesome in the marketing, I want a threesome in the movie.
yes. And it's one of those things where, you know, sex sells.
Sure.
And it's been a while since we've had a film like this come.
Well, no,
out.
there was literally a study that came out this week that said 40% drop in sex scenes in movies.
Yeah.
40% drop, which is crazy, and a 50% increase in movies without sex scenes. That's crazy.
Well, I guess it's
Now
because
that we can blame Gen Z for.
well, it's kind of interesting that the you know, Hollywood for the longest time, you know, throughout its history until very recently, like you just said, where pushing something hot and spicy like that was like almost a thing you couldn't get anywhere else, right?
Yes.
Like you would go see Basic Instinct and you would see things that you maybe had never seen before, and that
is true.
And that's a thing. And because of that, it got people to put their butts in seats. So it's interesting that Challengers comes along with Zendaya, who's an incredibly popular, very talented, on the come up, Dune 2, all that
Yeah,
stuff.
she's a megastar.
And she is putting herself front and center. Literally, her face fills the poster of the movie, and says basically like, hey, you want some hotness? Come see this movie. And I don't know if it actually worked entirely. I think maybe, like you said, there is still a prudishness.
I mean, if you want to watch some hot makeout scenes, it's a great movie.
Yes, so much making out.
So much making out. But I will say this: I want to watch it again with readjusted expectations.
Sure.
I want to watch it again now, knowing what I know about it, and I actually think I will probably enjoy the movie much more because of it.
Yeah, I think that there was a little bit of a
There's
bait
a
and
lot to like.
switch.
Yeah,
with
there's a bait and switch
for the advertising, but I get why they did it. I do think Challengers fills a void, so to speak.
I could have dropping puns.
I could have used a different word, but I didn't. It fills that void of what you had mentioned, that there's really not a lot of these films coming out that use that as like the main reason to go see it.
No, it was definitely, I think, it felt like we were from granted, Oppenheimer had a crazy discourse around the sex scenes, but between Oppenheimer and Poor Things, it felt like we were moving in a direction,
right?
And Challengers promised the continuation of that direction, and it kind of chopped it off at the knees. But
yeah,
it is a good movie, and I did like it. And I was very happy it opened number one. And speaking of movies that are opening at number one, let's talk about this weekend's number one opener,
The Fall Guy. Who has seen The Fall Guy in the audience? Anybody yet? It just came out. Yes, no, woo!
Yeah, we have one. Yeah, movies are back, baby.
Woohoo! I know that's
we
kind
did
of
it. We saved the cinema. That Rob saved the cinema.
well, I loved The Fall Guy. We won't be giving any spoilers on that. It's so fresh and it's so new. But if you work in the industry, if you've ever made a film ever, I don't know how you could dislike that movie.
It's so freaking charming. I saw it with a hot crowd at the Grove last night. Opening night, you could tell there was tons of people who worked in the industry in the audience because it was all the beats were playing. Like everybody got it, all the inside jokes. It's really fun. But you know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of a movie called Kiss Kiss Bang Bang.
Oh yeah,
a movie I love, starring Iron Man himself, Robert Downey Jr.
This is a pre
Iron Man,
pre-addiction.
This is his this is his comeback.
Oh, it's his comeback,
This is
right?
his
That's
comeback.
what it was. Thank you.
This is the movie that gave us him as Iron Man. Kiss Kiss Bang Bang is responsible for the MCU. That's my hot take.
Sure.
But here's the thing. It reminded me of like a really big budget version of that movie. You know what I mean? Like, 'cause it had that kind of pulpy murder mystery elements to it, but it also has the kind of, if you remember that movie, that was also kind of tethered to the industry, the film industry a little bit. He was up for a role in a TV show or a movie. I can't remember which.
It's the movie within the movie kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. And so they really feel like kindred spirits. And it's, I mean, guys, I'm going to really encourage you to go see it. Like,
please,
it's the most fun you're going to have in the movie theater, probably for the next couple of weeks at least. Like, it is just a crowd pleasing romp,
and it's such a crowd pleasing film, and it's kind of unfortunate. I was checking the box office this morning, and the weekend's not over. Maybe word of mouth, like what we're doing.
This is how we know you haven't seen it, guys.
It's doing okay. It says it's tripping, according to Deadline, tripping to a $28 million opening, which for a budget like it has is not.
Well, it was estimated
great.
to come in at $30 million. And so it is coming in under expectations, which is disappointing. But it's still the number one movie, and I think what's really fascinating about the last 4 weeks. Now, granted, Fall Guy is based on IP. It's based on a very old television show from the 1980s. I didn't even know they had TV in the 1980s, but apparently they did. But it feels fresh. It feels different. It feels new. I don't know anyone who's seen that show in my age group.
No.
So
or if they did, they forgot.
And from what I understand, they did a pretty big pivot away from what the show was for the movie. But we had Civil War win 2 weeks in a row, which was great. Like a big, new, fresh idea, original movie. We had Challengers #1 the week after that. And now we've got this. It feels finally like people are, even if it's not in the large numbers that it was, even if it's not in the tentpole numbers that it was, people are coming back for new ideas again. And that's exciting to me.
It sounds like it's like one of those old timey internal combustion engines. It's like pop, 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 pop. It's like it's almost trying to get going, but it's not like quite motoring along yet. And I think that because of that industry contraction we had mentioned, and that chilling effect, and the fact that there is a hangover of the strike, where there's productions that are not there that could have been there, and they would be releasing during this time period now, I feel like it's that's kind of the recipe for why we're seeing it performing like this. And I hope word of mouth. I mean, it's a good enough movie where it's not just a bunch of film nerds like us being like, yeah, it's good because of that. No, it's like a legitimate, good, borderline great movie.
It's a movie star.
Stunts
movie
are insane.
Oh yeah, like great stunts.
If you care nothing of the story, just go turn your brain off. Go to Delta 8, 8th row, and then just go enjoy the film in that regard. I think that it does a competent job with the narrative, as far as, like you said,
great. It's fun.
Yeah, it gives us, like you said, that mystery, what you're gonna get kind of thing, but it puts it with a beautiful, fun coat of paint.
Well, we're about to get yanked off stage here.
I see the giant hook now.
I see them readying their tomatoes to throw at us. So before they do,
we have a few more things to give away.
Yes, we sure do.
We have 3 films, or not films.
No,
they're all TV series. Sorry,
they're streaming series. We've got for Comic Book Day, we've got The Falcon and the Winter Soldier. We've got Moon Knight, and from the Star Wars side of May the 4th, we've got Obi-Wan Kenobi and Obi-Wan Kenobi. So we gave this away poorly before the show.
We're gonna do it again.
Here we go.
Give them away poorly again.
So we're gonna ask some questions of you guys. Who wants to win some Blu-rays? Huh?
Free stuff.
Yeah, free stuff. Free stuff. Free stuff.
Okay.
All right. Star Wars questions first. What is the real name of Luke Skywalker's father? Hey, you want
Hey, come on down.
Obi-Wan Kenobi on
the
Blu-ray.
gentleman in the wonderful
Stormtrooper outfit.
Is it
I
is it
guess-
R2 or Stormtrooper? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I couldn't see that.
Yeah,
It's great.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Let's do another Star Wars question, huh? You want to
Yes.
ask one this time, or do you need me to pick again?
I'm going to make this one so easy anyone can get it. What is the name of Baby Yoda? There you go. That's right.
Hey, you are now the proud owner of Obi-Wan Kenobi. There you go. All right. Some Marvel stuff now. Let's do some Marvel stuff. Let's see. What should
I
we
have a
ask?
good question.
You got a good one?
All right, this is for the comic book. I'm not going to call them nerds because that's derogatory.
Virgins?
My comic book fans out there. What is the name of the Marvel comic book villain who has an enormously long, large head? And if you're looking at me, it goes up to about this high. No.
This is too broad.
Yes, the leader.
Oh, all right. Well, you won.
I've been playing a
Gotta
lot
be a
of
Moon
Marvel
Knight.
Snap recently.
I have
Anybody
literally-
play Marvel Snap out there?
Oh,
Heck yeah.
There we go.
I've been grinding since
Our
day one.
fearless leader John Carl, who put this whole thing together.
Hey, thank
by
you,
the
John
way.
Carl, for
Yeah.
doing that. Without him,
You guys should
we would
check
not be
out their podcast. Cyclops is waiting for me. They're next. You should stick around for them.
we got a couple minutes and a couple more.
All right, we got two more things
series
to,
to
do.
give
All right,
away.
Let's do one more Moon Knight. What do you think? Another Marvel question. What is the name of the American super soldier? Come on, guys. Who is it? Yeah. No, the American super Captain America. That's
What?
right.
That's the worst. That's the worst question I've ever heard. Yeah, it really did. Okay, I have a good one for the last
The
one.
last one. One last the Falcon and the Winter Soldier up for grabs.
So, who starred as the Punisher in the 1980s version
That is a
of the
good
film?
question.
Hey, this gentleman here.
Is-
I
Right.
would break you.
You're now the owner of. So you guys, those just came out this week. You can pick them up online if you didn't win a copy and spend some of your hard-earned cash. But yeah, no, that was fun.
That was extremely fun. Thank you, everybody, for coming out and listening to this episode of Hollywood Hangover. I'm Christopher Leon Price. This is Joe Russo, and we had a great time.
Hollywood's not dead.
And there we go. You're on.
Are we live? You hear us? Oh, look. Oh, look. You hear us?
All right, let's get this music out. And you guys.
All right. Welcome to Cyclops is Waiting for Me, an X-Men animated series podcast. We're doing a special free comic book day episode here live at Golden Apple. We got giveaways of some non-X-Men stuff. We have an X-Men soda bag, which should have soda cans in it. We don't know where those are right
soda
now.
the toy. It's not a bag for soda. Though I guess you could put cans of soda inside.
I could put Red Bull in that.
Yeah.
The mini ones.
Yeah, teeny tiny cans. It's the Funko soda.
It's the Funko soda. And I am JC.
Oh, and I'm Rod. I'm doing a great job.
That's my co-host.
I showed up.
Are you going to introduce the guest?
I don't exist yet, Rod.
Am I supposed to introduce him first before this?
Yes.
Okay, and our guest, Matt Rao.
Hi everybody. Hi guys. Thank you for having me.
Who are you and what do you do?
Who am I and what do I do? Who's your daddy and what does he do? I aside from knowing JC here for 64 years. We've known each other for 64 years. I'm a big old comic book nerd. I'm a comedian. I'm an internet guy. You know, jobless. Yeah,
that's most LA entertainers.
Kind of, sort of, yeah.
Professionally jobless.
Yeah, I fall in that weird category that is jobless and also loves comic books, which no one can relate to.
Right.
And when's your next comedy show you're doing?
Sunday at Flappers. Sunday
Burbank.
13th in Burbank. So 12th in Burbank at Flappers Comedy in Burbank.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Very
man.
cool.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks for being here. Cyclops is Waiting for Me is our weekly podcast series where we're going back and watching every single X-Men animated episode we can find. The podcast started with us watching the original 1992 X-Men the animated series, building up to this moment. Not just the release of X-Men 97, we were almost finished with X-Men 97, which is insane because it took 30 freaking years. I have to remember those children here. Freaking years.
30 years to finish, and then it's 8 weeks to complete.
Yeah, right. So some quick reminders. We're a recap show about an episode or episodes that have aired within the last, like you said, 7 or 8 weeks. So there's going to be kind of spoilers. We're going to try to stay off of episode 8 in case you haven't seen that because that came out this week.
That's
But
the one where Cyclops kills the whole X-Men. We're not talking about that.
No, no.
totally.
Okay, good. Gotcha.
No, and all those innocent kids.
That's true.
That actually wouldn't be surprising.
Cyclops is no longer waiting for me because we're dead.
If you're listening to this after the fact and you don't want spoilers, pause the podcast and watch the episodes and come back.
I really should have done a separate script for this intro, huh, Rod?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
Like,
Script what? He's memorized this. It's
what's
all
fun
locked
about
up.
this one is you get to see what we're like unedited and live.
Sorry.
Yep. Don't forget to follow us on social media at Cyclops IWFM Pod on Instagram, TikTok, Threads, Twitter, and Facebook. And make sure you follow us on your favorite podcast services. Before we get into anything, though, we're going to do a giveaway. So, Matt, as the guest, which of the 4K Blu-rays should we do a giveaway with?
Well, I really like all the people here, so I'm. Oh yeah, I really like all the people here, so I feel like I'm not going to start with Andor. I feel like because it's
That's
Star
fine.
Wars Day, we should probably do Obi-Wan first.
All right. And we're going to do X-Men trivia because we are an X-Men podcast.
Spoiler.
Name any character who has the original voice actor from X-Men the animated series in both shows. So X-Men 92 and Sir in the back.
Hand in the back.
Rogue is the original voice actor. For a second Blu-ray,
And the second one will be for a steelbook of the Falcon and Winter Soldier, the prequel to Captain America, New World Order, Wolfpack.
for the second one, can you name who that voice actor is? Okay. Well, I tried.
Oh, we got one right here. What's your hand?
Yep.
You know,
Look at you.
There we go.
Get
Go
up
for it.
here.
And you get a Moon Knight with that for knowing Cal's
Two
name.
of them.
yeah.
These are really cool.
Does anybody else have a third character with the original voice actor? Nope. Nope. Oh.
All right.
All right.
We'll do more trivia later.
So, first off, Matt, you joined us on one episode previously, unboxing Hero Clicks.
did.
This is
Oh, that's right,
this is
yeah.
very, very different.
That was the same podcast.
This was the same podcast.
Yeah, you guys were taking a break and watching the show. Hello, Cleveland.
Yeah.
You guys are taking a break and watching the show so that we could open up Hero Clicks.
Yes. Oh,
Whoa.
there we go. There's some audio.
The voice of God.
All right.
Voice
So,
of
what
God.
do you think of X-Men 97 so far?
Okay, so I love it. Everyone here's watching it, yeah? Everyone here
Yeah.
loves it, right? We're excellent. Yeah, it's incredible. So when you told me that you were starting to do a podcast with Rod, and you were like, I think we're going to rewatch all the X-Men episodes. I was like, God bless you, because there are how many?
70s.
70 something?
76 episodes.
76 episodes, and granted, it's 20 minutes, but and it's good. But it was originally made for us when we were wee lads.
Yeah, when we were
lasses.
8-year-olds. Yeah.
8, right? So I was like, I don't know if it's going to hold up. And you did it. You did the whole thing. And I was thinking about doing it and I didn't do it. But then I watched 97 and I've been blown away. I truly love it. Obviously, episode 5, remember it. Like, whoa, my God. Truly insane stuff.
Yeah, we thought that was going to be the finale.
Yeah.
It felt like
that,
it, didn't it?
that was my prediction going into it. Is as soon as there was the releases of the titles of the episode,
Mhm.
I thought the E for Extinction story was going to be the finale, and that was they gave that to us mid-season.
Mid-season drop.
And then we started hearing from the people who worked on the show, oh, it gets bigger. And it's
Yeah.
like, well, how do you get bigger than the massacre on Genosha?
That's true.
Honestly, everything from episode 2 on could have potentially been any other series finale, right? Like the end of episode 2 could have been a cliffhanger for a season.
True.
Or I said series, and I mean season finale.
I mean, it could have been series. Who's to say, right? We don't know what's happening in the world. Like, it could be. I think it really is impressive what they've done with the show, and they've been able to like capture our attention as adults.
Yeah.
Adults.
Kidults, yeah.
Kidults as kidults. But the fact that it's also entertaining to people of all ages is incredible, and it's probably pretty traumatic if you're a child and you see one of your favorite X-Men get killed. Right?
Yeah, since this is one of the few times where we actually get to talk to people while we're doing it, have any of the parents here actually watched this with their kid yet? I'm curious.
X-Men 97, you have in the back?
How have they reacted? And for context for the people listening, he has 2 kids that are stroller age right now, so I'm curious. They weren't watching it? Okay.
Oh, but it was heavy for you. So he's like, Dad, why are you crying? No reason at all. Yeah, well, man, that's intense. I don't think I could do it. I don't think I could watch it with it. I was sad. Did you cry?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Especially because at the end of episode 2, I was flipping tables. Thanks, because Storm's my favorite.
Oh,
has
right,
been for,
right.
you know,
Yeah,
decades.
That was an intense scene too.
And so I was like, what? Like we waited 30 years for this.
Yeah, it's been a roller coaster. It really has. It really has.
And every week, Rod and I end up at Scum and Villainy on Hollywood to watch it with a live audience with us. So we've watched it once at midnight because we're lunatics. And then we go watch this with a group of people. And I was actually dreading the end of episode 5 because you know what's coming. And it's like, I'm going to cry in the middle of a bar with a bunch of other people.
Wouldn't be the first time, John.
Yeah, but not usually over that.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, what is it? What is it like seeing it with a crowd? Like, this is the first time I think this show has gotten kind of that like Comic-Con Hall H treatment where you're watching with a crew and like everyone's excited about it. What's it like watching with an audience?
To me, it's what I imagine watching sports in a bar is like. Because I don't pay. I fully respect anybody that loves sports because I'm just not into it.
Yeah.
So whenever I'm at like
good at it.
or good at, well,
Don't shame him.
there was a couple of sports things in high school I was good at. Now, no, nothing. But yeah, like when I'm at sports bars or at, bars with friends and something sports things happening on TV and people are cheering, I'm like, I'm good for them. You know, I don't know what that feels like until we started doing these Scum and Villainy watches and stuff happens like wait, so that was this episode. I won't say that, but stuff happens in certain episodes, and then everybody cheers. You know, people are going to cheer.
Like the rogue dropping Trask. That was like a moment where everybody in the bar started
I
yelling.
texted you right away. I was like, "What was the audience like when the Captain America cameo came up?"
The Captain America cameo was fantastic. I think the only way that would have been bigger is if we didn't get that in the trailer. Because I think enough of the people who are at Scum and Villainy are those regulars who are watching the trailers that they come out.
Don't watch trailers, folks.
Yeah, I actually
you heard it here first.
Yeah, Rod has been avoiding the trailers, and he's brilliant for doing
well,
it.
Same.
Well, because the trailer for Motendo dropped, and it wasn't a story spoiler, but it's like I would have loved to see those video game graphics like at the moment, be like, oh, that's awesome.
Don't watch trailers.
Yeah, luckily,
if you take away one thing from Free Comic Book Day, it's to not watch trailers. But it's one thing if you're watching a trailer for a movie, right? Because you have to know who's in it. You kind of want to know what the vibe is. This is an episodic show. Most of the people who are watching it probably watched the original, maybe not as recently as you guys, but it's only 30 minutes. A 5-minute trailer of 30 minutes, it's going to be really hard to not spoil some cool stuff. So I would recommend don't watch the trailer. I don't watch the trailer. You don't watch
the good news is they only release the trailers like I want to say 6 to 8 hours before or 12 hours before the episode drops.
Smart. Yep.
So you only have to like stay off the internet for like half a day.
Yeah, it's very true. But I love it. It's a blast.
So we're gonna take our first pause, do another trivia. Let's give away
another giveaway.
Copy of Andor.
Why would you do that to these people? Who wants Andor?
Actually,
this is my favorite Star Wars show.
People that want Andor, a Steelbook Blu-ray.
A lot of people like Andor. Especially Rod.
Yeah, no, Andor
disappeared somehow.
Andor is my favorite Star Wars thing, but I'm also such a casual Star Wars fan. I still enjoy Star Wars, so maybe that's part of it.
That might be part of it. The soundtrack is good.
I
mean, it looks cool. It's very Blade Runner-esque. Full disclosure, I didn't.
But also, there's like I was telling Matt, there's 2 speeches in it that are probably the best writing Star Wars has ever had. You know what I'm talking about, right?
It's when Andor says, "But I am Star Wars."
Yep. And he's like, "Oh, he said it.
He said it. He said the name of the thing." What's the trivia question?
So, trivia question for this: in the original comic book version of the Genoshan Massacre, who was responsible for it? Shout it out if you know it.
That's a hard. You just have it locked away in your head.
Who is also the villain in Deadpool?
Which Deadpool?
The newest Deadpool.
No, we don't, John.
Not you, John. You could.
You
say
have
it
too
during
many
your
Blu-rays.
trivia.
I know that for a fact. Did your hands go up? Do you know?
In the back. Yes.
Wow, Cassandra Nova.
Right.
Oh, the new Deadpool.
The new Deadpool.
So no spoilers for episodes of shows that have passed, but we can totally talk about the bad guy in a movie's coming out.
It's in the trailer, which you love trailers.
Yeah.
This guy.
All right. Well, you want to be nicer to people. You come up with the next trivia question.
Well, I just so happen to have a comic book of 150 trivia questions here in front of me. That's too hard. That's too hard. Ooh, here we go. What was that's not even X-Men or Star Wars. Can I do that one?
Yeah, do it. Why not?
What was the name, John? You can't yell anything out. What was the name of the first Green Lantern in comics?
I don't know if I know that one.
Really?
I'm not shocked Rod doesn't know this.
I mean, I think I know, but I don't.
We got what we got.
Oh,
we're right here. Yes, sir. It's Alan Scott. And what did he win?
I don't know. I told you.
do you like Andor?
Andor. Wow, we're getting rid of Andor's left and right. This is going fast.
The Disney team that gave these to us must be very happy
They
right
love,
now.
yeah, I'm sure they are. It's less space on their shelves. So we watched the show. You enjoyed the show. Where do you think it's going to go?
Now,
Is that hard to say?
No clue now.
It's the question of like, where do I think it's going to go, or where do I want it to go? Which is more interesting to you?
Which is more interesting to you? If you feel like it's going to go in a direction that's going to be kind of boring, then throw out your dream idea.
No, I mean, I definitely don't think it's going to go in a boring direction. I think that the next season is all about the X-Men on the run and formerly criminals. And I think I don't think they're going to go as far as like the current storyline with Orcus and things like that. But I do think it is going to be the events in this 3-part season finale are going to lead to government funded programs. And I don't know if it's going to hit like Avengers versus X-Men level, but I do think they're going to see other characters from the Marvel universe actually coming into conflict with them, and including well-known heroes. I think that's possibly what's going to happen next for us.
Rob,
And they showed a little bit of preview of that with Cap and Rogue.
A little bit of Cap, a little bit of Spider-Man spoiler.
Yeah.
You just see him for a second.
Yeah, he's also in the trailer. No, he's not.
So you think that's going to happen? You think that's what's going to happen?
I think it is going to be the X-Men are formally treated as criminals. That I think is season 2.
Fugitive with an X.
So for me, as of Bright Eyes, I have no idea where anything's going.
Really?
Because like everything's been so, I don't know enough about comics anyway, and everything I knew about the original 92 series is we've gone so beyond that now.
Yes.
Like there might be a few more Easter eggs they can pull in from this, like some cameos from characters that we saw in 92 and stuff. But like the story's so wild, like what happens with Magneto and everything, like nothing is predictable. So I honestly don't know where it's going besides them like killing somebody else.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Matt, you are a very experienced comic book reader, literally growing up in a comic book store.
In a comic book box.
Yep.
Yeah.
Raised
by
by small
comic
box too. It was awkward. Do you think they maybe even take like an alternate version of the X Factor story, like they're under disguises and things like that?
Look, my pitch, I think that this ends on the 19th of May, something like that.
A week from Wednesday.
A week from Wednesday. So it's like the 19th, middle of May, which is less than a month away from Deadpool and Wolverine coming out.
Right.
Marvel loves their synergy, don't they? So the end of the show, I see Professor X. Where are my X-Men? The X-Men are there. Boom. Doctor Strangehole pops up. Ryan Reynolds walks out. He's like, now we're going to go do the movie. And then the end. It's the whole thing. Wouldn't it make sense if it ties into Deadpool and Wolverine? It's all supposed to be kind of in the same, in the world of What If and all the different things. Wouldn't it make sense to kind of keep it all?
Well, we have also seen they do the whole what's the transport ring from Doctor Strange?
Oh, the sling rings.
Sling rings. They we've literally seen Forge start to cast a spell, and it has similar visual effects. And in the Deadpool trailer, we also see they do the sling ring in there. So it's entirely possible for a crossover.
They reference Camertage in the last episode.
Yeah, and Strange.
And Strange in the last episode. I mean, I'm saying Marvel loves their shared universe stuff. Feige is obviously still very much involved.
I think the team behind 97 has said that they weren't as concerned, or were told they shouldn't be as concerned with the connectivity. However, if there is connectivity, my money's on Wong.
Oh, you think Wong's going to show
up?
Because you think the end of Shang-Chi is going to tie into it?
Well, no, not even that. He just shows up everywhere. Like he's been everywhere recently. We still need to find out what him and Madison are up to.
That's true.
Or maybe that's why he's been gone for a while.
That's true. That's true.
Speaking of HeroClix, I did buy the recent HeroClix box, opened it, and I didn't get the chase I wanted, which was a Wong and Madison super rare.
Nice.
Wait, they made a Madison HeroClix?
It's a 2-hero super click.
Madison, who's a character that they wrote for the She-Hulk show.
Yes.
And is in 2 episodes of She-Hulk, has a HeroClix.
Yes. And is one of the super rares and most expensive.
What are you wasting your time doing?
How do you know
Everyone here should have a HeroClix. That's insane. That's insane.
Because I didn't hit on Wong.
You got to hit on Wong.
You got to hit on Wong at the
Everybody
Magic
does.
Castle.
Everybody does.
All right, we're going to do another giveaway. We have the X-Men soda case. It does not have the soda guys in it. It is just the case.
And we did not know that it didn't have the toys in it when it was handed to us.
Yeah.
But it's a real cool purse.
It is.
Ladies, husbands, boyfriends.
Rod, you have to come up with this trivia question.
Oh,
Rod
No.
is great at
Look,
trivia.
it opens.
now
Does it?
Whoa. Empty. I mean, you could put soda in here.
Yeah.
And it even
actually, okay
says
with the
soda
soda.
on it, so you would know that you have your soda in here. What's a I'm vamping so you can come up with a
Yeah,
really
come
good
up
trivia
with this,
question.
Rod.
would it just be? It should be kind of hard, or I don't.
You've seen how smart everybody in the audience is. Gauge
Come on.
the audience.
Okay,
Everyone's gotten all the
If,
trivia questions we
if
throw
they
them.
get it wrong, we could just come up with another trivia.
We got
question.
Alan
Okay.
Scott from the audience.
So
we got-
we're gonna start with something solely my opinion,
here's a trivia question based on Rod's opinion.
and then we'll degrade from there. Who is the best X-Men?
Sir in the back.
Interesting.
Not by my opinion.
This is gonna you're going to turn this into a
You
riot.
answered first, so
Yeah,
you
go
win
for
this.
it.
Yeah.
It's Storm.
Storm!
but-
Jean Grey / Storm, close second for Storm. Congratulations, you won yourself an X-Men soda purse! Soda purse. Soda purse.
Okay, so real question for
It's
another.
Storm. It's Storm. It's okay. Your second
Yeah.
one is good.
So for
so
another
much lunch could
a real question for this one, who voices Storm in '97?
Oh, you guys
and
love
92.
your voice actors.
We
You
do because
love
we
your
get
voice
to
actors.
have drinks with the voice actors.
Especially this one deserves awards. Like,
Oh. Because she goes, wind. It's her favorite thing to do.
Well,
Well,
if
the-
you could name either of.
but especially the one that's doing it now. Well, but she's also from '92.
If you can name the other one, we'll,
Yeah, the
we'll
other
accept
one's
that.
fine.
Either or.
Yeah, we'll take either.
You forgot. Anybody? Anybody?
Also, which one are we giving?
That's the winner's choice at this
Oh,
point.
okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. How about this? What is the name of the villain in the Life Death episodes with Storm?
Ah. Also, the voice of this.
It's a big bird, I think.
Maybe we just don't do Storm questions, Rod. I'm sorry.
Who was Storm in the movies?
We got one in the back. Hold on. I haven't seen this hand. We got one in the back, sir. Whoa!
Well, and for the end of the podcast, who was the worst Storm ever? Okay, so which one do you want?
We've got Andor, Moon Knight, Obi-Wan, or Andor. Come on up. Come on up here. Give him a round of applause. His dad knows Halle Berry movies. Oh, brave soul. No, I hear very good things from literally Rod.
Yeah, I like it, but also I'm not a hardcore Star Wars fan. So
That's even better. That's probably the best sell you could give.
All right. Back to the comics.
Back to the comics. Thank goodness.
What story from the comics do you think that has not been done yet
Oh man.
that we're gonna get in the next season? Not Rod.
Not Rod? I mean, there's so many. Like, here's the thing. So the showrunner of the show was like, before you watch the finale 3-parter, go back and watch these episodes
And-
of the original X-Men show.
And then also tweeted recently, read Fatal Attractions.
Oh, interesting.
Oh.
Yes, the novelization of the Kim Basinger movie.
Yes, obviously. Yep.
So I was like, oh man, it'd be really cool if they did X-Men 2099, but I forgot that they did that in one of the original X-Men 92 episodes.
Are you thinking One Man's Worth?
Yes.
No, that is actually the origin episode for Age of Apocalypse.
That's Age of Apocalypse, not 2099?
Yes.
you're looking at the wrong host.
I don't know, man. You sure? Did you fact check this? Do you believe this guy?
Not only do we fact check it, we got it confirmed by the showrunner. So that's how I'm so confident about it.
Okay, well, I want more Age of Apocalypse. I think Age of Apocalypse, much like X-Men 2099, I think we should be getting more of that. It was wacky. We're closer now to the actual year 2099 than I think we were when the comics were created.
I was
So
in spirit as well.
in spirit as well. Very true. I think we could use something like that because I feel like it's we mess with time travel a lot. We send the X-Men forward and backwards. It'd be really cool to send everybody forward, and it'd be great for Disney to get their hands on some of those really obscure 90s 2099 and Age of Apocalypse characters. Remember Colossus had like a bandana and an eye patch. There's like some weird stuff. Look it up if you haven't seen it. It's very strange stuff. It was in the 90s. A lot of people were just trying stuff, and it was very confusing. But I loved it.
I mean, that sums up the '90s. People just trying.
People
stuff.
just trying stuff, completely sober the whole time.
Do another giveaway.
Master of transitions.
Yep, perfect. Which time traveler came from the farthest future in the X-Men?
Wow, we got a bunch of hands. We got a hand
Right
right
in the
here.
front.
Star Wars shirt.
There you go.
Oh. Oh, wait. Follow-up question for another one. Do you know whose Cable's parents are? We got a purple shirt. That's you. And whoa.
Yeah.
Oh,
Nicely done. Come on up here. He's a real
Yeah.
one. Falcon of the Winter Soldier or Obi-Wan? Choose wisely. Good call. Very good call. You're going to choose Moon Knight. You want Moon Knight instead? Yeah. Love Moon Knights. Incredible. You also don't want that one? You want a trade? All right, very good. We got an extra Moon Knight.
Yay!
Welcome back to Barter Trivia.
For me,
yeah,
I want to start seeing Cable stuck in the modern era.
Okay.
And I want to see the X-Force get formed.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Yeah.
We haven't seen X-Force.
Yeah,
I think X-Force would be great.
because we've already started to see X Factor alluded to in the original series.
Mhm.
Forge is there, Strong Guy, Multiple Man, etc. So we've gotten a lot of that team.
Yeah.
We haven't gotten outside of Cannonball. We really haven't gotten anybody with even a speaking role from X Force.
That's true. That's true.
And then that would be an excuse to have a lot of Deadpool as well.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think no matter what, we're going to need to see Deadpool in the animated universe, right? We have to,
Besides
right?
the one like morph cameo.
Yeah, the
30
one,
years.
the one morph cameo, and isn't there like a flashback? Doesn't Wolverine have like a flashback
In
and
the
he sees
train.
Deadpool?
There's
Yeah,
there's a train car thing.
yeah, and he
with-
just kind of
yeah.
looks like very
Probably.
Life LD, and he doesn't look fun at all.
No, it was before he had a personality.
Yeah, love that. Love that.
Speaking of, I know this has been like a lot of argument on the internet, but like I like that Wolverine hasn't been the centerpiece of the series.
Yeah. How do we, like everyone here who might be or might not be watching the show? How do you feel that Wolverine is kind of taking a backseat to the show? Like who loves Wolverine? Who's into the fact that like we're getting less Wolverine? Into it? All right,
Yeah,
we're getting some moderate into it. So I like that.
Because
That's good.
everybody else is great too, and so
Yeah.
we need to see them. It's not just Wolverine and friends. Like,
Well,
Yeah,
and
agreed.
in this episode that aired this week, you get to see some of the best action sequences around Wolverine and Nightcrawler.
Yeah.
So everybody who was online of saying like, when's the little guy going to do something? Like we got him to do it, and it was
Yeah. The
fantastic.
little guy,
Yeah.
Wolverine, the short king.
I mean, there was a great meme that was from The Simpsons of like, what about the guy on the front lawn? He hasn't done anything yet, and they shut the door. Everybody's saying that's what Wolverine has been this
He's
season.
had his time. He had a show called Wolverine and the X-Men.
yeah.
He's had his time to shine.
He also had a show called X-Men '92.
That's true. He also had a show called X-Men where he was very much the lead.
Where he was the only character that every season in the original had one episode dedicated to him. That
Yeah.
was like a
Yeah.
thoughtful thing.
Hugh
from that
Jackman
team.
has quit and said, never mind, 9 times to leaving the show and leaving the character. We've got enough. We need more Cyclops. I want more Cyclops. This is the first time Cyclops has looked cool, right? How
And-
cool
and-
has he looked?
and been cool.
He's been cool, but he's been kind of, I don't know. We've talked about this. He's always been whiny. I always thought Cyclops was kind of whiny in the 92 show. Like,
Oh, yeah.
Gene,
Oh, yeah.
like
But-
it was just so much.
But at the beginning of '97, like he was actually started being kind of cool.
I know,
And now,
finally.
and now he's reverted to being kind of whiny.
Yeah, I mean, granted, he has plenty of reason.
Yeah, he's got a good amount of reason. His wife was a clone. Spoiler. His son's from the future. He's played by Josh Brolin. I'd be grumpy.
But speaking like, so what I would it'd be interesting to see what you think of this. So when Jean like yelled at Scott for having the psychic connection rapport with
Yeah.
Madeline, it's like, did everyone forget that she's like made out with Logan like 2 seconds before?
Literally like 5
Yeah,
seconds
completely.
prior.
And they have not, I guess, minor spoiler, they have not come back to talk about that at all.
They have a very complicated relationship, Scott and
But so far,
Jean.
he's the only one apologizing.
It's true. He is. But she's a telepath, so she's okay. It's all good.
She did like a Jedi mind trick.
Is this the big one, John?
So before we give away our final stuff, I wanted to do this. For those of you who don't know, Rod literally will record an episode with me and then pull all-nighters to finish it on the edit. It's the work ethic he has. So I wanted to give him this
Oh,
gift
you don't have to do
for what he's done to make this
We
podcast
put
happen.
an editor in a box.
thank you. Oh, shit. Oh,
Whoa.
crap. I mean, sorry, I keep forgetting his kids here. Thank
Yeah.
you. Wait,
What is
You,
it?
you can open it. It's okay.
I just trying to figure out how to open it.
There's them in this side, maybe.
I didn't put a lot of tape on it purposely.
I'll hold you open. How
Oh,
about
thank
that? There
you.
go.
Teamwork. Thanks, John. You have to do this. Also, John calls it work ethic. I called I don't know what I'm doing.
Whoa!
Oh, that's awesome. It's a Cyclops waiting for me skateboard.
Whoa!
It's
Brandon!
awesome. And we have video for this episode.
And
that
we
I-
have video
that
for
I
this
don't really
episode.
have to
Never had
edit.
video.
He's been waiting until there was a video episode for
Right.
him to give you this gift.
No, this
He's
is
like, we
awesome.
can't do it on
I'm
audio
gonna, put
only.
this, I'm gonna put this in my background.
Hell yeah.
Awesome.
Very
Thank you.
cool.
Thank you,
We
man.
love friendship. Give it up for friendship and co-hosting.
And giveaways. Let's do.
And giveaways. What do we have? Well, let's let them pick. I don't want to come up with another question because it's hard.
Has anybody had time to Google the voice actor for Storm Simpson? I forgot I didn't say that.
No.
Nope. That was a little bit of
It is a little
cheating.
bit cheating.
Thank you. And that was a test, and you passed. You passed.
All right. Hopefully, this is an easy one.
Maybe it's how fast you are.
Name the 4 horsemen of apocalypse.
Ric Flair.
Nope.
Arn
Nope.
Anderson.
Sir.
Ole Anderson.
Yes, sir.
Very
Nice.
nice.
Feel like-
What would you like? Falcon, Winter Soldier, Obi-Wan, or Moon Knight? There you go. Very nicely done by Aaron Moorhead.
So, in the Marvel comic universe, people are always wondering, is Spider-Man a mutant? He's not.
No,
What
he got
is-
bit.
What is his actual designation for how he has his powers?
Spider. I was going to say
It
spider.
is not Spider. I can tell you that. Yes.
Mutate?
Yep.
Yeah.
You guys.
I only know that because of John.
There's a word for everything. Which one would you like? There you go. Nobody likes Star Wars. No, I'm kidding. I'm joking. Star Wars.
Okay.
Happy Star
Next
Wars.
question. Name any character that came from the Savage Land.
Oh.
Hey, from Lord of the Rings, it's Sauron. Which one do you want? Star Wars? Falcon? Yeah, man. Yeah, it's good.
All
I gotta
right.
catch up before the new one comes out.
And
Last one. This is it. Obi-Wan.
So lots
I got
of,
eyes here.
Lots and lots of pressure.
Lots of pressure. On me?
Yes. On
Oh,
no.
crap.
I don't know. I didn't count the questions in advance.
You didn't count when he handed
Should we
us a
pick
book
one?
of trivia.
There's got to be an X-Men trivia question in there, right?
That's too hard. Ooh. Name as many Infinity Stones as you can. I've got blue hat here, LA hat. What do you got? Pressure.
Well, just name any of them.
You could even say colors. Or maybe what the colors do.
They're in there.
Yeah.
If somebody has the actual answer, I'll put one more on it, but you get that one.
You get
first
this
try.
Obi-Wan! Who's got the actual answer? We got one in the back in the tan shirt behind you. Right there. There you go. Thank you. Yeah. And pizza. Everyone's favorite Infinity Stone.
Almost. There you go.
So nicely
Nice.
done. You get yourself a copy of Moon Knight Steelbook.
Also, if you missed any this round, all the podcasts are going to be giving away several 4K Blu-rays throughout the day.
And there are 6 more podcasts coming today?
5.
5 more podcasts after this.
Yes. Oh.
Continuity stone.
The continuity
It
stone.
did, but we retconned it, so
Yep.
sorry.
Well,
Yeah, Fox ignored that one.
Matt, thank you for joining us
Thank you
today.
for having me, guys.
Thank
It's
you
been a
guys all
blast.
being here for Free Comic Book Day.
Comic books. Comic books.
And up next, we got Jonathan London from Geekscape, who's going to be joined by Mark Andreyko.
Stick around. He's got trivia too, and I bet it's harder.
Or not, because everybody's been gauging the crowd today.
Dance battle.
Dance
Oh,
battle?
man. He's going to break a broom handle and let you figure it out.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Have a good one.
Hello, Golden Apple Comics. This is Jonathan London from Geekscape. Geekscape is one of the longest running geek interview podcasts, movies, video games, comic books, TV. I like to sit down with creators, whether they be actors, writers, directors, or my favorite medium, comic books, and talk about creating those things. And we're here at Free Comic Book Day outside of Golden Apple Comics, one of our favorite shops here in Los Angeles, that I'm really, really, really thankful for them inviting me. John Carl, thank you so much for inviting me, brother. And I'm sitting down with one of my favorite writer friends from the world of comics, Mark and Draco. You said earlier we've known each other like 15 years.
At least.
It's been a long time, dude.
The last time I did your podcast was over in Hollywood, and it was 2011.
Yeah.
Maybe?
Yeah,
It's-
we've been
it's
around.
crazy, yeah.
And I don't know. I mean, I think you as well are, you just stick with it. You just keep going because what else do you know?
I can't do anything else.
Right.
And the thing that's good about how awful the world is right now is there are no safe jobs. So if you're going to be poor, be poor doing something you love. You know,
I think there's a lot of wisdom in that, actually. And I know you're being a little bit facetious, but I think it's actually really true. How did you get into comic books? If there's somebody listening to this right now, whether they be listening to this on the podcast feed or sitting here at Golden Apple Comics, what is the best way to get into comic books as a writer? Was that something you intended to do? Was it a medium that you loved, or is it something that you fell into?
everyone that's listening is going to hate this.
It's fine.
I don't like telling this story either because I'm embarrassed by it. I grew up reading comics. I learned how to read when I was around 4 years old from Spider-Man comics and the Electric Company. And I worked in comic book stores.
You want to tell the audience what the Electric Company is? I'm messing with you.
Google it.
You guys know the Spider-Man meme where they're pointing to each other? It's from the Electric.
No, that's the
not-
cartoon. That's
it's
the
from the
67
cartoon.
cartoon.
Oh, wait, educate me here on
The
please.
Spider-Man on the Electric Company was a costume guy.
Okay, that was live action.
That was live action.
I thought the Electric Company was. I thought they showed the cartoon as well.
No, that was the 67 cartoon.
Oh my goodness.
Sorry to correct.
No,
you
I
on
think
your-
that's
on your own show.
fantastic. No, you should.
So anyway, when I was in college, I was working at a newsstand, and a guy came in with an animation magazine, and I was talking to him. It turned out it was P. Craig Russell, who is a big comic creator. He's known for like doing Oscar Wilde adaptations. He did the 50th issue of Sandman. He's just been around forever. And we became friends. And he had done early on in his career, he did a Doctor Strange annual in like 1974. And they gave it to another writer, and he wasn't really happy with how it ended. And I said, well, this was in the mid 90s. I said, why don't you call Bob Harris and say you want to do a director's cut and do the version you wanted? And a couple of weeks later, I saw him and he goes, yeah, we're doing the book. And I'm like, oh, cool, great. He's like, when can you start? I said, what? He's like, well, you're writing it. I said, Marvel approved that? He said, yeah. So my first official paid comic book writing job was doing a Doctor Strange one shot with P. Craig Russell. So yes, you're allowed to groan and hate me and all that because it's like Rita Hayworth being discovered at the soda fountain at Schwab's. It's like, so yeah.
And had you wanted to get into comics going into it? I mean, you loved comics, but were there any other like pursuits that you had?
I was majoring in theater. My degree is in directing, and I had really no interest in becoming a writer, but I had ideas, and I tried to give the ideas to friends to write, and I micromanaged them so much that I just said I might as well write them myself. And somehow I convinced people I can do what I kind of do this, and I've been making a living for the past like 32 years as a writer.
Oh my goodness, dude! I think that's pretty inspiring to people wanting to get into comics.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, as I get older, the thing that I find the most sexy about people is passion. Everyone should have something they're passionate about. If I'm at a party and I'm talking to someone who's a mortician and they love their job, I'm fascinated.
Right.
Because we realize that most people don't have passion in their life. We all look like we're in the Polar Express. We look like people, but there's that uncanny valley. And passion is sexy, and passion will get you to where you want to be. You might not be a huge movie star or a huge best-selling writer or a huge whatever, but do what you love. Because, you know, I didn't realize how lucky I was as a kid. My parents, since I was 6 years old, would say, do what you want to do what you love, because you're going to be doing it long after we're gone.
Right.
And I didn't realize that wasn't everybody's experience. You know, I didn't have to lie about majoring in theater in college or anything like that. My parents were fully supportive. They just wanted me, if it was something I liked, they wanted me to commit to it and go for it. So I didn't realize that level of support isn't the norm. You know, when you're a kid, you just think your experience is everybody's. So my advice could be, if there's something you love doing, everything is a challenge. Try. If you try and fail, you tried. You at least know you tried.
And if you keep at it because you have passion, that gap will close.
Oh yeah, and I'm too stupid to give up. You know, there's really nothing else I can do at this point. I'm in my 50s, so it's like I'm not going to get hired at a company, so I might as well keep doing this. You know, and it's just you know, and I'm also single, so that there's different variants too. Like,
you do not use the show to solicit please.
Oh no,
Sir.
No, but I'm saying I'm allowed to live a Spartan life and not necessarily make a lot of money.
You gonna put
every
out your
year
like
because I don't
socials while you
have
do this?
kids and a house to pay for. But you just have to figure out what scratches the itch for you, what you're passionate about, and that could be anything.
And sometimes it takes people years to do that, and sometimes life will buffet them from the left or right. They don't see it coming, and suddenly that passion changes.
Yeah. Oh,
But-
and that's another thing too. Your
yeah.
passion can change. When I started college, I thought I wanted to be an actor, and then I directed a play, and I was like, oh, I want to do this. I don't want to act.
Yeah.
So don't think that if you want to change something in the form you're interested in. A lot of times we're interested in a genre or a form of things. Like we're interested in comic books. We're interested in music. You might have thought you wanted to be a lyricist, but then you become a producer, a music producer. So you can change jobs within that thing. Don't do anything that you think you're doing because people expect it of you. Do what you want to do.
I think what I love about having done this show since 2005, 2006 is talking to people who have that passion, and it doesn't matter if it's in video games or comics or movies, but I love learning from them, and I love kind of nerding out, geeking out with them and saying, dude, totally, but you're an actor, and I don't think I could ever do that, but I do love that fire that you have that puts you through the complete rejection you will face in anything you do.
Oh yeah, and also, if you're pursuing something you love, you're instantly going to be attractive to people because you have a point of view. With the advent of the internet and our phones, kids now have all the information in their phones and nothing in their heads. When we were kids, it would be like, oh, who was that actor? Oh, I don't remember his name. And then 3 days later, I'd remember his name and I'd call you. Now you just look it up on your phone. So the technology has made us a little bit more like drones than we need to be. So find things that you're passionate about and go after them unapologetically.
Right.
And don't be afraid of learning. I'm so frustrated. And I guess this isn't really comic book. You were getting a little
No,
deep here.
I mean, but that's not what my show usually talks about, the journey of storytelling and stuff like that. But we're going to talk about your
we've
comics.
become a culture that is no longer inquisitive.
Right.
And because of certain political parties, we have become a culture that demonizes intellectualism. And when I learn something that I didn't know, or I learn something that I get corrected on, I'm not threatened by that. I'm glad I know it. The best part of being a writer is doing the research and learning stuff. You should try and learn something new every day of your life. And it doesn't have to be something huge. It can be something small. It can be like, oh, I can put cayenne pepper in tartar sauce and it makes it great. That's a win. But the lack of inquisitiveness drives me crazy because, I as a writer, I read a lot for work, so I can't read for pleasure as much as I want to. So it's like, I want to get people to ask questions.
Doesn't mean your bedside table isn't still covered in stuff.
Oh, no.
Like, my bedside table's out of control.
I'm also a big believer that you should also have more books than you can read in your life.
Right.
John Waters famously said, if someone picks you up and takes you home to their apartment and you don't see any books, don't sleep with them.
No.
And that's absolutely true. If you go to a bookstore and you walk out empty-handed, you failed yourself.
The crazy thing about Rocky 1, when Rocky takes Adrian back to his apartment, he literally got like this mattress in his living room with a knife sticking out of it. Have you guys seen Rocky recently? That's the one thing I noticed is like, yeah, you'd rather be in the woods with a bear. Well, we're talking about like, I wanted to show the Rocky. I'm sorry, we got off topic, but I wanted to show the Rocky series to my wife. She'd never seen it. And I was like, okay, we'll start with Rocky 1. And that was the scene that stuck out, was that first date where she actually goes up to his apartment and he's got a knife sticking out of a mattress in his living room, and she doesn't just turn around and leave.
And they get married.
And they end up getting married and getting a robot. Like, it's crazy.
The robot's been removed, though. He removed the robot from the director's cut. Part 3?
That revisionism's not
Part 4.
It's not my Rocky 4. Not my Rocky 4. Mark, speaking of fan bases, we have these Steel Blu-rays to give away.
Yep.
These are compliments of Disney. We've got the Andor complete first season Blu-ray Steelbook. We got Moon Knight. We've got Obi-Wan Kenobi. We got Falcon and Winter Soldier.
And we also have a box set of John Carpenter's books, Night Terrors, signed by Mr. Carpenter himself and his wife, Sandy, who publishes them.
Former Geekscape guest, Sandy Carpenter, who's amazing.
We'll be doing some John Carpenter trivia for this one.
Well, do you want to give one of these things away? We also, I was going through the trash over there and I actually found some Secret Invasion ones too. I'm sorry, Disney. I'm kidding.
They make great coasters.
I'm kidding. Man, that opening of Secret Invasion, when I'm watching the opening and it's not clips from like all the MCU stuff with scrolls like peppered in, I was like, oh no. That would have been cool, right? But you got your AI intro. Enjoy it. Anyway, how do you want to give some of these away? Do we want to go with an Andor, an Obi-Wan, or Moon Knight, or what do we want to do? Marvel or Star Wars? What do you think? Let's pick two of those geek things, Marvel or Star Wars?
Well, I know more about Marvel than Star Wars.
Okay, let's go with a Moon Knight and a Falcon Winter Soldier. We're going to go double disc. I'm going to give both of these out at once. You're getting both first seasons of those shows. Hopefully we see more seasons of these shows because I enjoyed them. Mr. Mark and Draco.
Okay, I got a question for
Yes,
the
sir.
audience. What was the color of the Falcon's original costume?
Whoa, lines, please.
Well, that's wrong, but no.
Whoa,
I saw that gentleman's arm go up first. Nope.
Not ready on.
Yep.
Green and yellow.
Well,
Mr.
No. There's going to be one. There's two
Whoa.
questions. There's two questions.
Whoa. Mike
There's two-
Wellman is he used to. Mike Wellman is working the job.
There's a question per genre. So,
Okay,
so
okay.
a good Moon Knight question.
You
What's a
earned
good
the
Moon Knight
fucking
question?
Winter Soldier at least.
I know everything about it.
Just give him some obscure Egyptian history.
No, I don't know anything
Be
about
like,
it.
who is the third guy?
I just know Moon Knight shit. I don't know real.
Whoa.
Let's see.
You ever been possessed by a demon or a god or anything? Maybe.
I think it's a good Moon Knight.
There are multiple identities of Moon Knight. You can ask about them.
Moon Knight was on a superhero team in the 90s. What superhero team was it?
He was in the West Coast Avengers. He was on the
That's correct. That's correct. West
Whoa,
Coast
he
Avengers,
just
West
named
Coast
3
Avengers.
teams, sir.
Well,
Mike
I was
Wellman,
thinking-
you have definitely earned these Blu-rays, and then you answered both of them correctly. Here you go, sir. All right, we have more things to give away. We have the. You want to give away the? Yeah, no. All right, guys. I want them to fight for them. Can we set up a fight club, or is that? All right, no. All right, let's do the Andor and Obi-Wan Kenobi steelbooks.
I have
what you got?
I have an Andor question. Diego Luna was in an Alfonso Cuarón movie that is one of the best movies most of you probably have not seen. Give me the name of the title in Spanish. You were first. That's correct.
Yeah, that is
Excellent.
it. Y tu mamá también. And then we got Obi-Wan Kenobi over here. Ask y tu mamá también. Let's do a Red Hot Chili Peppers trivia for Obi-Wan Kenobi, knowing that Flea was in this. I'm not doing that. Marvel's already mad at me. They're like, Secret Invasion season 2. This guy doesn't want it. I would watch it.
No one wants Secret Invasion season.
I would
2.
watch season 2.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Obi-Wan Kenobi question. Why would you hide the kids on his home planet? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. What flavor crisps were made from Aunt Beru and Uncle Owen?
The white milk?
I was going to make cookies for their bake show. I was going to make gingerbread men and burn them and break them up and put them in bags and sell them as Aunt Beru and Uncle Owen.
What do you got?
Oh, here's one. This is a Ewan McGregor question.
Okay.
Ewan McGregor played a thinly veiled version of David Bowie in what film opposite Christian Bale? That's correct.
Velvet Goldmine. You got this. All right. Mark, you don't just do comic book trivia. You also write them. And you've got this upcoming book in the Spawn universe about the Spawn character Annihilator.
The Violator.
The Violator.
Mhm.
Listen, I'm not a Spawn reader. And so if you're not a Spawn reader, what is this a great jumping in point for the Spawn universe? Because it's expansive. There's like Gunslinger Spawn. There's all sorts of different Spawns. It's like the number of Deadpools now, like Dogpool. There's a million Spawns. Why am I going to go pick up a Violator comic? Talk to me.
This is different in that it's a 6-issue miniseries. Each issue is 48 pages, and each issue is a different artist.
That's huge.
And
it's a lot of pages.
Yeah, trust me, I know. And it takes place. It follows Violator through the history of his existence. The first issue is the War in Heaven. The second issue takes place in the Viking era. The third issue is during the Black Plague in Paris. The fourth issue is with Rasputin and the royal family in Imperial Russia. The fifth issue is in Weimar, Germany, right before World War II. And then the sixth issue is contemporary. And it's him telling his story. And as he's a demon, he's an unreliable narrator. So you don't know what's true and what's not. And working with Todd has been a dream. I worked with Todd years ago. He was one of the original people that optioned Torso for film. And I did a Sam and Twitch book for him. And I reached out to Todd about a couple of years ago and said, hey, I have this idea. Now that you're expanding, how about this? And Todd, being Todd, since he owns everything, he's like, sure, let's do it. I'm like, oh, that was
quick.
That's so the opposite of my experience in every other creative venture.
Yeah.
But the art teams are great. Peter Kowalski's drawing the first issue, and he's doing the American Psycho comic right now. He did Nightbreed with me. He's done all sorts of stuff. He's fantastic. The second issue is Kyle Holtz, who is doing Eisner work. It looks like the love child of Bernie Wrightson and Kelly Jones.
And just different artists per issue
different artists per
because you're
issue.
doing different eras. I'm on to you, sir, so I know that you're picking these eras based on what you want to research and learn more of, or might
Well, I went
know
to
a lot
Catholic
about.
school, so I know a lot about the fall of heaven. So.
I mean, you know what? I wasn't interested, but then knowing that you were actually doing a bit of a history book as well.
Well, yeah, this is meant to be. When I was putting together Todd said he wanted something that felt Vertigo-y, and he said, that he knows I can write stuff like that. That's not in his wheelhouse.
A little Sandman.
And this is you don't, if you know Spawn characters, great. But if you don't know the Spawn characters, you don't need to. There's enough going on in this book to give you an idea of who these characters are and what's going on with them. And like I said, the art, every issue is absolutely stunningly gorgeous. I wanted them to publish a black and white version with no words in it, just so you could see how beautiful this art is. Everybody's bringing their A game, and there's going to be I think we're doing a panel for it at San Diego, and it comes out in August. It's going to be monthly starting in August.
Dude, you got to be stoked.
Yeah, it's exciting. And when you look at it, 648-page book, that's a lot of pages.
Is there a comic book character that you haven't done that you are like thirsting for, that you're like, I would want to knock that out of the park? That's the character I grew up with, or that's the one I love, or have an angle on that I would love to do.
I've peripherally gotten to write almost everybody I've wanted to.
That's why I asked.
But if I had the chance to write like from the big two, some characters that I would love to do an arc of Spider-Man. I don't really have any interest in doing a monthly regular book with any of those characters because it's all now so event organized.
No, you want a story. You want a beginning, middle, and
say,
end.
here's
Yeah.
12 issues. I'll do that.
Mhm.
I have a couple of Batman projects that I would love to do. I would love to do a Hawkman book. I would love to do a Hawkman book and do it set in ancient
Egypt.
Egypt. And
Yeah.
do Gladiator and that sort of thing with it. But yeah, it just depends. I mean, I never thought I would like writing Supergirl, and when I got that gig, I loved writing Supergirl.
Why didn't you think you'd like that?
I didn't think I would dislike it, but I
Right.
just didn't have any. I was like, oh,
It wasn't
and then,
one that you-
and
yeah.
then when I found the hook for it, I was like, oh, now I want to do it. The hook for my arc on Supergirl was, she talked to Clark. She's like, Clark, for you, Krypton is theoretical. You were a baby,
Yeah.
but I was 14. I'm technically older than you, and every single person I knew and loved died. So for me, I have like PTSD from Krypton. It's just theoretical. You don't remember Krypton.
Clark is like, I got a surprise, and brings out Kandor, and is like, all your old
and then
friends
General
from the
Zod
city, the city of Kandor.
And then Zod steps on it.
Yeah.
But finding that inroad, for any of these big superhero characters, it's like writing mythology. You want to find the human kernel within it that
Yeah.
gives them. And for her, having to deal with her grief and process who she is and having lost everything was interesting. And that sounds big and heavy in it, but
no,
it's
but you're
not,
writing
but
a
it's a
teenager
motivation.
book.
Yeah.
You're writing a book about a teenager suffering loss.
Yeah.
And
Not just a loss of
the loss.
everything.
Right.
What
was the reception on that book? It actually sounds like a really
pretty good. I mean, those characters are always a hard sell, but I got to work with Kevin Maguire, and Kevin Maguire for the great Unwashed Amongst You did the Justice League with Keith Giffen. That was the comedy Justice League.
The late,
that's known
great
for the
Keith
great.
Giffen.
Oh, Keith was amazing. It's known for the great Batman punching Guy Gardner in the face, one punch. But working with Kevin Maguire is like being an actor and having Robert De Niro be in your student film. It's like
Right.
I get to work with these people who literally, if I had never read their work, I'd be a different person. I was friends with George Perez. That's ridiculous.
How do you even go on from there? Right.
It's just like, it's just amazing. And what's really interesting about the comics community is that lots of the bad apples get lots of press, and that's always the way it is. The squeaky wheel gets the grease. But the comics community is so great. I mean, I'm friends with Walt Simonson. What is that about?
It's pretty awesome.
Wheezy, his wife, presented me an award in a Baltimore Con a few years back, and it was like this full circle moment for me where I was like, I never thought this would happen. And there's a great story about Walt. Walt and George are late George Perez were two of the best ambassadors for comics. When Walt Simonson revived Thor, sort of in the
historically
80s,
revived Thor.
Yeah, it did the best Thor ever.
Yeah.
I met him at a convention in Cleveland when I was like 13 years old, and he was at his table, and I started talking to him. And he talked to me not like an artist talking to a fan or an adult talking to a kid. He talked to me like a person. And every time I see Walt, I tell that story again, and he doesn't remember it, nor should he, because he sees so many people. But I was like, that influenced me, because I was like, oh, this guy is not only super talented and good at what he does, but he's a good person. Yeah. And we all see things. We all see things like Buffy the Vampire Slayer, where suddenly you can't watch them anymore because of the things these creators have done.
Yeah.
And there are so many great people in comics who are their talent is only exceeded by the character that they have, and that's what's really lovely. It's like, you know, it's like a sleepover, like let's put on a show sort of thing, and you want that sort of energy. So I've been very fortunate in my career to get to meet a lot of my idols and to work with a lot of them.
The one that I name drop like crazy because he let me moderate for him for years at his own convention was Stan, because like there was one year in 2016 I'd gotten separated. And you met my ex-wife. And it wonderful, but we'd gotten separated, and I'd like removed my wedding ring, and Stan had asked if I could moderate a Legends of Comics panel with Todd McFarlane and other people from Image, and I said no. And then a friend of mine who's been on the show many times, Cooper Barnes, who plays Captain Man on Nickelodeon, Danger Force, he said, Jonathan, I always wanted to meet Stan. I don't know if he's going to be with us much longer. How can I do this? And I said, well, if I take the panel back, I can bring Cooper backstage to meet Stan, take a photo, and I'll just host the thing. I wanted to crawl into a hole if anybody's been through something like that. And I really wasn't feeling like being in public, much less at a giant comic book
sometimes
convention.
that's the way when you need to do it, because when you're pulled out of your funk and you realize, oh,
dude,
life does progress.
Mark, I'm sitting on stage and I'm throwing the questions and we're having fun for the most part. I'm seeing everybody's hands and they're all wearing wedding rings. And I feel like the biggest loser. And I just want to get off that stage.
I paid all those people to wear wedding rings.
And I realized like nobody's talking and they were waiting for another question from their moderator who's totally checked out. And then after I just want to get out of there. And after the panel's done, everyone wants to take a photo. And I said, you guys have fun with your photo. I'm not a legend of comics. I'm going to slink off. And as I'm slinking off, Stan grabs my elbow and he goes, get in here. You're part of this, ain't you? And that was Stan. Stan was like, I'm here to make your day better and to make you happier. And that's why he co-created a lot of this stuff. And you feel it whenever Spider-Man is hopeful. Like Spider-Man, Peter is Stan in a lot of ways, right? Let's give out the Carpenter stuff because that looks awesome. Storm King Comics is Sandy Carpenter's banner. They do awesome horror books.
And every Halloween, Golden Apple has a signing for the newest John Carpenter's Tales of Terror or whatever that year's collection is.
Sandy's awesome. Sandy's been on the show. She's wonderful. Let's think of a cool trivia to do for this giveaway.
We can do some John Carpenter trivia.
Sure. Was he really out of bubblegum? I'm kidding.
No. John Carpenter directed Kurt Russell in 5 films.
5 films. I can name maybe 3.
Name all 5 of them.
Name all 5 films.
If you can name all 5 of them without looking on your phones, not only will you get this, I'll give you one of each of these.
You get 4 steel books.
Okay. This gentleman had a hand up first, so go ahead.
The Thing. Big Trouble in Little China. Escape from New York. Bring it home, baby. Bring it home. Who wants to come in for the steal?
I think with him 10, 9.
We got 3 out of 5. I saw Junior's hand go up next. Junior's hand went up next. Junior's hand went up next. You got
okay.
What? Escape from LA. How can you forget the surfing scene?
Okay, and what else?
¿Qué más?
Yes.
Elvis.
Oh shit.
I forgot about Elvis.
TV movie.
And
it was a TV movie.
And it's actually fantastic. It's one of the best Elvis films ever made.
Wait a minute. It's better than the one where... No, I'm kidding. I'm not going to besmirch the Tom Hanks Colonel.
Giving away stuff. Giving stuff away is fun. Let's figure out.
Okay, let's give it... We got 4... We got too many of these Blu-rays. We got one more Falcon Winter Soldier. Is that a rumor about Sam getting a helmet in the movie to hide him? It's not a rumor. It's not real, right? He has no cowl, right? They're covering his face? Okay, just goggles? Okay, we can live with that. All right. I'd seen a rumor that they were going to cover Sam Wilson's head and give him like an Ant-Man helmet. I'm glad it's just a rumor, Geekscapists. All right. What do you want to give away, Mark?
Well, we got all this stuff to give away. We can figure out some questions.
I just realized Matt Robb, who did the show before us, is a cheater because he has this book of comic book trivia, and it's almost comedic that he used this book as a cheat sheet. He's like Biff from Back to the Future. This is his this is his sports betting book. All right. You want to pull it out of Matt Robb's cheater book?
Oh, these are so easy.
They may not be easy to our audience though. There are a couple Marvel ones just right here on the that one's too easy.
Oh,
there's a Spawn related
I got
one right there.
I got a Star Wars one. What was the name of the Green Rabbit character in Star Wars created for the comic book?
You got it.
Yep.
Okay.
Obi-Wan or Andor? Which one do you want?
All right. You got Andor. Dude, your not so knowledgeable Geekscape host was going to yell out Bucky O'Hare because I love Green Rabbits. He predated Bucky O'Hare. All right. Marvel, there's a lawsuit
And
there.
I think that character's that rabbit's skull appears in one of the Star Wars comic books.
You can make your own. What planet is he from? Adupa? We can't even test if that's real or not. So come up here and get whatever you want. Google real quick. Take whatever. I'm messing with you, bro. I'm messing with you, bro. Sir, we don't want to fight here. All right. This is a comic store, sir. There are kids. Do not put the kid down. Do not use him as a weapon. All right. It's audio theater. Listeners don't know that it's not real.
Okay, here's a Spider-Man question. This one isn't that difficult, but we'll see. Gwen Stacy, we know, was killed by the Green Goblin. Who killed her father?
Who killed Captain Stacy? It's really famous. It's a canon event.
You in the pink?
In the pink? Who killed Captain Gwen Stacy in the Spider-Man comics? It's pretty famous.
Nope.
It wasn't Kingpin. Nope. Guys, you guys know this? Who said it?
First?
Tom Pinchuk knew it. Tom Pinchuk, once I was going to have a water tower land on me, and Tom Pinchuk stopped it. And that was the scene right there, was the water tower falling off the building. Tom Pinchuk does haunt me. Comic book writer Tom Pinchuk. Tom, which of these do you want, man? Or do we just start throwing these?
No.
Okay.
What
do you want? You want Obi-Wan? Okay, I got an Obi-Wan for you right here, brother. All right. Whatever you want, man.
Okay, here's an obscure, stupid, goofy question. On the cartoon Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends, when he was roommates with Iceman and Firestar and lived with Aunt May had a dog. What was the dog's name? Nope.
Yo, these are hard, Mark.
Hey!
Miss what? Miss Lion? Bro, okay, which one do you want? You want to close out the Marvel deal and get a Moon Knight?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. All right.
And I see how many little kids are in the audience. I see one over there.
Oh,
and one
we
over
just
there.
give these to them.
How about would you like an Andor or would you like an Obi-Wan Kenobi?
Andor?
And what would you like, sir?
What would you like, kid?
We got Captain America, we got Moon Knight, we got Obi-Wan, and we got Andor.
What do you think? Give them the horror books. I'm kidding.
There you go.
This one might be scary. The Moon Knight stuff got some scary stuff in it, but we got some Star Wars. This one's a little
Obi-Wan. That's a good one.
There you go. Obi-Wan. It'll introduce you to the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Here we got 3 left.
We got
Let's come
3
up with
left
3
here.
Questions. 3 more questions. Let's see here. Trying to think of ones that are fair to ask because
They gotta be fair.
There's obscure ones.
They gotta be fair. We almost started a fight. You and your freaking obscure 1960s trivia almost started a fist fight out there.
Moon Knight was one of the first projects for a very famous Marvel Comics artist known for the New Mutants. What is that artist's name?
Yes, sir. Bill Sienkiewicz. You nailed it.
It's actually Sienkiewicz, but
Sienkiewicz?
we won't give a.
The only way I remember that is listening to podcasts talking about comics.
If only I had knowledge about like biochemistry, I could have a Nobel Prize. But I know
You didn't have a passion for it.
I know Ms. Lion was Aunt May's dog.
With that little pink bow, she kept her hair up in like a little bow.
Here's one. What Golden Girl was in the Star Wars Christmas special?
You guys should know this one.
Who said
He said B. Arthur. Right there.
What?
What do you want? Andor or Falcon Winter Soldier? Falcon Winter Soldier. All right, catch. I'm kidding. It's Steelbook, bro. It's hard. It'll bounce off your head. I'm gonna keep it right here for you, Junior, from the hashtag show.
Okay, we got one left. We got Andor left.
We got Andor. All right.
Who else is in this other than Diego Luna?
You got Gollum in it. Smeagol's in it.
Andy Serkis?
Yeah. Andy Serkis can't swim.
Oh, okay.
Remember that scene in Andor?
Andy Serkis has directed 2 movies recently based on existing properties. One went directly to HBO Max, and the other was a big theatrical hit. Name both of them.
Oh.
Let's see if there's anybody else who hasn't won.
You can name one of them. You can name one of them. I know you can name one of them.
That wasn't the. Was that the title? It was called. Yeah.
They renamed it Mowgli. He did do the adaptation.
And what's the other film?
And what's the other film? Oh, dude, you know this. What you got? He did Let There Be Carnage, the Venom 2. He did. All right, here's Andor. Sir, I'll leave it right here for you. All right, we've given away everything. You give away your hat.
No.
Mark, listen, what do you want to leave the audience with going into August when your book is coming out? This new Spawn.
Pre-order it if you can. It'll be in the solicitations, not the ones right now, but the next month. Pre-ordering helps a great deal. They're going to be variant covers. But they're freely orderable. They're not going to be like $100 1 in 100 covers. There's going to be 2 covers on each issue. I'm exceedingly proud of the book. And even if you don't like me, the book is worth buying just to look at the art, because all 6 art teams are doing literally the work of their career, and you don't need to know Spawn to enjoy the book or the Violator. But if you do, there's Easter eggs for you. But if you don't, it's a nice ride through history. And like I said, it's something I'm exceedingly proud of. And Todd's price, I think it's $4.99 for a 48-page book. So that's
great.
Todd, when you're the king of the world, you can keep your books priced fairly. So and hopefully we'll be doing a signing here at Golden Apple when the book is out. So yeah, absolutely. But I've got other irons in the fire. You know how it is in Hollywood.
No,
you can't
come back
talk
on
about
Geekscape.
anything, so yeah, absolutely.
Whenever you got any more of those irons. And guys, thanks for listening to this. Mark will be around to answer questions, hang out, listen to Geekscape on any of your podcatchers, and we'll catch you next time. Thanks for being a part of this.
Woo!
by just moving my mouth a lot. We're live.
We're
All
live.
right. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Delulu Canoe Podcast. Woo! We're a variety show that invites guests and people from anywhere and all walks of life to talk about things that make them Delulu, which basically means a little delusional. It's kind of like your Roman Empire, the thing that you can't get out of your head, and nerd culture is definitely no exception. I got two nerds here with me. We got Miss Chrissy Lynn.
Hi.
What's your favorite nerd culture?
DC Comics. I'm a big Catwoman fan.
Yeah.
It's my number one Batman.
Love that. And we are so lucky to have our editor here with us, Chompy.
Hello.
All right. And what's your nerd culture?
Star Wars is my favorite, obviously, and I'm Vadered up today, and I got a cat named Vader, so pretty much covers it.
And I'm a big anime fan, so I watch a lot of like My Hero, Pokemon. I am wearing Star Wars today, but it's kind of a joke that I'm a little bit of a Star Wars fake fan. So don't ask me any trivia on Star Wars because it's embarrassing. My favorite character is Jar Jar Binks. That's how you know. But we do have some trivia here, and we have some good little goodies to give away. So stick around to answer some really difficult trivia questions.
There's like two really challenging ones, maybe, and then there's a bunch of pretty fun, easy ones. But yeah.
But it's going to be great. So stick around for that. We'll do that in a little bit. We did prepare some Delulus for you, and we're curious because we actually have a live audience here if they relate to some of our Delulus, things that drive us a little nuts. But I know Chompy brought one about video game culture.
Yes, specifically the new Fallout show, and maybe you guys have seen this going around Twitter. Someone decided that Lucy, who is beautiful, they decided let's see her butt bigger and rounder for some reason.
Wait,
and like in a latex suit.
So they edited?
They edited a side by side of the poster from Fallout with Lucy back to camera wearing her vault suit, looking normal, having a normal one, and then
It's just
guy
Power
was
Girls
like,
boobs all over
I
again.
am not attracted to this, and I need her to look better, so I am attracted to her. So he literally inflated her butt, made it look like she's wearing a
Just
latex
two balloons squeezed
latex
into
suit,
her.
yeah,
Okay.
and was like, "There, that's better."
And that was for the movie poster? Or like
It's the TV show poster, yeah. And he posted this
Oh.
on Twitter.
Great. Okay, so this wasn't like the company doing it. It was just like
No,
a
no,
fan
no,
that
this
was
is a
like, let me
random.
help fix. Okay.
Oh, they're helping.
Interesting.
They're helping, yeah.
Interesting.
You know, my cats help me sometimes.
Do they
knock
edit your
everything
photos for
down.
you?
They do.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate that so many fans of these great shows and comics and movies have never seen a woman before. And there was a controversy several years ago with Aloy from Horizon Zero Dawn having facial hair, which all people have. Men have, women have,
Yes.
non-binary people. You grow hair on your face. And so this video game that is very advanced in making insane graphics was like, we're going to make Aloy the most realistic person, video game face ever. And she's going to have facial hair. You're going to be able to see that. She has little peach fuzzes.
That's cool.
It's so a lot of people on Reddit were actually like, this is crazy. This detail is amazing. And then a couple of people were like,
too much,
girl,
too much
free
detail."
face hair. And yeah, so that's my Delulu is people admitting I've never been within 3 feet of
of a femme, a woman. Oh no.
Yeah, it's
a good Delulu.
interesting. It is. It
It's
is
a
a good
good
Delulu.
Delulu.
It's interesting that like the video games that all of us have played collectively are like so different in the best kind of way because you never know what game is really going to slap with the audience. I grew up playing the video games where you got to like adjust your character and like make them as wild as you wanted them to be. So my characters would always be like 7 feet tall because I'm petite and short. And then I'd make them have like really lanky arms. So when we talk about like body dysmorphia today, I was like, nah, I don't care about any of that. I want my Sims character to look wild.
I mean, Lara Croft gave me the worst body dysmorphia
no.
my entire life.
They're
with her-
so pointy.
The evolution and de-evolution and re-evolution of her breasts. Just constant changing.
That was another one recently is people were complaining. They're like, Laura Croft is unattractive and you can't even look at her now. It's like,
What?
guys,
Aw.
what were you playing
And then
first?
we just,
You were
I think
looking
we
at
just
her.
changed her entire. It was like 14 years ago. They made her a little bit more realistic, I think.
Oh,
But yeah, because I'm old. I'm the oldest one at this table.
Aw.
I'm like thinking about good old 16-bit Lara Croft.
We miss
Yeah,
her.
I didn't see her. I was more of like the Samus Metroid when she would have like all the full armor,
yeah.
and then like
And that was a nice
before
surprise,
She was
the-
identified,
Yeah.
as a gender. Like it was just kind of like,
They're
oh,
like, oh,
Samus
it's
is
a
a he, and then they were like, just kidding, she's
It's
a
like only the
she.
baddies in armor are male, and it's like, can we not? I don't. That's not always true.
Yeah. I grew up playing like The Sims.
I love The
so,
Sims.
yeah, and then like a little bit of Metroid was like my genre. I didn't really get into like Mario or like Pac-Man because I felt like I like to solve things. I like puzzle games. So
Mhm.
to me, like I play Valheim currently is like one of my favorites.
You should play Uncharted if you like puzzles.
Oh, I've actually never heard of that one.
Uncharted series, Nathan
Yeah.
Drake. Oh, it's like the dude bro version
They
of
just
Lara
had a
Croft.
movie.
Yeah, they just made
Oh.
they started a franchise. We'll see what happens in the
It's not
the
gonna
second.
happen.
No,
It was a
it's,
Tom
yeah.
Holland movie.
Yeah, it's so sad.
Interesting.
And
But yeah,
was it Marky Mark in there too?
Yes, Mr. Mark Wahlberg as Sully, and oh my gosh, why is he blinking? Tom Holland is
Yeah,
Nathan
yeah,
Drake.
yeah,
so
yeah.
you're
Little
just-
Spidey.
yeah. Huh.
It was a good idea, but you know.
What
Just a
about
thought.
Borderlands? Are you
Just
guys
a
excited
thought.
about Borderlands?
I am so excited about Borderlands.
I don't know anything about
I don't know
Speaking
anything
of
about the
femme
game, but
energy,
yeah.
So I'm excited that Kate Blanchett and Gina Gershon are like in their 50s, and I could be wrong, and they're playing Lilith and Mad Moxie, who are two main characters in the game.
But that was
And I'm just-
another
another
controversy
thing,
online.
yeah.
People being like, "She's too old to be this person." It's like, was her age ever established?
No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
No. All I know is Mad Moxie has had like 4 husbands. Maybe
Oh.
no,
So she
3.
needs to
3.
have time
She's
to
looking
have
for
done
number
that.
4.
She needs to have the time,
The time
of being on the
and
planet.
she's also badass. And Gina Gershon, and we just get one like second of it in the trailer, and I was like, oh, that was my time. But yeah, so that'll be fun. But I have heard the Fallout series is really good.
Mhm.
Fallout is awesome. If you guys haven't seen it yet, it rules. I haven't played the game myself. I've only played a little bit of the game myself. I've watched someone play through all the way, but there's so many little Easter eggs, so many great things. Walton Goggins, I'm obsessed with him.
I do want to watch
Give
it.
me a
though.
man
I'm
with no
still
nose.
catching up on X-Men 97 though. Anybody like X-Men original animated? You know, yeah.
Yeah.
Yesterday I got to be on set with Lenore Zan and just secret. I probably should have said that.
Oops. Cut that part out. Oh,
Okay,
she posted.
so
It's okay.
You're good. You're in the clear.
I'll just text her
Should
like
we
I
do?
saw that.
Well, I think we should do some trivia,
Trivia!
over here
Some
because we have some
trivia.
great things to give away.
Do we want a hard question or an easy question? How about a maybe hard question, day appropriate, since it is
Sure.
May the 4th? Let's
Yeah.
do some Star Wars trivia. Okay, so
hold on. We're giving away
Yeah,
some
what are we
steel
giving away?
books here. We have Moon Knight. This is complete first season. We have Obi-Wan Kenobi, complete first season.
Woo!
Falcon and Winter Soldier, complete first season.
Wow.
And Andor, complete first season. Great opportunities to get into these shows if you have not seen them, or even if you have already enjoyed them, watch them again. Show them to somebody you love.
Yeah,
They're all great.
Yeah. I still haven't watched Andor, and I feel really
It's
bad about
so
my Star Wars fandom.
I'm sorry.
Is
It's
it?
what?
It's so good. I've heard it's incredible. I've heard it's incredible.
Oh, it makes you want to just
Does it?
Oh,
Does
break
it,
out
Chompy?
something.
Does it make you want to chomp, Chompy? Okay. So first trivia question.
First question.
What is the name of the is the name of the actor who did Star Wars, the original New Hope, didn't want a credit for that film, went on and did the other. I see you raising your hand prematurely. Went on to then ask for a credit in Return of the Jedi.
This is a hard one.
Yeah.
Did not want to be credited in A New Hope. Asked for the credit in Return of the Jedi. Main character.
No,
It is
it's
not.
not. That's a good answer, though. All right. Anybody else?
Any guesses?
Big main character.
Mm?
What's his name?
There
Yes.
we go.
Amazing.
There you go. Come on up here and collect
Yeah,
your
he was
prize.
in the studio. He did 6 hours of just voice work, and
You
then he's like,
can.
I don't need a
Thank
credit for
you.
that.
And it was
'cause,
David Prowse in the suit. 7 foot tall Scottish man.
Ooh.
Craziest voice you've ever heard.
Wow.
Watch some behind the scenes clips of David Prowse in the suit because he was like, well, I should be Darth Vader. You hear that man's voice? Mm-mm.
He's
Mm-mm.
not fit for Darth
Oh
Vader.
my God. It sounds crazy.
But for a fun bonus question, Warwick Davis, who did he play? Yes.
Come
on and get a
come get something. Yeah. Pick your poison. Let's go.
I've got Ewoks on my skirt right now.
Which would you like?
I haven't seen Andor.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
we got another
one.
Andor
Amazing.
fan.
All right. Do we want to do
I might take one for
another?
me.
Oh well. I mean, there's two here.
Let's do another trivia while we're
Okay,
here. We're
all
starting
right.
to get some people excited.
Do you want another hard one or an easy one?
Do a hard
Easy.
one.
We got an easy.
Oh,
All
this
right.
one's very well. Let me look at the crowd. Okay, could be easy. I learned this today. Who is the first Pokemon?
Number 1, Pokédex.
It is
It
not
is not.
Charmander. Whoa, whoa.
You in the white?
It is Bulbasaur. Come on up here.
We love it. Amazing.
Bulbasaur is number 1.
Of course you can. Thank you for asking so politely.
Yay.
Y'all have such good manners.
I love
It's
it.
been a while since I've done a live event. Can you tell? I'm like, wow, you're nice. All right, should we do one more?
One more.
And then
Okay.
we'll
Okay.
talk about more stuff. Go for it.
Some of these are pretty easy or hard.
Do a hard one. Hard one.
It's subjective. Easy to me could be hard for you, and vice versa.
Do a hard
So easy. Here's a real easy one. Let's see. Very easy. Who resides at 221B Baker Street?
Oh, Neil.
Oh, you're so close.
Not Dr.
You got that? You have the
So
right
close.
man.
Yes. Same difference.
Don't
You
feel
were
bad.
there.
You're like, I know Benedict
Don't feel bad. I
Cumberbatch.
didn't know. It's fine.
Which
I'll
one
give
is
you a
he?
fake fan ribbon when we're done.
Yeah, which one would you
Okay,
like?
6 Sailor Moon shirt.
I know it is pretty great.
It's a tough choice. It's a tough choice.
I haven't watched Andor, but I hear it's really good.
It
Dig
slaps. See,
Andor! Woo, woo, woo,
I'm
woo,
getting the
woo.
people excited.
Getting them hyped.
Should we?
The hype
I
is
mean,
real.
you've tried to answer two.
I
Should we give
know.
you?
Yeah, let Neil have one.
Yay!
And
Neil
your
knew
shirt's
it.
Your
feminist.
sweatshirt is
Yes.
The feminist can absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Neil knew it in his heart.
Aw. And Mother's Day. Is it Mother's Day coming up too? Like this could be a great gift for your mom. Or did Mother's Day already pass?
No, Mother's
it's
Day is
coming up.
next.
Hi, Mom. Just kidding.
Weekend.
Also, hi,
Oscar
Mom.
Isaac, man.
So while we're out here, we wanted to talk about some other fun events that you can go to in California or even around the United States, just
Yeah.
because some of these events are really fun to be at. It also is like cosplay, kind of nerd culture. I would even be open to like Neo or
Let's give a little quick background though
Sure.
of your experience with some. We're talking about conventions.
I'm actually pretty new to the convention circuit, if I'm being transparent. I've been in the cosplay community for many years, but I started doing a California cosplay conventions around like 2021-ish when the Panini was leaving. And I was really lucky that I did a con in Florida before everything had happened. So I got like the real con experience, built my own cosplays. I stilt walked in one of them. And then the other one, I built my own shield. My first cosplay was technically Tafiti from Moana and also Wonder Woman.
Woo.
And I got into the community because I worked for the Walt Disney World Company. I played some of their iconic face characters. And I love the idea of like transforming, putting on a wig, and just like being someone else for the day. So that made me fall in love with the cosplay community. And now I get invited to cons all the time. Our Delulu podcast gets a lot of attention in the cosplay community. So I'm really lucky that the community has been so kind to me, being kind of a newbie. But what about you both? Do you want to share some cosplay?
Well, I've been attending conventions. My very first one was 2004 at San Diego Comic-Con, when you can walk in on a Saturday and buy a day pass.
Whoa.
There was no lotteries or registration. There was none of those things. And I think I met Jim Ballant there for the first time, who is iconically known for his Catwoman artwork in the 90s. And yeah, I've been going. It's my backyard. I'm SoCal born and raised. It's the con I always go to. But you did mention your Florida con, which is MegaCon, which I'd done 2 shows there as a guest. And that's a really fun con. It's huge.
Yeah.
But yeah, San Diego is like the big one for me. And I think we had you go last year for your first time. What was your thoughts on that one?
On San Diego?
Yeah.
I mean, it's part of my Delulu, so I'm gonna wait and talk about that in a second.
let's hear what
I want to get
Chompy-
Chompy's experience
sure,
out there.
Yeah. I've been cosplaying since at least, I mean, Halloween's always been my favorite holiday. So I feel
Yeah.
like dressing up for Halloween still counts as cosplay. So I've been doing that literally forever. I can't remember my first convention, but probably since 2013, I've been doing the convention scene. And cosplaying at convention, totally different from cosplaying at home.
Oh yeah.
It's you need to plan for so many other contingencies when you're out and about.
You
and
need the repair kit.
You need
a
your
handler
glue gun on you.
Yes.
Yeah, you need a lot of tools and attendants to help you stay safe and put together.
Oh yeah. Do you what's your favorite cosplay that you've ever done?
Favorite ever? That's hard to say. I mean, I'm really still, I mean, this isn't a cosplay. I did make a giant circuit board dress that weighs 10 pounds that I went to
so
Neotropolis with.
Yeah.
Thank you. I won most innovative in the costume contest. So that's the one I'm most proud of right now because that took literally a week of gluing stuff and planning and redoing plans.
That's technically an original character.
It is an original character. Yes, it's based on an Italian fashion dress. Was the original one that I saw. But yeah, I don't know why I saw a high fashion dress and was like, I should try and make that myself.
Because it's fun.
It was. Yeah. No. I mean, it was being able to wear it and having all of my lights work and having my 10,000 rhinestones sparkling. It was worth it. So yeah,
it was so cool.
Thank
you.
I love the process of it.
Thank you.
So since we all three have been to a lot of events, cosplay cons, and even just like outside of the cosplay community, we've been to a lot of like events that are themed. I wanted to allow us each to talk about our favorite event, and Chrissy accidentally outed mine, so I guess I'll go first. Mine is San Diego Comic-Con. I really like the outdoor atmosphere of it, and I wish I would have went before the strike was happening because I feel like it would have been a lot more immersive and a lot more things would have been happening probably if, you know, actors weren't trying to fight for better wages and safety against AI. But in my opinion, the people that went to the con were the most kind that I've ever witnessed. And also I felt like the costumes were top tier. There were so many people that had iconic builds. And I felt like it was such a good con to really immerse yourself in the community. Just based on the experience I had, I thought it was so much fun.
I mean, the location is kind of the selling point. Always has been for me. And right there on the water, the Gaslamp Quarter, you've got that whole outdoor
It's really
on
beautiful,
Fifth
yeah.
Street strip. And it's just, you can take the con outside and now the con is outside.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, the cosplay tends to be pretty top tier.
Yeah.
At least I feel like it used to be pre the Panini and then it's gotten a little different. And then the strike, of course, not helping with the IP and the use of the IP. But yeah, no, it's a good one. I'm glad that you liked that one.
Yeah, definitely like number one for me.
I mean, my number one is I love San Diego, but it's going to be Dragon Con. Dragon Con is going to be my
okay.
That is the cosplayer con to me. That is like cosplay reunion con. That is, you can bring out your biggest, best, amazing, epic builds, anything you compete in. You can pull out a Saturday morning cartoon character, an obscure SNL sketch, you know, and everyone knows what it is. And like the age range is, I mean, it's very adult. You're not going to see children there. It's not very kid friendly.
I mean, I saw a lot of kids this last year.
I mean, yeah,
There's a
but
lot of kids.
the other known name for it is Party Con or, you know, Cosplay Con or that
meet
other word that starts with an O con.
and show them your hotel room con.
Yeah, I mean,
There's a lot of
you
that.
can find that anywhere, but I mean, it's Yaya's also hometown, so she's there, and she's kind of like, you know, Yaya being the ambassador of cosplay. She usually brings out her big guns, but it's just a constant nonstop day and night, and there's people bring 3 cosplays a day there.
Yeah.
There's
I
the
was one of
aquarium.
those.
Yes, you were. If you have the time. It's just great for photos and lots of good networking, but not the kind of networking that San Diego provides because that's
Yeah.
very studio driven. Those are industry people. Dragon Con is where the industry folks can go and not be bogged down by Hall H or fans running up to get autographs or get things signed. They could just kind of be, you know, you're in an elevator going up in the Marriott up to like the 42nd floor and James Gunn is just standing next to you casually. Like there's no weird pressure about like being a celebrity there. They can just go and have fun.
Which we love that. We love letting loose and having a good time. All right, Chompy, what would you say is your favorite event that you've been to?
Let's see. Besides Neo, my favorite convention is a spooky convention. It's Midsummer Scream. Have you guys been to that one?
Midsummer Scream.
Spooky Halloween convention. So all Halloween vendors, and they also, the best part is they have walk-through mazes. So it's not
that's
just
cool.
for horror nights. You can go to this convention and go into spooky mazes, see some monsters. There's all kinds of really cool monster cosplays and demonstrations of makeup, special effects, makeup being done. It's
good vendors too.
And oh my god, I literally
spooky attire.
I have to hide my wallet from myself
I usually
because
spend a lot of
and I
money
need to put blinders on when I'm leaving because I get to do one loop, I get to pick one thing, and then we have to shut it down because otherwise.
I mean, speaking of picking one thing, it's the same weekend as San Diego Comic-Con this year, which, you know, just to drop a nail in there, it's one
San
of those-
Diego's too big for me. I'm like very overwhelmed by it, and so I would
fair.
much rather have a smaller.
Go to
contained
Midsummer for
experience.
me.
Yeah, I will.
There you go.
Don't
Yeah,
mind if I do.
please.
All right. Well, we do have some other trivia questions. I'm starting to see a lot of people moving around. So let's try to get some
Who
people
wants some
free
free fun stuff? Trivia.
All you have to do is know something. You don't even have to know the right
Anything.
something. Even if you try, we'll
Rod
give you
comes back.
something.
Okay, here's a very, very easy one. This is the easiest one. Name any Star Wars droid. Any Star Wars droid at all. Do we have it? Is this a challenge?
What?
Yes.
Chopper. Yeah, come on up here. You win a prize.
With the Falcon?
It is.
Chopper.
Yes, Chopper does a murder.
Yes.
Yeah. What would you like?
You have it.
Yeah.
Our last
Yes.
Andor, right? Or is there another one?
Oh, there's one
darn.
up there, but
Oh, there's one left.
Okay.
Is there a box somewhere?
It's. I thought. Okay,
Okay,
great.
all right.
This is the last of its
All right.
kind.
we have one more.
It's also. Oh, this is the last of its
The
kind.
last
Oh,
Andor.
okay.
Dun, dun, dun.
All right.
What else we
let's
got?
See. This is pretty. This should be very easy unless you are a reader instead of a watcher. But in the MCU, who is the second Black Panther?
Ooh.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so it wasn't that easy. There's a little hesitation up there.
There's a little shyness. It's all good. It's all
Because I have a
good.
really hard one in here.
I forgot
but-
her name when I was coming up with the question. So
It's gonna be.
Yeah. Let's go. See, you should have had us here doing this all day. We're
This
giving these
trivia,
away like
yeah.
it's free.
Candy.
Oh, wait.
Like there are business cards that we did not bring. This is yeah.
Also, for anybody who heard us and took stickers off the table, thank you. We've got Delulu Canoe stickers. I think we got some other stickers from some other podcasts that were here earlier
Little
today.
information table over
Yeah,
there.
be sure to check
Check
it out.
out
Get
Grab
some
some
comics.
Canoe
Go
on
inside the store too,
YouTube.
guys. It's a good shop in there. All right. Should we do another one?
Let's do one more.
Okay, we'll do another one. Let's see.
Are we gonna have to start coming up with some? We're going through them.
We have a few more, don't we?
Okay, here's a very hard one. This is very Chrissy coded. It's very hard.
Listen close.
Very hard.
We just heard a rogue Catwoman.
It's similar.
From the audience.
A rogue Catwoman. There's a rogue Catwoman. What is the name of Selena Kyle's sister? John Carl. What is it?
Oh,
Her sister is not Catwoman.
Did you even know she had a sister? Wow. No.
Wow,
It's
she
fine.
says.
Oh, wow. No. I mean, this is a deep cut. It's kind of a deep cut. No. Okay. Well, her name is Magdalena.
Oh, did not know that.
She's a sister. She's a nun.
Where does she appear?
80s and 90s. Old school.
I was a baby.
Where does she appear? Well, no, I mean, like they're similar in age. They're actually half sisters.
Trick question.
Yeah, it is a very almost trick question. All right, and then let's see. Okay, yeah, here we're
we
gonna
have
do
another
this
Star
one.
Wars one?
Okay, this is a Pokemon question
Oh,
for
here we
anybody who
go.
likes Pokemon. Or ears perked, I hope.
Oh.
Name a human friend of Ash. Any human friend
Any
of
human
Ash.
friend. Anyone.
Yeah!
Get up here.
We thought maybe there'd be like littles in the
we
audience,
didn't
and
know.
we're like,
We didn't know
maybe
what
they gotta
to
be
do earlier,
easy.
so we weren't
sure. Yes.
Aw. Do you want to catch the
Yes.
Take the last Andor. Wait,
Oh, I
didn't
love
you
your
have
nail
one before?
polish. Okay.
He's got two Andors now.
Should we do a Marvel?
Let's
Should
do
we
a
jump in?
Marvel.
Let's do a Marvel real
Name
quick.
a Marvel.
Not name.
I'm kidding. I'm sorry.
In the What If series, this is easy. Who gets a super soldier serum?
Oh.
Yeah.
Peggy Carter. Come on up here. Grab yourself
Fun
some goodies.
fact: Peggy Carter has a parking space in Disneyland in California Adventure in the Avengers
That is a
campus.
fun fact. We like a fun fact.
Go for it.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you
Yes,
for playing.
Peggy's parking space is technically stroller parking, but move those strollers, get them out of there. It's for
Get
Peggy.
them out of there. Get all the strollers out of Disneyland. What a
'em
challenge
out.
that would be.
Getting all the strollers
Hopes and
out.
dreams. Unless they're for me.
Did anybody go to Star Wars night recently?
I
Did
haven't
do
gone
that?
to
No?
Star Wars night.
I haven't. I always want to, but I just find out.
I
too
am
late.
going to see specifically Season of the Force next weekend.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
But I didn't know about the Star Wars nights until it was too late. I'm like,
There were like 2 of them this month.
Oh, really?
One
there's
last
one. There's
month and
one on the 9th, I believe.
But
Oh,
not
okay,
on
3.
the 4th?
No, what a nightmare that would be.
Suspicious. Yeah, right.
No one know.
Why wouldn't they
No.
do that? I don't get it.
They did one on the 3rd, right? No, sure. Second.
They
Second.
did one
Thank you,
recently,
second,
but
yeah.
just not today. So that way you can
Okay.
come out and get yourself a comic book.
You know what
So-
bar in town is not going to have a good time today?
Oh no! Don't say
And more
it.
like the workers, the Yale Scum and Valley Cantina
Yeah.
on Hollywood Boulevard.
I mean,
We drove by. There was no line. They're
They're
gonna have a great
day. They'll be busy.
Yeah,
They'll be
Cosmo.
bussing.
The Cosmo show is out there doing line control at some point, and I drove by them all. What line, Cosmo? There was no line up
But there's a
there.
line
Maybe
here.
there is.
But
Yeah,
it's
a line
not
for
a long line.
A line for these Blu-rays.
It's a nice healthy line that like you feel good about waiting in because you're getting your free comic book. But it's also long enough to be like, yeah.
Have you done?
I'm
Have
part of
you
it.
gone out and done free comic book day? Like, did you know what it was before today?
I didn't even know it was a thing.
Oh, okay.
Because comic books were not as popular when I was younger. I was more into like the card trading franchises.
Yes. Okay.
So that's why I'm like a big Pokemon nut. I've collected all of the 25th anniversary sets twice because I like them so much.
So many cards.
But yeah,
So many
comic
cards,
books
you'll
were
throw them
not-
away.
You know,
I'm kidding,
you
not
know.
kidding.
Otherwise, I'd build myself another house out of cards if I kept them all.
A house of cards.
But yeah, comic books were kind of not as popular when I was growing up. At least in my household, my parents didn't.
Do you think
supply
it
me
was
with
like
any.
a technology, like a media shift where media was less like tangible and more virtual?
Yeah, I would say we just became gamer
digital?
heads. Like we grew up with all the Nintendo systems. So we started with the 64, actually the NES, the 64, and then we had Game Girls and Game Boys. So to us, I don't know, it just wasn't like the natural progression to go comic booking. But I get the craze of it, and I get why. Like the artwork in some of these books are amazing. So
It's a cool fun time to get up early, just kind of hit up every, local comic book shop and go get your free comics and then like run into your friends and your pals and
Mhm.
then like buy other things that you don't need.
I'm also watching Big Bang Theory, and like I love the craze and the love they have for the comic book shop. It's so cute and so like admirable.
You got to support your local comic book
It's a
shop.
great show. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. Support your
Especially
local
when
comic
there's
book
so
store.
many virtual, like you can get Comixology and everything's virtual and like people can read on Kindles and whatnot. But I like to hold a book. When I was a kid, I used to wear latex gloves because it's so that was so nervous. And the paper was different then. You guys know what I'm
Mhm.
talking about. It was different then. It was like newspaper. Yeah, I was like, I'm gonna F up this ink, and I was so fragile about it. And then they pivoted over to the more glossier paper. I'm like, oh, this is fine.
Do you have any that are graded?
I do.
You do. What do you got?
I've got Batman Year One.
Oh.
Yeah. It's got a 9.6 on it.
So what we're saying is we should not go to your house and not borrow it from you.
You
Right?
know who's
Is
a
that what
big
you're saying?
comic book
It's
collector?
sealed.
Nick Cage.
What?
Oh,
Nick
yeah.
Cage is a big comic book collector. I think he had
Can
a
we
bunch
just
of his
pour one
stolen.
out for his Superman that never
was
was
stolen.
Stolen. I think we have to wrap up soon. We have 5 minutes. Oh,
5
we have
minutes.
5
Should we do
minutes.
one more
Wow.
trivia?
We could.
Should we do a Star Wars trivia?
Yeah, what do
Do
we
we
got?
want a
Star
Star
Wars. Do
Wars
we
one?
have any left?
We have the easiest question of all for Star Wars.
Let's do it.
What planet is Luke Skywalker from?
What
Yeah.
planet is Luke Skywalker from?
Wait, we had over here.
Oh.
What was your answer?
Tatooine.
Tatooine. Yeah, come on
We'll
up.
do one. Let's do one more.
Let's do one more. Okay.
One more
Yours.
trivia. We got more Andor. We ran out a couple minutes
Are
ago.
we, oh yeah, Andor's popping. Oh no, we got more. Yay!
Yeah.
Here, let me put that.
Which
Which
one
one
would
would
you
you
like? Which one would you like?
I'm doing
Yeah, here you go.
Andor.
Moon Knight.
Oh, nice.
So good. Yeah.
Ooh.
Lots of hype for
Thank
Andor
you.
today.
Thanks for playing.
Let's do one
All
more.
right. One more trivia.
All right. Let's see. What do we have not asked yet? Oh, okay. In Frank Miller's The Dark Knight Returns, what is the name of their Robin?
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah. Come on up.
It's one of my favorites.
Dang.
My other favorite is how many
Trivia,
Robs
we're-
are there, and then everyone gets so dumbfounded.
What would you
Which
like?
would you like? Andor.
Andor!
Well, now I know I have to go home and start watching Andor.
I know. I'm
Did we do the droid question?
perturbed.
We did.
We did. Okay. We
did.
Oh
the
yeah, we
droid
did.
question.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you have another question? I think I'm maxed out on these ones.
You got
unless
one
we
you can
come
make
out
up.
of-
Okay. What planet are the Ewoks from?
Oh.
Are Endor.
Yeah.
Endor. Close enough.
We have plenty, so you know,
yeah,
just come on
come.
up. Whoops! Those of
Please,
you in the
just check
back, if
them
you want to
out.
come
I
take
know,
a seat, you
we
can join
can't
us.
see what's. I don't know what's happening to the left of me.
Of course.
Yeah, Falcon and
Yeah.
Winter Soldier. Guess what season? Winter Soldier.
Of course.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
so much. Thank you.
Man.
Yeah, the audience here is so nice.
I have a question for you both.
Oh no, don't ask me. Oh, our backdrop's leaving.
Oh no.
I got it.
Death Star wins again.
You got it?
We got it.
Oh, she leaving.
Okay.
I like it's like a fun party tablecloth. Chompy, who is your favorite femme superhero of all time?
I mean, I'm having a love affair with Peggy Carter right now. So
I wonder why.
I wonder why. Yeah.
Oh, okay. And
Captain
Dare?
Marvel also up there. Love her.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good one too. I would say Squirrel Girl because I'm really hoping they'll actually make it soon.
There's a really good Squirrel Girl cosplayer who actually communicates with squirrels and has
What?
squirrels running all over her.
I
It's
love it.
yeah, but look up Squirrel
Live
Girl.
for that. Oh, our backdrop is leaving. And also, I'm a big fan of Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
Okay.
What about you, Chrissy?
Well, Catwoman, the
Catwoman.
anti-hero. But I'm gonna throw I'm gonna throw a real weird one in there. Elvira.
Yeah.
Elvira's my. I love Elvira. She can kick butt.
Well, I think our backdrop is the sign that it's time for us to go. Those of you that are listening to us on YouTube and here in person, you can join us on Delulu Canoe Pod on YouTube. We're also anywhere you listen to podcasts, so Apple, Spotify, and also we're on TikTok too. So if you guys want to check us out, the podcast is mainly like a variety podcast. We bring on guests, ask them what makes them feel delulu or delusional. And it usually turns into a tornado of an episode because when you allow people to vent, they explode and then they feel better.
So
So
you give them a paddle and they just go.
They just go up the river. But I'm your host, Dare Taylor.
I'm Chrissy Lynn.
And I'm Chompy.
And we hope you stay Delulu so that all your dreams come true, Lulu. Yeah.
You were good.
All right, guys. Oh, you know what? I should take these off because. Yes, exactly. Guys, I am Eugene and I am with the Geek Saga. This show is normally two salty veterans that are absolutely huge geeks. And when I mean huge geeks, we literally spent hours together, me and my partner, David, which normally would be right here on this side of me. But we would spend hours on deployment and even at work just talking about all kinds of nerd stuff. So we thought, you know what? Why don't we do this as a podcast? There might be somebody else who might like hearing us, or there's other veterans that, and this is what's funny is, so, you know, you guys do know that the military is made up of a lot of alpha males, and I'm sorry, but I do fall in that category, and people don't like that, but it's okay. But thing is that what you guys don't know is that the majority of us are huge geeks. We're talking like Dragon Ball Z, Star Wars, Marvel, everything. We're talking about this stuff inside our barracks. When we walk out of the barracks, well, all of a sudden we're like, yeah, we're going to go kill this and we're going to do that. But you know what, guys? We're actually just a bunch of giant teddy bears. Go up to, if you see a veteran, give him a hug. He just needs it. Believe me. Don't hug me, but hug other guys. But guys, we are here at Golden Apple. I'm really excited about this. This is really huge for our little podcast that we have, because we've only been around for a year and a half. And it feels like we're on the big show. And look, I got an audience in front of me. I've never had that. Yes, thank you, guys. Thank you. But this is really cool because, again, it's free comic book day. And then on top of that, what else is it? It's Star Wars Day. It's May the 4th, right, guys? And you know what's funny is that one segment that we do in our show is called This Week in Geek History. And I'm going to do a little bit of that here. But as I was going through looking at this week, as in from this Monday to Sunday, there was no Star Wars movie that came out on May the 4th. Nothing that came out during this week. It's all Marvel movies. I was like, how is that possible? It's May. Why do we even come up with May the 4th? If it's Marvel, it should be like Marvel the 4th or something like that. But it is May the 4th. It is Star Wars Day. I do have some giveaways I'm going to give away in a little bit. I have trivia, and it's all going to be Star Wars trivia. So we'll start really easy, and then we're going to build our way up until we get rid of all this that's in front of me. But again, one of the segments that we do is This Week in Geek History. And so we're going to start off with This Week in Geek History. One of the movies that came out, and this one was horrible. You guys are going to be probably big differ, but Spider-Man 3. Spider-Man 3 was where we got emo Spider-Man. I mean, come on, guys. Peter Parker... In the comic books, we had a great segue into having the whole Venom, the black suit and everything. And what do we get from Spider-Man 3? Tobey Maguire just slicked back his hair and was like, I'm all in black, and there we go. That's what we got. I'm like, no, that's not what I want. But that's something that came out this week. So a little trivia, and this is something, again, that we like to do, is give out some trivia about this. All of Kirsten Dunst's Scream were recycled from the second movie. The film took nearly 3 years to make and continues the storyline from Spider-Man 2. I didn't even know that. Did you guys know that? Yeah. But come on, you couldn't even scream for your own parts. You had to just say, no, I don't want to scream. I'm going to open my mouth like this. And you guys just take whatever's from part 2 and we'll put it in. But that's what came out this week. Another Marvel movie, which these are not good Marvel movies, and this is all I could find. But X2, how many of you guys actually liked X2? Okay, I got 2 people, three. Yeah, that was not. I'm sorry, I don't mean to bash on anybody, but it wasn't that great. What was it that you liked about it? Give me something. That's all right. Wolverine. What was that?
Lady Deathstrike.
Yeah, we did get Lady Deathstrike. It wasn't a full blown like this is Lady Death, kinda, but okay. It was a great opening. I won't take that away from you. Great opening. All of a sudden we're going. And it's like, all right, that was it. All right. Then we get Lady Deathstrike. We get some Wolverine, but it wasn't that great. I'm sorry, guys. I guess I'm like, I don't know. It's just, we're going to move on before I get some hate mail from that. But some of the trivia for that, the film premieres, the film premise drew inspiration from the 1982 graphic novel X-Men, God Loves, Man Kills. And did you guys know that? Yeah. Really? That's good. Yeah. You know what? You're a better man than me because I. But again, this is, I'm like, I was sifting through, and I've been the whole time as I'm, all the other podcasts were up here. They're all doing their thing. I'm sifting through. I'm like, come on, guys, give me some sort of Star Wars trivia. Again, nothing. All I got was more Marvel. Did you guys know that The Amazing World of Gumball premiered this week? I don't know if you guys are fans of that. I've had to watch that a lot because my kid was a huge fan of that. She still is. She's 14 years old. I'm like, okay, we got to move on. We got to do something new. So let's see. What else we got? I had this one. Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 2 premiered this week too. So we had 3. We had 2. We had 3. We had X-Men 2. We had, again, a lot of Spider-Man. Oh, actually, the original Spider-Man also premiered in that. If you guys want a little tidbit for that, I was in it. If you look really closely during that Macy Gray scene, there's a guy that walks right past behind Peter Parker. You see an arm. That was my arm. That was my claim to fame. I was excited about that. I was like, that's my jacket. But that's all I got. I spent all day on that set too, but it was fun. So let's see what else I got. That is the Gladiator premiered this week. You guys know that there's a part 2 coming out, right? How many of you guys are excited about part 2 of the Gladiator? No? It's the wrong crowd for that, huh? Great, guys. Well, so usually we end with only a couple of movies that we do. We'll cut it out and then we'll move on to like the geek news. I didn't want to do that. I just want to give a little bit of history about us, about me, and also then start giving away these things. But let's start with giving away these things. So I'm going to do a little trivia. Let me pull that up. And when my phone wants to recognize my face, doesn't want to recognize my face. All right. I'm going to start off with the softball for you guys. Which actress played Princess Leia in Star Wars Return of the Jedi? Okay. Blue.
Carrie Fisher.
Yes. Very good. Okay, come on up. Which one of these wonderful movies do you want? Which one of these wonderful movies do you want? Oh, look at that. How did I guess? Everybody loves that show. Give me one good thing about the show.
It's a spy show set in the Star Wars universe. I love that.
Okay.
Different genre.
All right. You know what? Maybe I got to rewatch it. I got to episode 3 and I was like,
Yeah, and then he changes like genre.
okay. You guys are trying really hard to convince me over here. I'm trying. Okay. Great speeches. All right. So I'm in for the speech. All right. I gotta stay, I'll stay try to stay through that. All right, here's another softball. What color is R2D2? I'll take that. There's no spots, but it's stripes, but blue and white. You got it. All right. Okay. How did I guess? I don't know. All right, let me give you guys another one. I'm running out of Andor right here, so hopefully there's no Andor fans. I think I hit the 2. That's been everybody so far today. All right, let's see. Oh, this is a really good one. This is a hard one. What type of dog was the inspiration for Chewbacca, according to George Lucas? You've never heard that one? Oh, this is a good one. Nobody? Nope. Throw a guess out there. A Yorkie? Not even close. That's a tiny dog. Okay, let me help you guys out. It's a big. Yes. Did you use your phone? Yeah. For that you get Moon Knight.
I'll take it.
All right, one more, and then we'll keep on talking about nerd stuff. How many of you guys, is this your first like comic book day, like free comic book day? Oh, nice. All right, we got 2. 3. All right. Yeah, this is actually, here's the funny thing. So I worked in a comic book store a long time ago. When I say a long time ago, in the 90s, you guys weren't even born yet. So you guys probably weren't even thinking of them then either. So we had free comic book day, and I never even worked that day. So I just was like, oh, that's cool. And I didn't work at the shop that day. So I was like, I missed out. But all right, here we go. We got another one. Oh, yeah, that's not a good one. That's gonna be too hard. Even I didn't know that one. All right. Oh, here we go. Softball. What was Han Solo frozen in? Crickets, guys. Come on. Yes. Oh, okay. Yes, carbonite. Come on up. I can't believe I stared at you guys and you guys all had to look like, I don't know what. Okay. Because everybody else is just get sucked into it. Seriously. Now I got to do the same thing. I'm going to have to snag one of those. All right, guys. So we'll hold off. I got one more Andor up here, but I got a lot. Come on, guys. You guys got to love this. Yes. You're here for the Marvel stuff? Can you give us some Marvel trivia? I will give. You know what? I've never seen Star Wars. You've never seen Star Wars? Oh my gosh! Thank you guys, and have a good night. Oh, where are you from, man? Australia. Really? Yeah. There's actually a guy that I watch on YouTube called Minty Comedy, and he does 10 things you don't know about movies. Watch it, and you can get just kind of like what do you call it? What do they call them? Cliff notes. There you go. About that, and he'll give you everything. He's actually Australian too. So there. Have you seen Star Wars, sir?
I don't understand Star Wars.
Oh,
I'm a Marvel.
that still hurts my heart. Okay, let me see. Let me see what I can dig up just for you guys. All right. Sorry guys, this is only for them too. We're gonna. Yeah, everybody likes Marvel. All right, let's see. Marvel trivia. See, I wasn't ready for Marvel. I got all these Star Wars people.
The book in front of you has Marvel trivia on it.
Oh, it does? Oh yeah. Hey, you know what? Look at that. Okay. I'm gonna well that's why he's okay, let's see. All right, guys, in The Walking Dead. No, that's not Marvel. Well, I mean it's Geldor. No, that's DC. Okay, are you guys talking Marvel comics, Marvel movies? You good for either one?
Yeah, whatever. This is gonna be embarrassing when I get it wrong. This is gonna be so embarrassing.
Then I'm gonna stick with this one because all right. All right, let's see. Oh, all right. What system replaced Jarvis?
Friday.
There you go. Close. Friday is right. Okay. Yes. All right. There we go. I held up 2. You tossed me 2. I know, but I didn't see that. It was like stacked right there. I'm like, all right, look at that. No. No. I didn't see him there. All right. So moving on from this for right now, because I got 3 Kenobi. Nobody wanted Kenobi. I'm shocked. I actually found that Kenobi was a lot better than Andor. It was good, right? Yeah, thank you. Yeah. I like that. And actually, so I actually got to meet a Darth Vader at Boise 2 weeks ago. His name was Wild. His last name was Wild. Literally Wild. And now I can't remember his name, but he was a tall British guy, and he had the greatest stories ever. He told me how he played one of the White Walkers, and he decided that he was going to try to do these great moves. And we're talking about first episode of I just drew a blank. That's okay. Game of Thrones. There we go, guys. So if you guys ever want to watch the show, I do that a lot. And my partner will say it's because of my old age, but it's not. It just happens. I start to think of like a billion other questions. But he was telling me the story that he wanted to be the greatest White Walker and show off his moves because he's got these great moves because he's a fighter and all this other stuff. So he said they had to run, and he was going to jump over this. There was a gap on the stage, land, roll, pop up with his sword and do like all this great stuff. And he said, then you realize that the floor was really slick and he was wearing just his like socks because they didn't really do this outside. Kids, not everything in movies is real. Just so you guys know, it's made up. But he goes and he stood up. The guy is about 7 feet tall. We had lights that were hanging down that he had to look up to make sure he wasn't going to hit his head. And he says that, okay, and I understood the whole thing. My partner was like, I don't know what he said during the whole story, but he said he stepped back and he got a running start. And as he was going to hit his mark, his foot slipped. He slipped into the gap, and he said, yeah, you don't really catch that in the show because he just fell into the hole, and they're like, the camera kept going. And he says he had the biggest knot on his head, and he thought he was just, yeah, it was great. It was a great story. I guess you had to be there. But so guys, Free Comic Book Day. We have a lot of great comic books that are out. I don't know if you guys have seen this one, Blood Hunt. You guys have all grabbed this, right?
Yeah.
No, you guys.
I've got one.
All right. We got one over there.
There's only like a dozen left. So.
I'm holding on to this one. This one is mine. But this is a great one. I mean, you guys are Marvel, right? You guys got to go for this one. This is a great storyline. I actually read it a little bit earlier today because I had a little bit of time. But yeah, I think I already blew through my whole stick in a short time. That's what kind of sucks when you don't have a partner and you're used to kind of bouncing off of another person, but we can do some more trivia, right? Might as well give away these videos while I'm here. You can go for Moon Knight.
Maybe the book will find Marvel stuff for you.
Oh, I got Marvel right here too. All right. Who cut off Thanos' head? Yes. Moon Knight. Got it. Oh, who said it? Oh, you're a big man. Moon Knight or
Moon Knight.
Moon Knight. All right. We got one more Moon Knight. All right. All right. Be ready. Be ready. Number 5. All right. Here we go. Name the street in Greenwich Village where Doctor Strange's Sanctum Sanctorum is located. Yep. Nope. Nope. That actually, you're thinking of the wrong cover batch part. Baker Street is Sherlock Holmes. Oh, Bleecker. Oh, all right. We'll take that. All right. Which one do I think is better? Yeah, this one was a mind trip. I was like kicking my PTSD into high gear on this one. Let's go with this one. There you go.
Do you like kaiju fights? Because there's one in Moon Knight.
That's true. All right. All right, let's do some Star Wars trivia, guys. We'll get back to Marvel. I'm thinking of you guys. I'm looking out for you guys. All right. Oh. Let's see. All right. Who kills Mace Windu? Who? Yes, Darth Sidious. All right. We got. All right, Star Wars. Let's go. Other number 5. All right. All right, so we're going back to Marvel. Let's see if we can get rid of this one. Yeah, they got a lot of pressure. I feel like they're even going to just storm the table just to take it. So, what is the full name of the mutant Storm? I was going to say. Yep. Come on up. You got it. Good. All right. Look at Moon Knight. Yep. All right, guys. You can play for this Moon Knight. All right. We're playing for this Moon Knight. No pressure. Seriously. So you've just kept it all up inside, pent up, and you're just like, I don't. All right. Are you guys visiting out here? You guys living out here now? It's a gray area. Because I was gonna throw you a real softball if you were just visiting. And you're all right. 2 months. All right, been visiting. All right. All right, number 4. He's telling me these are softballs. And, all right.
Like, I'll be personally offended if you get it right.
Okay. What is Shadowcat's Yes. Yes. All right. Look at that. No problem. All right. Look at you guys have something to watch tonight. Go get some good pizza. Go. Oh, that's good. Follow the Geek Saga because you know we helped you out. I helped you out here. Me. And also, Cyclops is waiting for me. That he helped you. Look at that. John's helped. Yeah. All right, guys. So let's do this again. All right. Look, I got 4 more video or DVDs, which is really weird to me. I thought that this kind of media is. Oh, there was another. Look at that. But I thought this media was dead ever since Best Buy pulled all of their DVDs out of their store. I was like, what's going on? This is the store that I used to go to. You guys remember going to Best Buy, buying your DVDs, buying your CDs? And now I walked in there and I was like, this place is sad. It hurts my heart. Yeah, it's refrigerators. And yeah, they took them out. That was 2 months ago. They took that out. And I'm like, oh my God, it's going down. Next, Skynet's going to take over and it's the end of the world. All right, guys. So, what is the name of Anakin's stepbrother? Oh, yes. You got it. All right. What did you get last time? You got winner. I don't have. I got Andor. Take that one. I still don't get the appeal for Andor. But all right, guys. All right. So here we go. Who was Boba Fett's father? Yes, Jango Fett. All right. What's left that you don't have? You'll take a Falcon. I'm having fun just giving stuff away and reading questions to you guys. All right, so let's see. I'm going to throw a hard one for both the last 2 Marvels that I have up here. But is it? I'm going to do a Marvel question, obviously. Let's see. Nope, we did that one. Nope, that's easy. I knew that. Oh, well, you got to be paying attention to the movie, but let's see if people paid attention. In Thor Ragnarok, who cameoed as an Asgardian actor portraying Thor in Loki's play? Huh? No. You said Matt Damon too, or no? Yes, Liam Hemsworth played his own brother in the. You got to be. You'll take a boat, or you already got one? Yeah. Right on. All right, guys, we're going right back to Star Wars because I got 2 left. Let's see. Oh, there we go. All right. What model of aircraft did Luke use to bullseye Womp Rats? Yes. Right there. It was one of those that flew. All right. Here we go. Oh, this is a good one. Yeah. Who was the first character to speak in the first Star Wars film, A New Hope? Yes. Man, I'm thinking these are obscure. Do we have any Moon Knights? Yes, we do. Awesome. All right.
Those are for someone like me. Those are not. Look at I'm dressed.
That's.
Nothing but Star Wars.
I know. I'm not gonna point over there in that direction. I'm gonna start looking over in this direction. I got to get rid of these last 2 guys. All right. Oh well. What species is Greedo? That's a tough one. I know you. You know this one. I know this one too. Anybody else? No, he wasn't. He was a lot bigger. In the back. All right. Yes, he was a Rhodian. You get Obi-Wan. All right. Last one, guys. Last one. I should have a game show, huh? We should just be giving away everything. All right, let's see. What's next? We got. I was not a big fan of the newer Star Wars with Rey in it. How many of you guys actually like the ones with the? You saw that? We got one. You got one. Did you? You seen it? But did you enjoy it? All right. Thanks. That's an endorsement for that. It was all right. All right, guys. So speaking of Rey, what kind of vehicle did Rey live in? That was close. Tractor. No. It's big. It's got 4 legs. 4 legs. All right. Yes, an at Walker. Back in the day, I actually had one of those. I didn't have one that you could ride in, but I had one of the toys. There you go, sir. Yes, you are welcome. How much fun is this, guys? I'm enjoying. Now that I got you guys interacting with me, it's so much more fun. Again, usually I have a partner. We're going back and forth with each other because he's younger than me. I'm older. I love, and I'm going to tell you guys this. How many of you guys love B movies? When I mean B movies, I mean like, yes, Tubi. You guys watch Tubi, like the streaming Tubi? Yes, there you go. Well, I don't want to tell you to go on to the cult classics because I didn't say that. Those are bad movies. Don't watch those movies. But those are the best movies ever. Those are what I love to watch. Some of the best ones, kind of like Hell Comes to Frogtown. Has anybody seen that? You've seen that, sir? That's a great one. Another great one is Night of the Creeps. These are all 80s movies that I love to talk about. We talk about these movies in depth on the show sometimes. I get chided because I'm old. I was born in this late 70s. I'm pretty 78. I got bookended with 2 great things. Star Wars came out in 77 and Golden Apple opened up in 79. I was right in the middle and here I am. So I'm really glad to be here with Golden Apple Trust. This was a shop that I was coming in years ago with my daughter when she was in a stroller, pushing her through the aisles. I was collecting my comic books that way. I got a picture with her over at Pink's Hot Dogs. She was holding the bag. Her mom got mad because she's like, "Are you giving her a chili dog?" I said, "No, why would I give a baby a chili dog?" I gave her a bite. That was different. But this is a comic book store that I absolutely love to come to. I can't say, I mean, I can say a lot of great stuff about it, and also like to thank Ryan. John, thank you so much he got me also on here. Everybody that's here, all the podcast guys, everybody's been amazing. We still got how many more? We got 2 more podcasts coming up, so we're really excited still. How much time am I? 3-4 minutes. Great. So I'm going to just babble on some more about myself. So I was born in East LA, and it was a dark time. No. I was born in East LA. This is my hometown. I came into Hollywood a lot. Love the place. Everybody thinks that Hollywood's this golden, shiny place. It's really not, but it's still a great place to come to visit all the great places, especially this place right here behind us. So, guys, I wish I had more to give you guys. I wish I had more to say, but for now, I am Eugene. You can find me on The Geek Saga at The Geek Saga on pretty much YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, Instagram, Footfinder, and all those other great places. Not Footfinder. Yeah, it's actually a thing. Exactly. I have a buddy who actually bought his PS5 selling pictures of feet. So, guys, with that, I'm going to leave you guys with that thought. Just think about it. It was great talking to you guys. It was a lot of fun giving you guys those prizes. Stay tuned for 2 more episodes or 2 more podcasts. You can find me at The Geek Saga on YouTube. You guys have a good one. Oh. Thanks, man. Right there.
Still on. All right, cool. So we have Star Wars, the old canon book club is coming up next. In addition to some of our last Blu-rays, they also have like Lego sets and stuff like that, brand new in the box that they're giving away for Star Wars. The couple in the front is obviously not interested in those, so but they'll be up in about 15 minutes.
Welcome back, my little stormtroopers. I'm trying hard not to say a swear. It's time for the Star Wars Old Canon Book Club. We're back. And in a way, we're back double. If you don't know who we are, we're the Star Wars Old Canon Book Club. We used to call it the Star Wars New Canon Book Club. We did that for a while, for a couple years. And then that kind of, we had a divisive? Yeah, it ran its course, let's say. And we went to a retreat where we were very introspective, and we looked inward, and we thought about what we loved, and we decided what we love is Star Wars. So we're back now with a new show that's all about the old canon, and the fun twist of this time is that we're actually doing it all completely in order, like from the beginning, like the novelization of the first movie in 1976 all the way till 2014 when Disney bought Star Wars and actually wiped out everything that came before as its own universe. So we're gonna stick with that. It seems like one day our show will end, but at the rate that we're going, we're probably gonna be 95-year-old men before we get to the end. But who knows? But so far, we've done the first Star Wars book. We did the first Star Wars movie. We did a book called Splinter of the Mind's Eye, which was commissioned as a book.
That is a book.
It's a book-only sequel to the movie if the movie wasn't a success and they were just going to do a book sequel. Then we did the Star Wars Holiday Special, which was a time. Then we did Marvel Comics, the original Star Wars run when they originally had the license. It's like every single old Marvel Comics writer that you could think of is there. Like Chris Claremont does a bunch of it. It's crazy. We did 38 issues of that. We did Han Solo at Star's End. We did Han Solo's Revenge, which are both like Papa's
pretty good.
Papa's little grocery store novels starring Han Solo. And then Empire the book, which is a great rom-com, and Empire the movie, which is one of
Also
the best
a
movies
great
ever made.
rom-com.
We're also doing a show called Inside the Insider, where we read Inside the Insider, or Star Wars Insider in order alongside the show, so you can check that out.
If you ever want to experience exactly what it was like in 1987 when nothing was happening, and they were doing how do we find Star Wars merch? It would tell you, and it's crazy how they did it.
Yeah, really, really interesting. They had the first Star Wars convention. It was George Lucas came and Gene Roddenberry was there, and everybody was high-fiving. They all had dinner together and hung out, and it cost $5 to go in. It's just absolutely a totally different world. So it's been really interesting to kind of go back and approach Star Wars as a historical time period instead of through the filter of rage. And it's been kind of fun. I don't know. But just because we have such a short time today, I just wanted to go over some of the now that we're a fair way into the canon, we wanted to go down our top 5 most memorable moments that we've had so far.
Oh no!
In reading along with the media. So the first one that I want to talk about is the VR porn in the holidays in the Star Wars Holiday Special. I don't know if you guys have seen the Star Wars Holiday Special. It's Star Wars was a hit, right? The movie was a sensation that nobody knew. It's when Fortnite just took over everything. They were just what in the heck is this? And so the TV executives were let's make a Star Wars thing. Everybody loves Star Wars.
But no one from Star Wars creative is actually involved.
Yeah, they get
Lucas handed off his book on Wookiees.
He basically screwed
to
him over.
a TV person, and then
he basically screwed him over. He was it's got to be Wookiees. Here's my storybook on Wookiees, and also you can't have subtitles. So there's no subtitles. This thing's an hour long, and it's a variety show, Dean Martin show or something like that. It's got B. Arthur in there. It's got all kinds of stuff.
Question the universe.
Yeah,
there's a moment where the Emperor has it's from the Empire, an announcement, and then it goes to the cantina on Tatooine.
Yeah.
And I guess it's supposed to be in universe. They were watching a musical happen.
It
makes no sense.
I forget who's there. It's
it's
Red Fox is there.
Imperial musical.
Yes,
sponsored by the Empire.
Yeah,
don't think about it.
So,
there's a cartoon. It's great.
Yeah,
cartoon's great.
The cartoon is actually
first appearance of Boba Fett. He's got that sweet gun from the Mandalorian. It's awesome.
But Grandpa.
Yeah, that's not the part we're talking about.
Porn,
yeah, that's not the part we're talking about. It's literally Grandpa there's an entire family of Wookiees, and it's Chewbacca's family, and they live kind of it's the Brady Bunch house, but just the Wookiee version. There's an oven,
trees, and
there's a microwave. There's they have a hi-fi system, and So Grandpa's like got no teeth, and he's like sitting in a chair, and he's just upset because I guess his grandson's not coming home, and he's really just looks. They're hideous. Like Chewbacca, they spent some money on. This is just like some like fur sleeves that they put some eyeballs on, and they just all kind of scream in different tones.
I don't like the phrase fur sleeve.
I'm talking off the cuff here.
Okay, yeah.
And,
it's not inaccurate.
No, it's not inaccurate. And so Grandpa's getting unruly. He's screaming and crying. The Imperials are at the door, and they're like, you know what? We gotta chill Grandpa out.
Put him in the VR seat.
And they just put him in a VR seat, and he watches like a pretty lady dance around. And I think Jefferson Starship is there at one point. And
it is as close to a Star Wars porn as you're ever gonna see. I mean, it is.
Well, the setup is.
It is what it is.
He has the headset. We see that this person dancing. He's like whatever, and then the entire family's watching him react. So it's even weirder.
It's
because everyone's
crazy.
watching their grandfather be like, "Oh,
yeah, whoa."
It's what happens. They watch him do it. Yeah.
But actually, it's Wookiee culture. So like,
we don't know.
Who's
You're
to
right.
say it's not weird that we don't watch our grandparents?
When I was in college, my roommates used to
Maybe we're the
watch
weird
porn
ones.
on the
You're right.
TV all the time together, and they would high five each other. I don't know what they were doing. I was in my room playing Resident Evil 4. I wasn't a part of it, but they did it. Maybe they were part Wookiee. I'm not sure. They all worked at Angel Stadium. Is that a coincidence? I don't know. Probably is.
Sure.
All right. So that was the
Is number one what I think it is?
Of course it is.
Okay.
So the fourth memorable moment was the tragedy of Jolly in Marvel Comics.
Oh man.
So why don't you like set this up? Because I feel like you lived this.
What do you? In the Star Wars comics, there was like a pirate captain that was like a Han Solo like.
He had a Star Destroyer that he was like the captain of, like a pirate
Yeah,
ship.
he like stole an Imperial Star Destroyer, and it was like he was like the captain of it. And his first mate was this like young woman named Jolly, and she was like the toughest one of them. And then was it Leia or Han? Somebody just incepted the idea that kissing is kind of fun.
Yeah,
and it destroyed
Drove her
her
nuts.
character like for the rest
It was
of
absolutely
her run.
it was absolutely crazy because like it's obviously in the 70s, late 70s, like maybe like 1980 at the absolute latest, and Jolly is clearly meant to be like kind of like a women's lib, kind of like college campus like new feminist, and she's got like a beret on and she talks about being a feminist, and then somebody tells her that Han Solo's got like luscious lips. And it
drives her nuts.
It
She
just
can't get over it.
Her entire mind, her entire mindset is changed.
She literally like turns on her boss and dies to save the possibility of his lips.
Yeah, but the part that's the most
But it's Harrison Ford, so
the part that's I mean I get it a little bit, but a
little bit,
a lot of it to be honest. But the part that's the most memorable to me is that she never got to kiss him. He was not into it really. Han Solo was not into it, but after she died, he was like, "Damn," and he went over and like kissed her when she was dead. This is pretty messed up.
Which they probably thought was like a sweet way to bring it full circle, but it is
It's not sweet. It's weird. It's very weird.
Or again, Corellian culture. We don't know.
That's
You
true.
can't just
We do
keep
open
saying,
casket
"We don't
funerals.
know."
That's kind of weird. Maybe you just you kiss them on their way.
Just being a douche is
Maybe.
like part of their culture. You think?
I don't.
Oh,
I don't know.
Corellians? Yeah, they're
I
all
don't.
douches.
I don't speak for the Corellians.
They're-
or the
they're
Wookiees.
roguish
I just
ways.
say they could. We're different people.
Maybe
they
that's
have-
why they hang out together so much.
Yeah.
Actually, but that's not even the most messed up thing about the Wookiees. We'll get to that in a minute. But yeah, Jolly is so weird because she's a perfect example of like something that I didn't expect in Star Wars, which was that like the tone is like very dated in some of the stuff because it's not the movie. Like you're not making it for a million people to see. You're making it for like some nerds to buy for like a couple weeks. And so you're not thinking about that. And now you go back and you look at it and it's so weird. There's a green rabbit at one point. They just didn't even know really what Star Wars was. There was a porcupine that could shoot his quills. There was a Don Quixote Jedi.
That's
that
true.
Maybe wasn't
Don
a
Juan
Jedi.
Quixote.
Yeah, his name was Don Juan Quixote, which
Oh, the one guy that looks like he's Spider-Man's here. Hey, Spider-Man. Hello. I don't know what I was gonna say. I got distracted by superheroes.
He's just Arthur, like
Yeah.
from Ghosts and Goblins.
No, but there's a
So-
character who is straight up just from Flash Gordon.
Yeah.
Who just
He's got the
stumbled
hoops.
into Star Wars.
he's got the shoulder hoops. Yeah.
It's wild. Yeah.
So that's kind of the weird thing that I didn't expect was that like they go hard without really having like a playbook yet. And that's kind of a thing that I've noticed that's very different about the current situation in Star Wars, which is very like clearly laid out and planned by a group of people all together. So, it's kind of different to see it be kind of a Wild West. The third moment is from the Star Wars novelization.
Is it the beginning?
Yeah, it's from a famous scene from Star Wars. Like if you are a big fan of the original Star Wars movies, you know that there's like this sequence that's like the Anchorhead sequence that's like cut from the movie, but that was filmed, and it's where you meet Biggs a little bit more, and Luke gets to like kind of have like a little group of like a Scooby gang that he hangs out with that he's clearly like the outcast of, and he gets to like be like, I want to go be a pilot. My parents are so mean.
And they're all like, shut up, Wormy.
Yeah, and he's Wormy, and basically
his name is Wormy.
Yeah, he goes by Wormy in the group. Like that's like a detail that they left out of the rest
He
of the
doesn't
series.
go by it. They
just call him Wormy.
But so
goes by it sounds like he has any agency, and he clearly does not like that name.
The most memorable moment, though, specifically, is this one moment where, and this is a side of Luke that you really never end up seeing again
until much later.
Yeah, that's
Till
true.
The Last Jedi.
Until way later. Somebody's about to like clown on him, like one of the guy's girlfriends.
Oh, she like grabs his like binoculars and like drops them or something.
Yeah, and he like
is about to take a swing at her.
Yeah, he like moves to like slap her in the face, and his buddy has to be like, "Easy, buddy," and Luke's like, "I would slap that girl," which is like so crazy for Luke. I mean, there's a lot of weird Luke because again, like we are all too young, even us, to remember like not having all the answers to these questions, like who is Darth Vader, who is Luke, like what's the deal? Are Luke and Leia gonna get married? Like with this very like big possibility.
That is, let's be clear. In everything we've read so far, that is definitely happening.
That's the weirdest thing about Splinter of the Mind's Eyes. Like if you want to go read a weird book, first of all,
It is the Luke and Leia love story.
It's by
It's
Alan Dean
wild.
Foster, which is like wild. Like he wrote, I think, the novelization of something, or he wrote his own version of Rise of Skywalker or something like that. But he's still writing Star Wars stuff today, and he just goes ham on the Luke and Leia thing, and it gets
every chance that he gets, he makes a remark about what Luke is thinking about Leia, and even if there's not really, even if it's like not a good time to do it, it's still there.
Yeah. And speaking of Splinter of the Mind,
Hold on, before we move on,
yeah, sure.
Do we not have time to talk about the very beginning of the Star Wars novelization?
Oh, like the literal beginning.
That is
You know
just
what?
straight up the better version of Star Wars?
Yeah, that's actually worth talking about because that
Yeah.
is so crazy. So like, I'm sure if you're like a Star Wars like deep cut fan, you probably have heard of the Journal of the Wills, and I think they actually brought them back in Rogue One. I think Baze and Chirrut are like guardians of the Wills or something like that. So they exist in Star Wars, and they're kind of like these sort of like Iwatu the Watcher kind of vibes. I think they kind of like monitor what's going on and kind of just like keep notes on the history of the world and the important things that happen, like Lord of the Rings type stuff. And they kind of like give you like a rundown of what's already occurred. And this is the first.
It's the scroll without being the scroll.
Yeah, it's literally a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Except it says, what does it say? Another time, another galaxy, another time was the first draft version, which is kind of interesting. But
it gives you the rundown. It tells you about the politics.
It tells you what happened with the
Emperor.
Republic. Yeah, it tells you about the clones. Tells you about
It's
how
the
he
entire prequels
took over. Yeah,
in the first two paragraphs of any Star Wars fiction ever. It's like,
But it also drops like the Emperor's kind of a punk and no one likes him. He's a big loser. And I was like, whoa.
Yeah, it's kind of like way more like Dune, which like if you now the secret's probably kind of out now that people know about Dune again, that Star Wars and Dune are like so close to each other.
Yeah.
But that first, like if you think that the prequels are like discordant in a lot of ways, you would be right. But I think it's interesting to note that George Lucas really did kind of have
It's kind of all there, yeah.
his idea laid out, at least in broad strokes, about what he was going to do, because I wouldn't have guessed that. And it really was kind of a shock to me that if you think about it, before the story of Luke Skywalker was ever told, the first time in this book, everybody who read it read a little bit about the prequels first, which is crazy. But speaking of Splinter of the Mind's Eye, the other thing that we want to talk about from that book is like that.
Is this number 4, 3?
This is number 2. This is like the Force in Splinter of the Mind's Eye. It's kind of interesting because, again, we were talking about this on the show, but like Star Wars was not Star Wars until after the first thing came out, right? Like they wrote the first Star Wars movie and all the characters were made up guys. It was the first time anybody knew about them. They could do anything. They could change them in any way. But once it comes out, then they're like solidified and like you guys have expectations. We have expectations. And now there's opinions about how these characters should act, right? But that has to do with everything, not just the characters, but also just like the Force itself. And in the first time outside of a movie that we get Force usage, we see just like a few different like ways that the Force is used that like don't really happen.
It's Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah.
Okay, I was like, are we doing
It's
the
amazing.
Vader doing Dragon Ball Z?
It's Dragon Ball Z.
First things first, like one of the most amazing things, like it's like played up to be like amazing, is that they try to get out of a jail cell by like using the Force, and what they do is they like work together. Luke and this like old witch who doesn't give him a single answer to a question he asks, like just kind of like levitate a snack, like a cafeteria, like a cafeteria tray across the room.
Yeah,
to hit a button, and everybody's like, "Oh my God, Luke, you're moving that tray! Oh my God!" And it's like, how could that be in the same world where like Obi-Wan Kenobi and Qui-Gon Jinn like sprinted away? You know what I mean? Like,
oh, at like the
do
speed of
flips,
light.
like
Yeah.
these aren't the droids you're looking for. So they just kind of like didn't know what they were doing. And then at the end, obviously, there's a fight with Darth Vader, who is still definitely going to be the big bad in this whole story at this point.
They are
It's
not related at all.
Definitely not Luke's
Lord
dad.
Darth Vader.
They talk about Darth Vader and Anakin Skywalker walking down the street, hanging out together as two Jedi together.
And his name is definitely Darth. First name Darth.
The thing that's weird about that to me, and we talked about this also, but like the thing that's weird about that is if you think about it, like it's Darth Vader means Dark Father, like in like what? Like
we looked it up in
Finnish or
several
something?
languages.
Yeah.
There's a translation.
It's like a Scandinavian kind of deal. Darth Vader, very close to Dark Father, but it doesn't seem like he had that plan from the beginning, which is weird to think about. Like, where was his head at there? I don't know. I have no idea. But yeah, at the end, they're in a giant underground cavern, and Vader and Luke like have like a Dragon Ball Z like fireball battle with the Force. That's like insane.
It's actually awesome.
They like fly
It is
around.
so sick.
I swear to God, it is the coolest thing I've ever imagined.
I bet if we saw it, it would not be as cool. But
Right,
in your
yes.
mind, it's like he fires a ball of white force.
Vader goes, oh, and like fires
While
a ball.
he's like flying,
Yeah.
like levitates.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of fun to see Star Wars through that lens where like anything can still happen, whereas like now, years and years later, like there's very little that can happen. If you think about it, it's kind of interesting. And now we're at the last of the.
This is the goofy. We all know what it is. It's
the number one moment.
Enjoy.
I almost swore John Carl, but I didn't. Thank you. That's how messed up this scene is.
We read Han Solo at Star's End, which was the first of the trilogy, and we thought it was like the smackinest book ever. It was like
really good,
super clean, like totally holds up. You could watch like a R-rated like HBO show about it. It's like brutal. He like throws somebody out of an airlock in it at one point because he's like being like
He
a
like
hardcore dude.
airlocks a guy in hyperspace, so he's erased. From
Han Solo does some hard stuff in this, and it's pretty cool. But then the second one came around, and I
still like
it. I did like it. It's called
I
Han
saw
Solo's Revenge, and it's kind of like supposed to be a Western kind of.
If you're curious what he's getting revenge on, we don't know.
We're
and
not
we
sure.
read the book.
Yeah, we're not sure.
It's not described in there at all.
But
it's kind of the Karate Kid 2. Of
yeah.
of the
It's like the
Solo
RoboCop
books.
2 of the Karate Kid movies. No, but the second one it's like a Western, and it's I mean, in space, they're already kind of doing a Western every time with Star Wars, so it's kind of weird for them to like overtly do it. But what that means is that they put like a bunch of the tropes from Westerns, like from like Gunsmoke and stuff, straight into Han Solo. And so the first thing, like the big scene that Chewbacca gets in this, and this is like truly heinous, like disgusting, gory, nasty stuff. So just prepare your imaginations for a beating right now. But literally they need to set up like a ridge. Like on the ridge, there's like a radar dish. And so like they set up the radar dish on the ridge, and Chewbacca's like up there tinkering on the ridge, but the Falcon's like down here in this
He
sort
needs
of
to get down fast.
Yeah, so there's a ravine. But first what happens is there's like a stampede, and there's these like space cows that are basically just cows from space that
is doing the like Lion King
Yeah, so the
Or
lion,
spoiler, Mufasa dies.
Yeah,
Whoa! I know.
Straight up Lion King, like
I didn't
Stampede.
swear though.
Yeah, no swearing, no spoiling 25-year-old Disney movies. But the cows are like antlered cows, and then they're like, "This is terrible." Oh no! And then there's like pterodactyls, just straight up pterodactyls swooping down. And so now Chewbacca's on this ridge, and he's getting like attacked by these pterodactyls. He's blowing their heads off, like legit blowing their heads off with his bowcaster and all this stuff. And then one of them like lands near his feet, and he's like, "I got to get to the Falcon." So without hesitation, as if he already knew what he was going to do, like as if this is something that he'd been wanting to do or that he
has practice. Clearly,
he took the like stand that he was going to take for the like dish array, and he took the body of the pterodactyl and he made a connects like Lego Technics.
He rips apart the thing to fit it onto the frame.
He like puts metal into the dead body of the pterodactyl.
He makes a pterodactyl glider out of a dead pterodactyl.
Yeah, he like rigs it into like a just misshapen, broken thing, and he's like, it's not even gonna hold together as long as I.
Just that he does that.
Yeah.
It's that the author writes it out like
pages,
part by
pages
part.
of
If
it.
you had a dead pterodactyl and a tripod and you listen to this, you could probably
figure it out.
make it how detailed it is, and it's
It is so visceral. It is so upsetting. And then he's like, I don't think I'm gonna make it. Oh crap! And he like jumps off the cliff and he's gliding, and bits of the pterodactyl are like falling off around him, and he's flying, and he's like, ah! And he goes and he actually overshoots the Millennium Falcon and lands in the swamp, and like the broken body of the pterodactyl like cushions his fall, and he flips over and like lands in the mud with like a bloody pterodactyl corpse and metal spurs. It's like the craziest. Like Chewbacca should
but
be
thank God
ashamed of
there's an
himself.
otter man that was there to rescue him.
Right,
from
an otter
drowning.
person saved him. Yeah,
That otter man had to witness that, and his like whole feelings about Chewbacca probably changed forever. I'm not sure that I like Chewbacca anymore.
It's difficult to be around him with that context.
It is the part that's bad about it is the book compared to the first one of the trilogy. It's so hyper descriptive. Pages and pages and pages of Chewbacca mangling this corpse.
They're
You're
like, first he takes his wing and he stretches it out, and then he makes a long incision and puts the metal bar right inside and pushes it in till it goes all the way in.
It's crazy so much, but yeah, now that's up here. It'll be here forever, so that's cool.
That's one of the many wonderful things that Star Wars can offer you. If you just got to go out there and get it. The Star Wars Legends continuity, it's better.
You said that with a period and waited.
I said it with an ellipses, and I thought I was going to get thunderous applause, like Palpatine. So that's the end of what we have prepared. Look at that! Oh my God, it's really Coruscant, or whatever that ribbon show they were watching was. What was that? It's like
Oh, also from the holiday special.
Yeah.
There's a lot of VR.
I
things in
think
that.
that the holiday special has the same kind of ribbon show in it that Anakin and Palpatine are watching when he tells them about the tale of
like a throwback.
Darth Plagueis the Wise.
Plagueis the Wise.
Yeah, I think that's an Easter egg for the Star Wars holiday special.
Where was Jeff with the starship?
Where
What?
was the chef who had multiple arms and kept growing arms?
Oh, it
as
was
the-
freaking what's his name from the Carol Burnett show. I can't remember it. Harvey Korman.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at me. I'm
got
I'm
it.
65 years old. We are at the end of our prepared statements. If you guys have any questions for us, feel free to shoot your hand right up in the air. We will answer a question about anything, even if it is stupid, even if it has nothing to do with Star Wars. Yeah. Go for it. Hands right up. What's up?
Man, where's Mace Windu at, man? We've been waiting for him to come back.
Man, where's Mace Windu at? That's a great question.
I have to believe, since no one truly stays dead in Star Wars, at least now,
yeah,
he's coming back. He has to.
I mean,
they wouldn't do that to him.
I feel like this is living proof that that Mace Windu is gonna be back.
Can I pitch you guys? Can I pitch you guys my my
new trilogy?
Well, it's like my alternate. Originally, it was my alternate Rise of Skywalker that I wrote as my like therapy for myself to like change the future somehow. I don't know what I was thinking. It's like the closest I've ever become to being a supervillain. I don't know. But I wrote
Just writing.
like I just was like, I'm gonna change it, and and so my idea was to pitch like a version of it where Rey actually is the like new scion of the Jedi, and the light side like Jedi come back, and they're kind of like a little bit conservative now and a little bit not maybe what was going on either. Like maybe the light side Jedi went like way back in like 2,000 years ago and flew away, or maybe it's Mace Windu after he got X'd out by Vader in the chamber, and he flies out the window or whatever, and he like becomes kind of like a similar situation to Vader where he's like also kind of a robot and he's like a killer.
Angry.
Yeah, like he could, well, not angry, but like he's still light side, but he's like a execute, he's like Judge Dredd now or something.
Or this just should have been the Mace Windu show. And it was just Mace Windu living his life. He's like, I lived, and now I go from planet to planet being a badass.
Yeah.
And I don't follow the rules. Heads come off. I'd be like, now that's a show.
Yeah.
I'd love that show. That sounds great.
John Wick, but it's Mace Windu.
Yes.
I would watch that.
He goes to meet a guy who's like, Mr. Windu, I have a plethora of lightsabers for you.
It's literally Al Swearingen again.
Yes.
Ian McShane.
Yeah. It's
They're
the
all
exact
purple.
same thing.
But
Yeah.
here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. Okay, like, think of your favorite Star Wars character. Don't tell me who it is. Just think of them. It's probably Mara Jade, right? It's probably Boba Fett, or whoever it is, right? And then you go, wouldn't it be cool if it was just John Wick, but it was this person? Like, you're
And the
like,
answer's
now
always
that's
yes.
what
Yeah.
I'm talking about. I think what we all can agree on is that the John Wick movies are very good.
They're the Star Wars of the like neon lit action.
It's the
movies.
RoboCop 1 of the RoboCop films.
Yeah.
Who
I would agree.
Somebody got another shower level Star Wars question? What's up? Sure.
You know about that time travel in Rebels, right?
There's time travel in Rebels.
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
true.
Yeah.
Do you think like in that level, is it like Austin Powers System for yourself, or just too wacky out there? Back to
If you're doing old school content like we're doing right now, absolutely go nuts, because there's no rules. Just have fun. In the new canon stuff, I don't know how they work any of that in, because it seems like they have a system, and it's like, this is what Star Wars is, and this is how Star Wars works. And the minute you start to get crazy, it goes against what they've created almost. And so, like, even some of the stuff they did with Ahsoka, you're just like, well, hold up, how does that work in this universe now? So I don't know.
Yeah, is a particular plot point a good idea or not for Star Wars? I think anything could be. I think like in general, like I think that I very rarely have like a problem with like a choice like as a concept. Like, no, that would never occur. Like that alone, I think doesn't usually stop me from enjoying something. But if it's just good, like that's all it is. Like everybody's been today talking about Andor, right? Which is like
awesome.
a show that
Perfect.
people think various things about. I think a lot of the mainstream Star Wars fans didn't really take to it as much as some of the other shows that came out on Disney Plus. But in another way, I think Andor as just like a piece of television is like really quite great. And I think like Andor, it just shows like I wasn't looking for a Mon Mothma TV show. I wasn't looking for a show that taught me about the Chandrillan like courtship and like the politics of like what it's like to like drive around in a taxi cab in Coruscant, and like how you treat your driver, and how there's like weird dynamics about like, I guess people just love to like just look at expensive art and not buy anything. I don't know what his
They're
job
plotting
is.
a rebellion.
Yeah, whatever they're doing. But just because it's so well done, it's incredible.
What it does is it sets up something that I think a lot of people forgot what Star Wars is really, which is just a setting. Star Wars should be a setting for anything. You can make anything. It's because it's a literal galaxy. But for some reason, we keep returning to the same 3 droids and the same 6 people.
And the one planet with a lot of sand on it.
Yeah, and it's like, it can be anything. Star Wars can be anything.
But what if there was like a biker gang on Tatooine?
And they were just so clean.
Yeah, they were
Everything
like the
about
cleanest
them-
people on Tatooine.
Yeah. They really seem like they have a lot of money, those bikers.
But I think time travel is always a fraught thing to deal with unless you're like making it about time travel. So trying to like toss that into Star Wars, it's like,
But
yeah,
like
bold strategy.
You can do it as long as you just like the respect you would give it if you're making any movie or show or book or whatever. It's just in Star Wars.
Yeah.
And you can get away with it because Star Wars is a setting. Yeah, it's like D&D. It's just a setting.
Yeah. But we're getting close to the end here, so we're gonna do this giveaway. Is that what's happening?
Oh, I just brought stuff to give away. I didn't actually have a way.
Let's wrap it up with
to
this
pick it up.
giveaway. Yeah. So
we have how much? What are we giving away?
Well, I brought some like
things
unopened
were thrown at us.
Lego sets. We got a cool Endor Speeder Chase one. We got the little Mandalorian Foundry thing, and then also just some light up Mickey ears from Disney.
They say Star Wars on them. They say Star Wars on them.
It's got TIE Fighters, a Death Star. I kept these because it's like $50 on eBay, but I'm too lazy to actually do any of that. So I was like, oh, probably one
Give 'em
Star
to the-
Wars
give 'em
nerd.
to the
You
little-
want these?
Yes!
You want the
Yeah.
ears? There
Come
you
here.
go.
Yes, that's easy.
Everybody gets to feel good today.
For you, I'm only $45.
Oh,
We get to give those away too?
Which Blu-rays?
Oh,
what?
Right in our show?
Oh no, that's crazy.
Can I give this away to myself?
Yeah, can we give these to us?
Just come shake our hands, I guess, and get a really nice freebie.
We've got so much to give away. Who is a huge fan of the Mr. Obi-Wan Kenobi? Who wants a copy of the collector's edition Blu-ray of Mr. Obi-Wan Kenobi? If your hand is up, come gather around. Let us give it to you.
How many do you have?
I have 2, and we have a bunch over there.
I got 4
Bam.
more.
Yes, there you go. Yes, look at this. Come
Is
on.
anybody a fan of Legos?
The last 2 episodes are great.
Give the Legos to her. She got really excited.
Which one do you want?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think
yes.
we go for it. Can we? Are we?
Obi-Wan? Yeah, go for it.
John Carr, are we allowed
Which
to
one?
like just get rid of it?
Legos?
Yeah.
Oh.
No, everyone's a winner.
I don't think she should take this. Maybe the. Yeah, Andor.
I love that. Oh no! How did this happen?
Oh yeah,
go for it.
Thank you guys.
Sure.
We
we
could
got
have used comic
Obi-Wan.
book trivia and
We
actually
got-
done this and failed completely. Yo,
Obi-Wan.
Blood Hunt 1.
Falcon and the Winter Soldier?
Obi-Wan.
Bastiani? Is this
What?
a you vibe?
I'll take that blood hunt. I'll skip that line. I'll skip that line.
Yo, and the Winter Soldier, the Falcon, and
That's
the Winter.
it.
We have one
They're
more
all given
Falcon
away.
and Winter Soldier.
You guys make an announcement? We have some keys and nobody's playing.
We still have these keys from a while ago that somebody must.
Kind of, say Toyota.
This
Does
Toyota
anyone
keys.
have a
Surely,
Toyota missing
surely
their
you need
keys?
your car.
And
Surely.
one Falcon and Winter Soldier.
If nobody collects it, the next giveaway will be a car.
Bucky wants you to have this. Go nuts.
I'm taking that car.
Sweet.
Amazing.
so
Dude,
much.
thank you.
Check
Yeah.
out Star Wars Weekend.
Yeah, of course.
Should we do picks? away, or-
Yeah, should we get out of the way? Or?
Oh, we can do it here?
We got 15 minutes till the next podcast.
Oh, okay.
All right, so let me kill that.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, of
Thank
course,
you. Enjoy.
You guys want to close out your show, and then I'll close it off.
Yeah, yeah.
You guys are still live.
Oh,
Hey,
I
this
saw that mob go up, and I was like,
we gave
live.
away a bunch of free stuff. Thanks for listening to Star Wars Old Canon Book Club. We'll see you next time. Goodbye.
Bye.
Oh, I'm not nervous. Yeah,
Ready.
I'm ready. All right. Welcome everybody to Deeper Issues Nerdcast from Free Comic Book Day. Yay! Woo! I feel like Kermit the Frog right now. Yay! My name is Pablo. This is Deeper Issues Nerdcast, and I recommend comics. This is my co-host Ty.
What's up, everyone?
If you've never heard of Deeper Issues Nerdcast, well, people tuning into my stream probably have. People tuning into the other streams maybe haven't. If you haven't heard of Deeper Issues Nerdcast, I have notes here, by the way. We're a podcast about comics. We talk about comics, non-Marvel and DC. So, you know, some of you may know, I actually used to work here, Ty.
What?
By the way, yeah, I used to work here. And this is kind of pretty awesome for me because I get to kind of come back to the place I love and do this podcast in front of you fine folks here and in front of Ryan Storm specifically. And John Carl. Well, what I was going to get to is before we get started, I want to give a round of applause here to firstly to Golden Apple Comics for letting us do this. I'm the last podcast of the day. Of course, to John Carl for making all of this happen. He's the mastermind behind it. It was his idea. To Eugene here from the Geek Saga podcast here, who's also made all the technical stuff happen. So round of applause to that. And then, all the other podcasts that were ahead of me, like Star Wars Book Club, the Lulu Canoe, Cyclops is Waiting for Me, Geeks Who Like Sports, Geek Saga. Am I missing Geekscape? And what am I missing anybody? If I am, I'm a jerk and I'm so sorry. I think that's most of them, right? No, am I off?
I'm double checking.
Geeks Who Like Sports. I said Geeks Who Like Sports. And Geeks Who Like Sport. All right. Well, look. Well, thank you, and round of applause to all those podcasts. Oh, of course, Hollywood Hangover. They were great.
They were great.
Give them all a follow. Find them all on social media. It kind of feels like I'm headlining here.
Yeah. No
I'm like the head.
No pressure.
I mean, like, no offense to all the other podcasts, but you know, no, just kidding. Thank you so much for everybody and for having us. Today's a pretty special day, Free Comic Book Day, celebration of geekdom, of fandom, about finding community. Shortly, we will have some fine folks from Magma Comics here talking about this book here, The Principles of Necromancy. Before, I have an antic, though, Ty. I have kind of a little mission statement of what we do. Myself, Ty, my cousin Olivia, on Wednesday nights, we normally do our live stream. We discuss a comic that came out that week. So we try to find like hot off the presses, like Wednesday, new comic. And we do exactly what would happen in a comic shop is we kind of just like gush and share over a comic that we liked. We usually find a number one. This last week we did Bear Pirate Viking Queen.
Yep, absolutely.
Which was a really great Image title. Trying to highlight non-Marvel, non-DC comics because there is a comic out there for everybody. Most people usually associate comic books with things like Marvel, DC, Spider-Man. Yeah,
it's
Superman. But it's not all that. Right there is so much more to comic books than just the superhero genre. And if you like stories in general, you're gonna find a comic that you like. Yeah. Right. If you're a hopeless romantic like Ty, you'll find some beautiful like things like Saga.
Something's killing the children.
Something's killing the children. If you're
That's
a hopeless romantic like.
That's nice house on the lake, you know.
Yeah. If you like horror, if you like sci-fi, if you're a fan of what's her name, Jane Austen, you'll find some Jane Austen-esque comics out there. Everybody's a fan of something, and there's a comic book out there that exists for you, and that's kind of the big mission statement. Very excited once more to be back at Golden Apple. It's only because funny story. I'm going to take this back a little bit, okay? And in 2012, I moved here from New Orleans, originally from New Orleans. And I moved out here. I was in a relationship. I broke up with the person I was in this relationship with. And I was living in a little studio apartment. Well, actually, I was living with my ex for a little while, which is really weird. And I didn't have a job. I moved out here. I sold my car. I sold my scooter. I had a really cool Italian motor scooter. I know it was really awesome. And I didn't have like anything. So I randomly came and applied for a job. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to shoot my shot. This looks like a really cool comic shop. I had a kind of cheesy, terrible resume, and Mark and Draco and Ryan were there, and I remember handing Ryan my resume, and I was like, "Hey, how you doing? My name's Pablo. I just moved here from New Orleans. I love comic books. I love this shop. I really want to work here." And I talked his ear off probably for a solid 5 minutes straight, and I left, and I'm like, "Man, I really blew that." And literally the next day, he called me. He's like, "Hey, this is Ryan from Golden Apple. I want to kind of give you a formal interview and maybe bring you on board." And like I said, I went through that messy breakup, but I had nobody out here in LA. It was just like me. And if not for this job that I had gotten at Golden Apple, I probably would have moved back to New Orleans, because the only people that I knew were the people that I shared a house with that I was then moving out of. And the job afforded me to get a crappy little studio bedroom apartment here at the end of Melrose in East Hollywood by Virgil, in between Virgil and Vermont. If you guys are familiar with that area. Yeah. And I got a little studio apartment there. Sharon, Ryan's mom, actually, for no reason whatsoever, was nice enough to actually come and look at the place with me for whatever reason. So she's like, "Just tell them I'm your mom." And I'm like, "Okay." And I'm like, "Hey, I brought my mom with me so she can make sure everything's on the up and up," which it wasn't. It was a weird, seedy apartment. But she was nice enough to do that for me. And since then, this was like my family in LA. And I found friends here. I'm gonna get choked up. No, I found friends here. I found community here. I found myself here, living in LA for 2.5 years completely by myself. And yeah, for the first time, I felt at home, not at home, because of Golden Apple. And then I met my wife here randomly over of all things, a Hook. If you guys are fans of Hook, the Steven Spielberg movie, comic,
yeah, they know.
Yeah, love Hook. And then actually, when we do our giveaway here, because we do have giveaways for these Steelbook, I'm going to give you guys some. So I'm gonna throw a wrench in this machine here. I'm going to ask some Hook trivia questions. No Rufios. Yeah, no, Ty looks like Rufio. You're right. It's true. That's why I have him here with me. But
that's why my dad named him after.
Yeah. But yeah, this is a real special place to me. And even if there were 100 people here or no people here, I would sit here and talk for about 3 hours, just because I just love being in this space so much. So that's that cheesy story. I love comics. I love, especially this day, Free Comic Book Day, because it's kind of a day where even if you're not into comics, people who are just like never stepped foot into a comic shop, I had the privilege of running into here, and they were like, "Hey, what's going on? Like, what is this? Free comic books, whatever it may be." So really fun day, obviously, to get into comics. So the reason why I'm telling you guys this cheesy story is because that meant so much to me that's kind of the mission statement of Deeper Issues. I want everybody to be able to find their fandom, find their community, find the thing that they love, and celebrate that with a group of people. And what better place to find that than a comic shop right here on the corner of Melrose and La Brea, Golden Apple. Anyway, it's getting really windy here. I do have a giveaway here. We do have some steel books. We have some Obi-Wan. Looks like I have Falcon and the Winter Soldier. It looks like all the Andor is gone. So if you're here for Andor, I am so sorry. Firstly,
I still don't get it. I don't get it.
No, I mean, people like Andor. Apparently,
I liked it.
Apparently, and did you like it?
Yeah, I mean, we've kind of heard it throughout the whole day. There's like the one argument is always that there's two amazing speeches in that show that kind of like define the show. And I was on the same boat. First 3 episodes, I was like, man, I'm like powering through this. I feel like this is like
a slow burn, yeah,
more than it was for me enjoying it. I'm like, oh, it's Star Wars, gotta watch it, I guess. And then when I got to past episode 3 and 4, I was like, okay, locked in. Now I need to like finish this thing. Does
that make, if you have to trek through 3 episodes? Yeah, I feel like I'll give you 2 episodes, but I have to trek through 3 episodes. That's a 4 episodes, because it is a slow burn. I don't look. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen Andor because of the fact that I've gotten through like 2 episodes and I'm just like, all right, and I'll come back to it and I never come back, but it is good.
It's good. Like the end of like the last one was. I mean, I'll have it up here. I can't even look at it. The last couple episodes are amazing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you hear it. If you can get through 3 or 4 episodes of Andor, it gets pretty good. Yeah.
Watch it live.
But you got to sit there for 3 or 4 hours of I don't know. Look, what do I know? I'm sure if you like Andor, cool. We're all supportive at the Deeper Issues Nerdcast of whatever you like. So if you can sit through those 3 or 4 episodes,
The droid is like literally like emo. Like that's like the abbreviation is like EMO.
see, representation matters
That's
for
right.
emo kids
Thank you.
out there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Speaking of finding a community tie related to that, robots solely on the fact that he is emo. Ty, what comics came out today? What were the free comic? What were the highlights? Did everybody get some free comics? I'm assuming.
Yeah,
that's what we're all here for, right?
You beat a kid for
Blood Hunt.
Blood Hunt.
Do we still have it up there, or did
We
somebody
are
take the
out.
last one?
We
All
are
right.
out.
Oh well, we had one Blood Hunt. Blood Hunt was a
Blood
hot
Hunt was-
one.
I mean, who doesn't love vampires, right?
All right, but enough of that Marvel DC stuff. What were the other
So
the other books?
I mean, I think we still have it out there. Like I was like really stoked to get it. Was the book The World of James Tinian.
Okay.
So if you like Something's Killing the Children, and if you like The Nice House on the Lake, if you like horror and indie, he is
Wow.
doing amazing work in
The
terms
Wind.
of that. Yeah, it's really
You know who
windy out
doesn't
here.
like James Tinian is God right now. He's
He's like
sending-
quiet. He's like quiet. You
Quit
Like, oh,
talking
sorry.
about this James
Oh,
Tinian.
sorry.
Some Street Fighter over there.
Street
Is that what
Fighter,
you
very
got?
Nice. Conan. Hey, yeah, you were holding the sword today.
Yeah, I got
You
to
were holding
hold
sword.
the folks here that were.
Yeah.
There were some great folks up here earlier. The guy was interviewing everybody, and what's funny, he's walking around with this massive sword, and he's holding the tip of it because I just kind of gently tapped my finger on it because I'm like, what are you doing, dude? It's a big fake prop, and it was a real sharp sword.
They were doing it because people like you.
Yeah, and that's why. So
like, hey, kids might touch this. Kids of Pablo. Kids of Pablo are touching it.
Oh, so some One Piece. We love that.
Wow, that is.
And I almost, I didn't know this was a book. I was like,
Is that's a One Piece book, correct?
Yeah, we were down there almost like maybe only 20 copies here, and then if I didn't notice, I'd be crying right now.
How cool is that? There was also, wasn't there the Boombox? I think released one as
About
well.
Investigators, I think. Oh,
Hellboy. All right, so that Hellboy kind of falls into a kind of, I guess it's a
Dark
little bit of-
Horse. It's Dark Horse.
It's my word. That's Marvel. That's Marvel, but it's fine. I was trying to see what the indie books that came,
Oh, that's
which
right.
is always great. Oh, so you look like you got all of them. Okay. The Mad Magazine one's pretty cool. All right, Spy versus Spy. So there was some Mad Magazine.
They're selling this here. That's a new product with Spy versus Spy. There's Alfred Newman right there.
Are Mad Magazines still being published? Like I thought it was just reprints now, right?
Reprints.
Yeah.
Big anniversary edition, a hardback book or something. The story of man.
Okay, so
Alfred Newman's face on it. It might be a Taskin edition. I can't remember. They were doing something with artists a couple of years ago, and there was a Spy versus Spy T-shirt. This store had it. I missed out on it. An ex-girlfriend teased me with it. I missed out on it.
so there's some good Mad stuff then too. I love Mad. That's definitely one of the things I remember early on within my comic book journey is Mad Magazine, Simpsons comics.
Oh man, Simpsons comics.
Spider-Man: The Clone Saga. I don't care what John Carl says about it. It was great for 11-year-old me. Loved it. Okay, all right, and look, and Ben Reilly, he was a hot character in the most recent Across the Spider-Verse film. All right,
Did anything Andy Samberg.
And-
Anything Lonely Island.
some Johnny Quest. All right, so
nice.
that's a little throwback there.
For the kiddos.
We'll get his Bandit.
Bandit. There you go.
Eugene's got that one. He would have won a steelbook.
For the kiddos, they have Pokemon. Don't your kids like Pokemon?
My kids do like
There's a
Pokemon.
Pokemon comic out there.
Comic-Con LA put out a whole list of everything.
Oh wow. Okay.
That was out for Young Jedi.
Nice.
But that's, that was the Young
I didn't pick up any comics. I think I just picked up Principles of Necromancy, and I was just kind of out here most of the day. But you got the James Tinian one too, right?
Oh yeah.
And then and then some Blood Hunt over there. Let's do this. Let's because we're gonna wait for I'm gonna have some of the writers, the artists from Magma Comics coming out here for the Principles of Necromancy, come and talk their book. In the meantime, let's give away some of these steel books, okay? So you guys heard, like I said, the story. I met my wife over some Hook trivia because she came in and oh my gosh, I'm gonna tell a story about how I met my wife. This is so weird. Okay.
I hope Randy's watching.
I'm that guy now. I know. If you're streaming, yeah. She's not watching. She's not watching at all. But I had just bought number 1 of the Hook comic, whatever. It came into a haul of stuff. And she came in the store. She's like, oh my gosh, I love that movie. She's like, can I buy that comic? And I'm like, too late, lady. I already bought this comic. I don't know who you are. But I already just jokingly said that. And she was like, well, I'm a pretty big Hook fan. I'm like, you're not a bigger Hook fan than I am. And I challenged her. I said, if you can answer this trivia question, I will give you this comic that I just bought. And she didn't answer it. But then she came back the next week with a new round of Hook trivia trying to stump me. It didn't work, by the way. And I'm also like, the book's already at my house. So like, can I just buy you a drink already? That's how that happened. But here's the question. All right. In the movie Hook, there is an infamous scene with Dustin Hoffman's Hook pointing out and singling out a pirate that then gets thrown into what is called the Boo Box. Right? And they throw this pirate in the Boo Box. He's like, oh, who didn't think I could do it? Who didn't think I could get Peter Pan back here? And he's like, you. And then he points out and singles out this pirate and he's like, you. And he's like, you didn't think I could do it. And then the pirate starts crying. They throw it into the Boo Box. They open up the Boo Box and they throw scorpions in the Boo Box. Who is the pirate that plays?
Real quick.
Yes, really quick. Glenn Close. Whoa. Exactly right. All right. What do you want?
I know. I was like,
Which
wow,
is,
here we go.
I never said this was a short-winded
like
show.
in
This
the
is why I have the
first act, this
podcast, so I can
happened.
get it all out. Okay. Do you want Falcon Winter Soldier? You know what? You can have one of each of these. Here you go. We have a lot of these. Look, I have to set it up. I need to know people, understand the question.
Yeah.
There you go. There's some
Love
Blu-ray
this
shield
shirt.
bags. Love the shirt. So compliments of Disney Plus. Okay, and I have.
Are you ready for your guest?
I am ready. Okay, one more before we do this bonus question. Okay. Oh, you. Oh, you. Okay, you guys. All right. Okay. Okay, so we're doing Hook because Ryan, I was telling how I met Brandy here and we bonded. Okay. Bonus question here for Hook. When Robin Williams' Peter Pan gets pulled by Tinkerbell into Neverland, there is a couple that is kissing on one of those London bridges, and then some fairy dust falls on them. And as they're kissing, they kind of like levitate because, happy thoughts and all that. Who plays that kissing couple on the bridge in the movie Hook? Steven Spielberg. This is actually, and this does pertain to Star Wars. I'm going to give you guys a hint. That is very much, it does pertain to Star Wars. Who is the kissing couple on the bridge in the movie Hook that starts levitating? Somebody? Okay.
Oh.
All right. Okay.
Oh.
Shoot your shot. Yeah. Well, that is. You know what her name is?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know who the guy is? No, you're close. Does anybody else have a guess? It's not Peter Weller. But look, I'm going to give you a round of these because the other person, fun fact, is none other than Mr. George Lucas. So it was George Lucas and Carrie Fisher have a little cameo in the movie Hook. Fun fact. What is your name, young man in the back here? Come on up and get some of these. Dude, Hook is hey, look, there's a generation of people that really hate that movie, but there you go, man. Good job.
That's right.
Congratulations. All right, let's let's get our guests in here. And I'm sorry, Ty. Thank you for being up here. And he was here for he was here for moral support. In the meantime, okay, so I have 3 guests. Thank you. Look, everybody's making it happen up here. New book. I actually read this yesterday from Magma Comics.
You gotta kind of do what I'm doing.
Here, let me get you guys in here first, and then we'll intro you.
Oh, all right, right.
Here, you guys get in here.
Thank you.
Welcome. Good to see you again. Oh, good to see you again. Well, we're going to be crammed in here. We're just going to.
It's okay.
We're going to get real close really quick.
Let's do it. Let's go. I've lost my voice. That doesn't matter.
All right. Are we good on the sound on this one here? Yeah. All right.
Check one.
Why don't okay, so I'm not okay, so Jackson Lanzik right
That's
here,
me,
gentleman
yeah.
writer, Mr. Colin Kelly right here.
That's me as well. Jack and I are writing partners.
Amon Winkle. Amon Winkle.
Though I love Amon.
I love Amon.
Amon Winkle has come from Amon has come from the planet Winkle to destroy us all.
But Amon is just a really nice guy.
Yeah. Welcome, guys. Love the book. The book is Principles of Necromancy here for fine folks from Magma Comics here. Crazy.
Thank you.
I read
That's kind of how the pitch started too. They literally so Magma Comics is like a brand new imprint. They just started. It's a bunch of guys from the IDW sort of family, right? So it's Den Tipton, who used to be editor in chief over IDW. It's their old head of marketing. It's their old head of production. It's their old editor in chief. And they all went off to start their own process. And their whole goal was to, by downsizing that and really focus on that team, to make small, interesting, weird comics, to make the kind of comics that don't get out on the shelves as much, especially from indie creators or from creators who haven't done indie in a while. And Colin and I had been at Marvel and DC for the past 7 years. We hadn't done a creator-owned book at all in that time. And we'd been really itching to, and I think Denton knew it. So about a year before we even signed the paperwork on this comic, he came to us and said, I want your weirdest thing. What do you got? What do you got that nobody else
you guys hit it.
Yeah.
With the weirdest thing.
Yeah.
I read this, I think, in the book. You guys were kind of frenemies working alongside each other, and then kind of came together to write this book.
Absolutely. Actually, we are so Jack and I have been writing partners for 15 years,
Okay.
and we've been best friends for 20.
Yeah.
For 1 year before that, we were enemies. But during that time, he and I were coming up with a third friend to Golden Apple Comics, where we are today.
This is actually our origin story.
And we would buy comic books and yell at each other while eating greasy pizza. And that is where we kind of honed our relationship. So pretty soon after that, we started to realize each other's talent. And then this ding dong became my best friend. And then
and then I stole half his money.
And yeah, we've been working together ever since. So
and what's cool about that is that has now turned into something that you never see in comics, which is a long-standing writing partnership. There really have only been a few in the history of the medium. Mostly this is a single writer medium for both economic and creative
I mean, as
reasons.
of now, you guys could be, was it Bob Kane?
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it. And, I appreciate the curse you just laid on us. It's until today it's worked, but now it's all over.
Yeah.
But it's been cool because it meant that from time through like Star Trek and Captain America and Guardians of the Galaxy and Batman Beyond, and we've gone around the block on a lot of different books. But all of that has been for other people. We can generally talk about that and decide, what does that frame really need? How does that character really function in this context? Like whatever, it's all external. Principles was the first time in a long time. Principles and our new book, Whiff Wolf, sort of happened simultaneously. Were us coming in and saying, hey, what does it look like if we call the shots? What does it look like if it's just us and the artist, right? All creating this thing together and all trying to build something that breaks the mold rather than tries to, function interestingly inside of it. And just creates a completely different ecosystem and kind of refreshed our ability to work together. Because I think we have a really good barometer for what is cool for a licensed property. But when it's something that we can create internally, it really gives us a lot of chance to stretch our wings, further.
Well, I'm glad you said that too, between you guys and the artist, because I'm so curious on, how does this concept come to be? Because it is, if you guys haven't read the book, it follows, he's not really... he's not really a necromancer. He's like a doctor. He's like a scientist.
Yeah, he's a doctor. You want to pitch this comic?
Yeah. So for everyone who hasn't had a chance yet to read it or wants to know more, in a fantasy universe without any magic, doctors are considered wizards. They are to be feared and respected. And this is the story of the youngest of all the doctors, Dr. Jacob Eyes, who is here not just to cure sickness, but to cure death itself.
So every issue of Principles of Necromancy follows you into some kind of encounter with Dr. Eyes.
Okay.
But Eyes is never the lead character.
Yeah.
He's always a person who is coming into the story, who is affecting change on the story. He is either the character's mentor or the character's protege or the character's doctor or the character's victim or whatever, right? And as we go through it, we're getting to understand this guy better. We're going to get to understand the world better, and ideally start to figure out what's behind those weird lenses over his eyes. Who is this guy underneath all of the crazy mad science doctor stuff?
Yeah.
Is he a hero? Is he a villain? Is he a monster? And we're really asking the audience to figure that out. That is what Principles of Necromancy is all about.
Yeah, he's a little bit ambiguous with his morals because he kind of asks them very
A little bit.
Yeah,
A little bit.
Okay, so when it comes to concept here from writing and then going to art, because the art in the book is stunning and super detailed. Also, I know you guys don't have your colorist with you, but kudos to the colorist as well.
Yeah, thank you.
The colors in the book are stunning and they lend really well to the art.
Shout out J Photos, absolutely incredible work, and
Yeah.
came in at top speed too. Like
Yeah.
it was like immediately started and just made incredible choices from straight away.
Yeah, how do you guys communicate here? Like, hey, this is what we're thinking, and then you guys have to obviously be in kind of a shared space mentally to properly translate what the idea of the story is, and then obviously throw in your 2 cents. with it.
Why don't you take that one, Eamon?
Yeah.
So we have weekly meetings every week where we'll just kind of touch base and go, hey, what's going on in your brain this time? And it, we'll have the script in front of us and the layouts. That's typically how it starts. Going back and forth on ideas, and then it's really just kind of hitting the ground running. The thing that's great is we're very respectful of each other's creativity. In that, it's very back and forth, but we are these guys have given me the freedom of like, whatever you see on the script, go for it.
Colin and I are naturally really collaborative people. We don't really believe in the idea of bad ideas, right? Like we sort of believe in the idea that as you stretch an idea and as you pull an idea between different creators, you're going to turn that into something original, and original ideas are the good ideas, right? That's what, especially in comics, which is like punk rock. It's like you're trying to be at the vanguard, so you have to push it further. And I think what we try to do every time we work with an artist is I really do think this is the actual job of a comics writer as opposed to a screenwriter or a novelist or any other kind of dramatic writer that you'll encounter. The real distinction between us is that the primary goal of a comics writer is not simply just to tell a story. It is to inspire an artist to tell a story.
Yeah.
It's to inspire the best work out of the artist and hope that what you're pitching, they can beat, right? Like you're trying to let them see what could be, not what you have in your head. And I think it's a common misconception is you end up with comics that are written with the goal of like, oh, well, I really want this to look exactly like it looks like in my mind. And I think the more that you can let go of that and understand that it actually has to look like what the artist sees in their mind, and that your job was to inspire that engine, the more that you are doing, I think, the job the way it was in a lot of ways designed to be done. That's how Stan Lee started this whole thing, right? Like for all of the controversy about the Jack Kirby and Steve Ditko at all, like when Stan Lee came in to write comics, what he was doing was he was putting together a little document and sending it to these artists and saying, it's this really cool comic where this happens and this happens and this happens, and then this guy fights and then this guy has a tragic moment. And that's what he would say. And then Jack Kirby would figure out a story, right?
That's about what we do for you, right?
That's
Eamon?
basically
Like-
what we do. Yeah,
With
that's
that-
still what we do.
With that same energy.
Yeah, that's right. We're just basically
Well,
shouting.
no,
at
yes,
you.
okay. So you have that nightmare-fueled imagination because when you see Dr. High's true form here, very original, and like I don't want to say he's a villain or whatever, but whatever
Is he?
is, I don't know.
Is
He's a
he?
villain. I know. I have a lot of questions about it because he also kind of clearly is making people question. So kind of the theme that I got from the book, and tell me if I'm wrong, right? Is he's kind of it's a bit of a almost cautionary tale based on like I'm not going to spoil anything, but it kind of introduces you to a group of soldiers, and they have this like perception of what they think honor is, right? And then he kind of makes them question that, and obviously like it turns, like I said, into a cautionary tale, and it kind of is a little bit of a sad love story at the end of it. Just like this
man.
person being like,
you genuinely get what we're throwing down.
it made me really sad because that's why I'm like, man, like at the end of it all, like all of these things, all this honor and all these like duties that we feel that we have, at the end of the day, really is just kind of about the people that we love, right? And then that's and when shit hits the fan, which it kind of does for one of the characters in here, that's the one thing that's going through his mind. And I mean, I don't know, like, okay, I'm sorry. Look, I'm digressing because I'm kind of gushing over the comic a
This
little
is
bit.
exactly the kind of conversation we want to have. Let's go. Yeah.
But I guess like play on morality, but who's coming up with like, hey, this obviously like this is what this character is going to look like, and he's embodying this sort of thing. Like you're obviously kind of as writers throwing one thing out there, and then you're, I guess, coming up with like, yeah, he's going to have this demonic arrow kind of claw face.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to say, because yes, everything you just said about the book is absolutely true, but also listeners have to remember that this book is covered in gore and body horror.
It is also very much a body horror book.
We
yeah.
wrote this to be a horror book, and you just described it as a tragic romance, and both things are true.
Yeah. Well, that is ideally what every story that Colin and I put out is, right? It's this idea of, is there a dark, is it like a black box theater? If I could take everything else and I could just like stage it with like a couple of people and a chair, is it still emotionally effective? Does it still work? Great. Now I can put back I'm going to spoil the book, kaiju made of human bodies, and then be like, great, like that can be in this book, and that's fine. I think what's interesting about the way that
is that how it's described, by the way? Is like we want a kaiju made of human bodies.
Yeah. When they first pitched it to me, they were like, by the way, in the first issue, how do you feel about like a kaiju flesh golem? And I was like, I'm on board. Like, you sold me 100%.
It was a really exciting thing, because that really is the process. You asked sort of like, oh, who comes up with the like emotional core and who comes up with the horror? I'd say it's a unified process, right? Like we all come up with a lot because we talk every week, and we'll talk about what this character means and what's inside of him. I think ultimately Colin and I are always going to be more attuned to like how to steer the character journey forward, because that's our job. Like that really is the thing that we can do, because we're on the vanguard of that. We have to write that script before it ever goes to Eamon. But once it gets to Eamon, right, it's his story. So what we have to do is try to make sure that everything feels like it's been properly aligned to that, so that when we say, and it's Eamon's, that we're not, mal-equipping him with information or with our partnership.
We're not committing literary malpractice.
Yes, there you go.
Unlike Dr.
Eyes. Yeah. But I think that's the cool thing. We had this book, we had this character, and we knew we needed a surgical mask of some kind. You brought up the mask, so I'll use that as the example, right? Yeah. We knew we needed Eyes to have some kind of surgical mask, not just because that would be cool and iconic, but because the premise of this book is, what if wizards were doctors? So if you're going to do that, you should really lean into some doctor tropes. And one of them was like, okay, he's going to need some way of dealing with the fact that this is a very unhygienic practice in an unhygienic time, that the rest of our world is like Dark Souls. So when you're like, oh, and then there's this very advanced modern surgeon, you're like, great, well, then he's going to need a piece, but he's not going to have a piece that's machine manufactured. They don't have machine manufacturing in this era. They don't have plastics. They don't have any of the things that we think of as like surgical masks. So what's going to go there? And we were sort of like, Eamon, have fun. Like, what is it?
This sounds like an Eamon problem.
Yeah, is this a bellows? And Eamon literally just produced a sketch sheet of tons and tons of masks. And it was only, I think, by nature of the fact that that one of the only things that is that size enough that you could manufacture it and put it on a thing is a skull, that you ended up with this sort of what seems like a whale skull or something to that effect, that he has been heavily modified, and that has built bellows and filtration systems, which ties into his eyes, allowing him to see through it, even though his eyes are replaced with these lenses, right? That this thing is like his superpower, this mask, and it becomes a symbol of his power. It becomes a symbol of the person he becomes when he's doing surgery. And so we thought, oh, that'd be a really hard thing to like get in one. Eamon got it in one. It was literally your first design, right? You had a sketch sheet of all these designs, and then that was the one that was like, well, it's obviously that one.
We did that one, and then we were like, well, let's see like what else we can do. And I did like 12 others, and we liked them, but it was like, yeah, but that first one though,
yeah.
And so it was like, we have 12 others in the back pocket if we need them, but that first one just.
And so for the audience, what we're going to be asking you the entire time is, obviously, which one of these is his true face, right? The face that he has removed the
Which
eyes
one of these
from?
is his true face? Can you just give us the answer right now?
Why not? One has
Not a
eyes,
trivia question.
One doesn't. Yeah,
you can win
That's
a steel
a question
book.
for the academics.
How many issues are we going to get of Principles of Necromancy? 4
issues to start.
Okay.
Whether or not it goes beyond that is out to forces well beyond our control. That's market forces. That's the Magma feeling like they can do more with more of the book. Like,
do you guys feel like you can keep it going? You're like, hey, yeah, we can make it good.
So the cool thing about this book is that one of our inspirations structurally for it is Mike Mignola's Hellboy, right? Everybody out there, you love Hellboy. We know Hellboy.
Yeah, we like
exactly.
So just talking Hellboy, we all got here. Yeah.
So the cool thing about it is those stories can happen at any time. They can be any length. They are not you do not need to be running them concurrently.
Yeah.
So we have lots of stories that will follow Jacob Eyes. Right now, the first chapter here, the first story is 4 issues. But we will never be done with this character. One of the great things about creator-owned books is you own this.
Yeah.
Like, he's not getting away from us, baby. So we're gonna keep tormenting this man with Eamon for as long as we can. If we take a break between issues 4 and 5, hey, so it goes. But we're not done with him.
No, not in the least. And again, I think that's it's to the point of structure, right? We were saying every issue you're going to get a sort of different perspective, which means that by the end of that 4, you're going to have collected 4 perspectives. Fantastic. Next time we come back to this, who knows if that's the format? Who knows if we're in Eyes' head next time? Who knows if we're 1,000 years later? Who knows if it's a musical?
I don't know.
Who knows what it is? And the fact that we're allowed to play with form and function like that, because of the modular nature of the book, it just means that we can come back to it whenever we like.
Yeah.
It's a blast.
Yeah. At the end of the book, kind of Eyes kind of like disappears back into the hedges like Homer Simpson, and like like all the chaos that he caused is just like
he literally comes. It's like it's the same exact layout. He comes out of the woods.
And
At
he
the
goes back
beginning,
into the woods,
and he goes right back into the woods at the end.
That's the thing, though. You do not know where he's going next.
That's what I'm wondering. So are we going to get because like if anything with the book, did it open up a bunch of questions about that character specifically, which like you said, he will be more in the books. Are we going to get a origin story of kind of a little bit?
Issue 2 is going to be as close as we get to that in this series, because you need to understand more about Jacob Eyes to fall in love or learn to hate him.
That's what I was wondering. I was wondering if he was going to stay like mysterious.
Oh, he's mysterious as hell.
He's always going to stay mysterious. We have to.
We are baby birding you just a little bit of backstory, a little time at a little time.
Even with the amount that we give you in 2, it's probably not going to help you or like satiate you in any way. You're going to go, well, that doesn't help. Like that, I have more questions now.
But hopefully it satiates you and makes you hungry, right? That's the goal of a great bit of exposition, is not to answer and close a door, but is to open several more doors that you are happy just opened, right? And that's the goal. I think inevitably in 2, you're going to get a really good, you're going to start to get, if you want to make some assumptions, a really good understanding of Eyes. And if you don't want to make those assumptions, probably not as good an understanding. But the nice thing is issue 3 is going to give you a completely different understanding of him, not necessarily by telling you beat by beat his origin story, but by telling you a part of his origin and then showing you how that has affected him and infected the people around him.
And that's actually really, because you're like, oh, more world building. In issue 3, we will introduce everyone, because Dr. Jacob Eyes is the youngest and newest of the attending physicians of the city hospital.
Which we established in issue 1 has 20 doctors.
There are 20 doctors of the city hospital, and in issue 3, you will meet all of them.
Yeah, we were like, hey, Eamon, do you want to maybe draw like a few doctors? And he was like, oops, I drew 19 doctors.
They specifically said, like, do not draw all 20. And I was like, so like 15? Like what?
And then he's like, once I did 15, I might as well do 19.
Yeah.
And also some extras.
Just to be clear, this is the thing that we did. Like, we did screw up if we wanted him not to, which is that in the script, we got so excited that we also described all 20 doctors.
We weren't supposed to do that either.
Yeah, we were like, well, this one and this one and this one. We should have been like, there were some shadows, and then you see these 3. But instead, we described all 20, so now we have all 20. So whatever, man, we got them all in there. Hell yeah.
Kieran Gillen is a big influence on us. So Wickdiv, if you guys know The Wicked and the Divine, part of that,
one of the best comics of all time.
Part of that is creating a sexy universe of powerful beings that you must know more about.
I don't know how many people are going to find Jacob Eyes all sexy. Though.
Well,
in our universe, replace sexy with horrifying. It's all good.
Or as Eamon likes to say, we put the gore in gruesome.
Wait, what?
That's not right.
That's not right.
I messed that up.
Gorgeous?
Gorgeous.
There you go.
We put the Gru in Minions.
Well, thank you guys so much. So if you're not here at Golden Apple Comics, the book is from Magma, right? Principles of Necromancy.
Yes.
Is there anywhere we can find it if for some reason somebody can't get to their local comic shop, which I always support buying it from your local comic shop? Where can we find Principles of Necromancy? And then where can we find you find gentlemen at?
So there's a great website called comicbookdirect.com that operates as a sort of resource for people who don't have a local comic book shop near them. I really recommend going to them. They've been big supporters of Colin and I, and they order all of our books. So I can say fundamentally you can get that book from them because they always shelve us, which I'm just, again, so deeply thankful for them as a retailer who's trying to reach those hard to reach markets. I don't know that there's a digital version out yet. I genuinely, that's a Joel Eled question, and he's not here. So.
I know it's coming.
Yeah.
I've seen that. I don't know when.
Yeah.
But like,
And if you would like to do a Google search for something called Collector's Paradise Signature Series, they will pull that.
You're gonna greenlight another retailer while we're at Golden Apple.
We'll do it.
I love this for us.
Hey, we're supporting local comic shops all over.
Yeah, they
right?
all love
As long
each
as you're
other.
going to a retailer, and Golden Apple has the Golden Apple Foundation, which specifically focuses on that. So
Absolutely. But yeah, if you try, you will succeed.
Yeah. Look for it. Do a Google search. You'll definitely find content.
And as for us on socials, keep your eyes on stuff because we might be shifting it up soon. But you can find me on X at CP Kelly.
And you can find me on Twitter at Jackson Lansing.
you can find me on X/Twitter as Can I Get an Amen? EAMON.
Whoop, whoop. All right, well, before we wrap it up, we're going to give away some more of these steel books. I'm going to give away 2 at a time. I got 2. This is a Golden Apple related question for you folks. If you have any knowing of the history of Golden Apple. Okay, what is the name of the Golden Apple's original superhero mascot, who currently resides on the back of that door right there? Is it? I know Ryan Storms. I'm gonna give this lady a chance to answer it. No,
but there is a.
It's an original superhero. It's an original Golden Apple superhero. All right, Storms, who is it? What? Flaxen. Fun fact there. Congrats.
Flaxen?
It's her. It's actually a her.
Like Jackson Flaxen.
Jackson Flaxen.
Hey,
all right, one more.
Is his last name Flansen?
Two Dark Horse comics come out with Flaxen. And this is a crazy trivia question. Who wrote and drew those comics?
Yeah, who? Okay.
Do it, and you're gonna want to flip them because I'll just tell you the answer.
Yeah.
Brian Michael Bendis and David Mack. But David Mack wrote it and Bendis drew it.
Oh my lord!
Fun fact.
Amazing.
If you guys
So
can find
weird.
a Flaxen comic out there, Ryan will pay big money for it. Putting him on blast right now.
All right, congratulations on those DVDs,
All right, guys.
We're the winner, right?
Yeah, we got a winner. Storms
Blu-rays,
won.
my man.
Last one.
Blu-rays.
I got another one. Okay, and I'm stealing this from Mark and Draco, who did earlier. But you guys are a new crowd. What was since this is Falcon the Winter Soldier? What were the colors of the Falcon's original costume? Colors for Falcon's original.
Am I allowed to answer?
Hey, if you're not allowed to answer.
Yeah.
What?
No, it's they were yellow and green, right?
Close.
And red.
Yellow,
green, and
green,
red.
And red. Yeah.
All right.
Well, it's really more of
Green and-
more of a green and like a marigold.
It was an orange.
It was like a gold.
It was a green and
Oh,
orange.
It was orange.
Is this weird? Is if I give it away, I'm gonna give this to
Can we-
Jackson.
can
I'm gonna have him give it away because I don't want that pressure anymore.
We are the
Yeah,
writers.
can I keep Falcon and Winter Soldier? I've written more, like we've written more Bucky comics than like anyone in the past like 4 years.
Yeah.
can I take this for myself, but I'll happily. Can I want a Moon Knight?
We
trivia
wrote
question?
Moon Knight too.
Not well, we did, but we made him a baddie.
Mm.
Yeah.
Do you have a Moon Knight trivia?
No.
Yeah.
I should.
Who wants a Moon Knight Blu-ray? That's the question. Who
There
wants
we go.
this?
Yeah.
You got presents ready.
You have a Principles of Necromancy, so you should have a Moon
He
Knight
did. He
Blu-ray.
bought a Principles.
Thank you. Appreciate
Hey,
you.
thank you guys so much for your time. Thank you so much to Golden Apple. Thank you for all of the podcasts in advance or that came before us. And until next time.
All right, guys. So it's been quite a day.
That was a good day, and it flew by. It did not feel like 6 hours.
No, I looked at the clock. I'm like, damn, it's been 6 hours. I thought.
Well, except for maybe Pablo's part.
Yeah,
but-
that was long. Holy crap!
Yeah, it's all about the setup for the question. It's not just the question itself.
But
You gave the longest trivia question in history.
Good. That's what I was going for.
Pablo, you headlined today. How does it
I
feel
did.
to be a
I had
headliner?
no mosh pit. I was a little disappointed there was not a mosh pit, but maybe next year,
That's the goal. Next year is Ryan gets the insurance clearance for a mosh pit.
Yeah.
We'll have a bigger. We're closing this out, and we're actually closing it out. We want to thank Ryan Golden Apple.
Yeah,
you
Ryan,
guys.
put your face in front of this
let's just-
camera, Ryan.
Right there. There we go. Yeah, there it is. Oh yeah, John Pablo.
The trilogy right here.
It was great, guys. Thank you so much for, I mean, having me here. One, because I just feel like I'm tiny compared to the rest of you guys.
No, man. I mean, here's the thing. When Ryan and I were talking about this, it was who are the people that are the right fit for Free Comic Book Day. That's what the concern was. It was not who's the biggest or who has the most followers or anything like that.
Yeah.
It was who is excited and wants to be a part of this. And I think that came across today. We had 8 great, very different podcasts. Everybody had a very different tone and everything to it, but everybody was excited to be here. And God, we gave out so many Blu-rays.
It's not just Blu-rays. We gave out so many Andor Blu-rays.
Yes.
Oh my gosh! I don't get it. I don't understand, but
The people love Andor.
they do.
But let's do our goodbyes so Ryan could get this all packed
All right.
up and
So we'll start with John. Where can we find you at?
You could get me on Cyclops is Waiting for Me, which is Cyclops IWFM Pod on basically everything. And just if you we're now the autocomplete for Cyclops on Instagram, which is one of the nice things.
Oh wow! Damn. All right. Wow. And then Pablo, where can we find you?
Deeper Issues Nerd Class, everywhere on YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram. I don't know, X. No, I don't have X. I think Pablo has issues on X, but yeah, that's where you can find me.
All right, and guys, of course, Geek Saga, YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, Instagram, everywhere you guys can find us. You can just look up the names. You'll find us all on Instagram. Check it out. Again, come by Golden Apple not on Free Comic Book Day.
Yeah.
And you guys could get great comics. So again,
Read comics.
Read comics.
Yep. Buy comics, read them. And
There you
yeah.
go.
And support your local shops.
All right, guys, have a good one.
Bye, guys.